Chapter 201, Deal with the Devil. The morning wasn't grey but covered with soothing lavender and brilliant amber. The sun rose as usual, but the day was something special. The curtains added an orange glow to the morning light coming through the windows. Just like every morning in the city, today was also a perfect sunrise. The light was closely followed by a chorus of birds breaking the drone of the city traffic. There were birds in wastelands, but they were never this happy. It was everything Arnold had ever missed while living in the wastelands. Nicole was next to him, cutting fruits that constituted most of his diet at the moment. "I wonder why you're so bad with a knife when you have such excellent swordsmanship," Arnold sniggered while chomping down an apple slice. He was still feeling weak and hence was on the bed, but he was recovering faster than he thought. Arnold was well acquainted with near-death experiences, but this time, even felt he got way too close to it than he would ever want to go. Technically, he had already died as his heart ceased to function. Doctors, including Alice, were still wondering how the hell did he manage to survive multiple organ failure. It wasn't unusual to have organ failure, but his case was special as all of his organs, except the brain, had failed simultaneously. Nina threw a piece of apple at Arnold. "Consider it a little payback for his snide remark." "Want to talk, mister? I can take care of myself." She smiled and placed the knife down. "Looks like all the talk about medical miracle has gotten to your head." It felt good to see her smiling and laughing. He had unintentionally caused her a lot of pain. But now that was all history. As for being the medical miracle, it was something the medical experts were calling him, but Arnold knew it was no miracle. His survival was more like a debt he needed to pay within 14 days. "I hope Talos is taking care of everything while I'm recovering," he thought. The memories from last night were still clear in his mind, especially what the system informed him. Reconfiguration completed. You can now freely use your mythical affinity. Caution: emergency quest has been triggered. Emergency quest, deal with the devil. Introduction: the system signed a deal with the devil to keep you from dying. Although you managed to survive, there is a cost to pay. Only cosmic creatures are allowed to wield mythical affinities, and even then, only a few can use them without causing self-harm. You, however, tried to learn something that was beyond your limits and hence you were on the verge of dying. The reconfigurations that were done to your body are what keeps you alive, but it's only temporary. Complete your ascension quest and live, but if not able to do so, you'll die. Task: complete the ascension quest and evolve into ascended being within 14 days. Or else the reconfigurations applied to your body would be reversed and you will inevitably die. Progress: 01 Ascension Quest completed. Rewards for completion: live your life. Deal with the devil. It was pretty simple actually. His survival was the deal and the system was the devil. Arnold knew this time the system meant business. No more fooling around. He also knew no one else was to be blamed for it and he was here because of his own greed. He should have known better, but the lust for power got the best of him. The emergency quest was a bit difficult to complete even with the forge, but now that it was gone it was impossible to do it without rebuilding the forge. Even then, it would take at least 2 to 3 weeks to rebuild the forge. Forget about making a relic. Luckily, Arnold had already figured a solution to this problem: make the forge inside his domain. By doing so he would be able to save the time in rebuilding the forge as well as it would be more secure in the void. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy the forge again. It was too troublesome for him to build a new one himself, considering his health. Thus he had sent Talos inside the void that morning. Talos was already at work. He was rebuilding the forge inside the domain with the rest of the summons, while Arnold tried to recover as soon as he could. According to Talos, the construction would be complete in 5 days. Arnold was lost in his thoughts. Everything else was sidelined. That means I have 5 days to heal and gain what I want from the material box. No rest for a dying man. Sigh. "You listening, Arnold? Arnold, Arnold!" Nina yelled at him. "Look, I know you don't like fruits, but that's what you're supposed to be eating for now." Nina then handed him the plate which Arnold absent-mindedly accepted. His eyes were fixed on her, as if he was gazing into her soul or something. "Are you high or something?" Nina chuckled, but when Arnold didn't reply she got worried. Arnold. "Are you okay?" "Scaring me now." "Who are you?" "Do I know you?" Arnold mumbled, his eyes blank. "Stop screwing around, will ya?" she said, and placed her hand on his shoulder, but he backed away, looking scared. "No, number. No." Nina looked like she was on the verge of tears. It was a nightmare. Her love had lost his memories. But before she could call anyone in, Arnold gave her a quick peck on the lips. "Gotcha, bitch," he said and smiled. Nina couldn't believe it. He just messed with her and now he was smiling. The tears held at bay were now free falling from her eyes. She was pissed. "You fucking bastard. You dare to pull a stunt like that on me." She started yelling, hitting him as each word escaped her mouth. "Ow, ow, ow." "Calm down, tigress. I'm a patient. Remember, patient, my ass." And the beatdown mercilessly continued. Chapter 202, Assassination Plan. "What a day it has been," Alan mumbled to himself. Carrying a bottle of wine, he was sitting on the terrace of the building Arnold was currently residing in. "I didn't know my brother was so famous. Ha ha." The news of Arnold's well-being soon reached the others. Ever since then, there had been various meetings from friends, family and members from the Council of Guardians Syndicate. Most of them knew about his position as a section chief, but after hearing about his valor from the others, they formed a deep respect for him. Alan had traveled back to LA with Nina, Talos and Alice. Although he didn't need to be there, he felt shitty because he left his brother to visit other bases in Zone 4, and soon after that he was informed that Arnold was in a critical condition. Alan didn't know what happened with Arnold, but that didn't stop him from blaming himself. While they were gone, the base was being taken care of by the automatons and the human soldiers. They were strictly prohibited to move out of the base, thus they only had one job: to protect the base. Alan was also one of the first people to visit Arnold. He wanted to inform him about the situation of their bases of Zone 4, but upon seeing his condition, Alan decided to hold his horses. His blood brother had almost died. Right now, Arnold needed to live a tension-free life for a while, so he just went in and chatted like usual. This happened in the afternoon, almost 6 hours ago. Now the moon was keeping Alan company. For some reason, Alan was stressed. There was a reason as to why he was sitting on the terrace of the building. He needed to protect his brother. Although everyone seemed happy to see Arnold well, Alan couldn't help but sense some kind of hostility hidden behind their smiles. He had always been quick to catch on to these things. "I need to find out who is so resentful that they would foolishly try and attack this fortress of a home," Alan thought, sipping on his wine. Friend, family, or foe, no one would even get close to him as long as I'm alive. "Ugh, then he'll just have to kill you first," someone whispered, but not loud enough for Alan to hear. The next moment, an arrow went hurtling towards his head. Alan sat there, still as a statue, as the arrows sped towards him. Then at the last possible second, his hands moved in a blur. The half-empty bottle of wine got shattered into a dozen pieces, but managed to deflect the arrow, which crashed into the railing next to him. Being bonded with Arnold came with its perk: heightened senses, higher evasion and strength, etc. These were just a few to name them. While all this was happening, Alan had his back turned towards the assailant. "You can't even kill me. How do you think you're to kill him?" He slowly turned around to face his opponent. He was honestly relieved to see someone so weak had attacked him. But he was sure, this person was just a pawn and not the main boss. He needed to be careful. "Just so you know, if you touch him, he'll kill you," Alan warned the assailant in an eerily casual tone. The assailant soon emerged from the darkness. A weird mask covered the face, but the robe couldn't hide the feminine body behind. Her emerald green robes and crossbow gave an underwhelming feeling to Alan. That's right, underwhelming. Alan barely felt threatened by his opponent's presence. Yet if she had managed to get past the defenses of the Black Estate, she might be hiding something, or someone from the inside might be helping her. There was only one way to know for sure though. He needed to capture her alive. Alan had his sword by his side. The assailant, however, had her crossbow ready. Within a moment, Alan quickly jumped sideways. The assailant trained arrows on him, but it was too late. Her target had grabbed his weapon. She stopped the barrage but continued to keep her eyes fixed on her target. For a moment their eyes met. The next moment, the barrage continued. Alan deflected most of the arrows with the help of his sword, but a few managed to scratch him here and there. At first, he thought the arrows might have been poisoned. He waited for something to happen. Nothing. Good. I'm not poisoned. Well, that's what he'll like to believe. Either way, he'll get checked by Alice later. Gotta deal with this idiot first. Alan thought and then reached out to the communicator hidden in the back pocket of his jeans. He had called Nina. She was head of security around here, and it was time to get back to work. An intruder in the Black Estate? She wouldn't believe it until she saw it herself. Now that it had been taken care of, he could focus back on his opponent who had seemingly run out of arrows to use. Out of arrows or out of luck? Alan smirked, getting ready to strike. The assailant threw the crossbow aside, shrugging her shoulders. I wasn't really fond of using it, to be honest. To Alan's surprise, the woman took out a sword from her back. A blue sword, simmering in the radiance of the moon. Alan let out a whistle and smiled. This is going to be interesting. He knew exactly what type of sword it was. There were only 2 of those in existence. Well, at least there were supposed to be 2, one of which was in the possession of the Moreno family who had forged the swords, and the other one with his biological father, Nathaniel Black, who had been given one when both the families agreed to repel the monsters once and for all from the surface of the earth. It was no ordinary sword either. It was also called the Sword of Emission and had the ability to teleport people over small distances. But this ability of the sword couldn't be used continuously. Whenever this ability was used, the sword lost its shininess, which could only be recovered by absorbing the moonlight, and this absorption could take anywhere from 10 seconds to 5 minutes depending on the distance the user teleported to. The only downside of this ability was that the sword must be allowed to recharge even if it had only lost 2% of its shine. The teleportation skill could not be used until and unless it was back at 100%. Now Alan knew how she got inside the estate, but his mind was now clouded with a new set of questions. How the hell did she manage to get her hands on the sword? Did Moreno betrayed them, or did Nathaniel lost the sword? No matter what, I must capture this woman. Chapter 203, Under Attack. Cat got your tongue? The assassin blurted out. Her face might have been hidden behind the crimson cat mask, but Alan could feel her smirking behind it. She was full of herself. He was contemplating ways to capture her, but he knew he would need help to do so because of the sword she was wielding, and the only help he could get was from Nina. While he was thinking all this, his heart went crazy. It was a similar feeling as he felt whenever Arnold was in danger. He desperately wanted to reach out to him, but he knew it wouldn't be wise to ignore the one in front of him. But he knew that the assassin in front of him wasn't the only one there. She had brought her friends as well. How many of you are there? Alan finally called her out, pulling the sword at his shoulder's length. Tell me now, and you shall live. You shall live. Ha ha ha. The woman broke down laughing as if her life depended on it. That's pretty impressive coming from a man who couldn't even stay in his own family. Her insult opened a closed wound, one which had been very close to his heart. He was about to lash out when he remembered what Arnold had told him. Anger is your enemy. Control it and it'll be your greatest ally. Of course, these were the exact words Nicholas had told Arnold. Alan gulped down his anger. His blood was boiling, but he was in control of the situation. He couldn't let a coward who hid behind a mask get into his head. Never. Why are you so interested in my daddy issues? Alan smirked. But thanks to you now I know this isn't an outside job anymore. I might not have been here much, but I know on whose door I'll have to knock on once you're dead. He was bluffing, although he was fairly sure someone on the inside was helping these assassins. Still, he had no idea who it was. How? Never mind. It doesn't matter what you think. You'll be dead soon. Don't worry, your brother will follow you soon enough. Trust me. He's been through worse. Kill you 1,000 times over before you even manage to put a scratch on him, even in his current situation. Hearing this, the assassin went silent and readied her sword. Soon the moon got covered with clouds and the fight began. The assassin charged at him like an enraged bull. In place of horns, she held her blade. It was a weird way of attacking someone, but Alan wasn't going to risk it. He waited for her to come close, then he neatly sidestepped her, leaving his opponent's attack go worthless. Once Alan was out of danger, he kicked the assassin hard on her back. He could have killed her by using his sword, but he wanted to capture her alive. The hell? Is she even serious? Alan was seriously thinking it was some kind of joke. But the next second, the woman disappeared. She had used the power of the sword. A second later, she was standing behind his back. She drew the sword rapidly and slashed at Alan. Alan, however, had been expecting the short lady to do a sneak attack. He swayed backwards, allowing the blade to whistle past his head harmlessly. Although the lady was skilled, the sword was clearly too much for her to wield. As her strike crescented in front of his eyes, Alan leant in and stabbed the hilt of his sword into the woman's chest. He didn't attack her there because of some perverted reason, but because it was the safest place to strike at. Anyways, thanks to his strike, the woman lost balance once again, but as she fell backwards, she kicked his sword out of his hands. But Alan didn't mind it at all. He had been training along with Bad Breath for a while now, so he was kinda confident in his brawling skills as well. With his now free hands, Alan punched the woman twice near the ears, cracking the mask. The woman crumpled on the ground. The woman was surprised by this move. He wasn't supposed to be good at hand-to-hand combat. At least that's what her report said. And her reports were rarely wrong, if ever. Better than I expected. The woman broke the lower half of her mask to spit some blood out. At this rate, I might not be able to take you down by myself. Not without this either way. The woman then proceeded to take out a syringe from a hidden pocket. It had some weird black liquid in it. Alan knew instantly he needed to stop her from using whatever it was. He was happy with the way the things were up till now. Not wanting to lose his advantage, he lunged forward, arms outstretched. But before he could reach her, some appeared right next to his opponent out of nowhere and kicked him across the jaw. The kick was packed with raw strength. Alan went tumbling down and stopped right next to his sword. He looked up to check his new opponent out. The man wasn't wearing anything to cover his Herculean body, but the face had been tightly warped by a piece of clothing. And he wasn't alone. Two more people appeared right next to the man. Their swords were drawn, waiting for Alan to make a move. Just how the hell are they getting in? The security here is much worse than the Alpha Base. FML. After kicking him, the man turned his attention towards the lady. The real-life Hulk pulled the woman back to her feet and effortlessly took the syringe from her hands, before shattering it. "What are you doing here?" the woman gasped in shock. Her cool demeanor had evaporated. "Your father is disappointed by your antics. Now we are leading this mission and going back." The man spoke in a hoarse yet muffled voice. "Like hell I am." The woman went nuclear. "This is my mission and I'm completing it." But her protests weren't heard of. One of the smaller guys grabbed her hand and puff, they were gone. The Hulk now turned his attention towards Alan. He pointed at the sword next to Alan and said, "If you wish to fight, then pick up your sword, or else step down. We won't attack an unarmed enemy. Ethical assassins are you? Well, that's unheard of." Alan smiled. He picked up the sword and swung it twice. It wasn't a sword anymore, but an extension of his arm. Although Alan was smiling, he knew the difference between his strength and that of the hulking man. Just one of the man's kick managed to knock a couple of his teeth out. In short, he wouldn't go near the man, not with his second-tier combat tricks. And he didn't know a thing about the other guy either. For the sake of simplicity, it was safe to say Alan was screwed. Even then he smiled, remembering what Arnold had told him after defeating the trolls. If you don't like the odds, then just overcome them, eh? No harm in trying, right? Chapter 204, A Helping Hand in the Face of Danger. Alan quickly remembered the instructions which had been drilled into his mind and soul while training swordsmanship. Check your breathing. Slow and calm. Yup, it's good. The stunts? Nope. Gotta spread the legs a bit more. Good. Place the sword at an arm's length. Push your leg forward. That'll do. When fighting multiple enemies, put more strength into the shoulders and biceps. It'll enable you to fight longer. When you think you would be overwhelmed by your opponents, then each blow you deal should matter. Swing the sword with the desire to kill. If you hit your mark, the target should either die or at least he should get immobilized. If you do this much, the victory is yours. But if you fail, there's no option to fail. You fight and live, either in your physical form or in the thoughts of your friends and family. Alan went through all this in a matter of seconds. He didn't have any time to waste away. The moment he picked up the sword, his opponents had made him their target. Nina must be on her way. I just have to hold out until then, he thought, steeling himself for the confrontation ahead. The bigger man started cracking his knuckles. The shorter one also had some kind of a weird weapon in his hands. But due to the darkness, Alan couldn't make out kind of weapon it was. All he knew was to stay clear of his reach. Once prepared, he raced towards the men. He had fought his multiple enemies before, but they were all mindless monsters. He could predict their next move before they made one, but now he was facing against two skilled men, both of which knew exactly what they needed to do. Alan rapidly closed in on his enemies. His target, the assassin with the tinier frame. Once he was out of the equation, Alan could focus on defeating the Hulk, or at least stalling until help arrived. Once he was in their reach, Alan flung himself off the ground and swung his sword viciously at the same time. He wanted to decapitate the guy in one clean swoop. But wasn't that lucky? However, before his sword could even reach the man's neck, the Hulk kicked him down. Alan was hoping he would stay out of it, or that if he interfered, he would at least have some advantage over the duo due to the Hulk's size, but it didn't. The man could also teleport, just like the woman he was fighting before. Not only that, the man was pretty skilled at it too. Unlike the lady, Alan landed on his side and rolled over back to his feet. He was hurting. The kick knocked the wind out of his chest, but he could still fight. It was his opponent's turn to attack now, and they didn't waste any time. The hooded assassin came onto him first. He leapt at Alan like a panther, darkness giving him a much expected advantage. These people were assassins. Unlike Alan, darkness was their most powerful ally and weapon. As the assassin got closer to him, Alan got a clear look of his weapon. It was a curved blade, almost resembling a panther's claw. The assassin swung his claw at him from a high angle. Alan instinctively raised his sword to protect him. A fatal mistake. By lifting the sword, he had left his torso unprotected. The shirtless man-beast took notice of and quickly charged in. Before Alan could realize what was happening, the giant had already closed in on him. Alan's quick reflex brought his hands down in an attempt to save his vital organs. At the last moment, he was successful. The giant's fist connected with Alan's forearm with full force. Alan got flung back with vicious force and got slammed against the wall. Blood was flowing out of his mouth like a broken faucet. The wall had stopped his momentum, but the sudden stop broke a few of his bones along with his communicator. His sword arm was pretty much useless now. It was clear to him, the Hulk wasn't joking around. He was out to kill. The Hulk gave a nod to his underling. He immediately folded his hands in namaste, the claws pointing outwards. He proceeded to close his eyes and started mumbling something in Portuguese. The FCK is he praying for? I'm the one who is getting his ass kicked, so I should be the one praying right now. Alan thought and tried to get up, but his legs gave out. The big guy seemed to have taken notice of Alan's gaze. He stepped closer to him and pointed his thumb towards his underling. Just so you know, he's praying. He spoke in his hoarse voice. No shit, Sherlock. Alan smirked and spat a mouthful of blood on the man's foot. You should be either be praying or pissing your pants, because you are going to die soon enough. Ha ha. The man turned around and mumbled something to the other guy in Portuguese. Come on, man up and talk in English, you mongrels. We can't deny a dying man's wish. Now can we? I was telling my ally that you are a funny guy, one who will keep God entertained in the afterlife. Sorry to disappoint, but I have no intention of dying just yet. Alan quickly grabbed his sword with his left hand and threw it like a javelin towards the other guy. It was a desperate move, but a calculated one. He threw the sword at him, hoping that the big man would teleport next to his ally to save him. While he was at it, Alan would give them a slip and regroup with the others. As Alan had predicted, the praying man didn't open his eyes, forcing the hulking man to protect his ally. This is it? Alan thought. His heart was in agreement with the mind, but his body wasn't. He tried to run, but his legs weren't able to support the weight of his body anymore. Damn it. Alan cursed himself for his weakness. His plan was perfect, but his own weakness had failed him. Glang! Alan heard a noise and turned around. The hulking man had snapped his sword like a twig, his eyes blazing with rage. "One coy bastard," he calmly said, slowly moving towards his prey. Each of his steps sent chills down Alan's spine. He wanted to lash out, claw his way through him. But the man's gaze kept him at his place like an obedient pet. The man was now towering over him when the other guy said, "It's done." "Very well then, time to end it, once and for all." He drew back his fist. Sparks flew out of the closed fists. His murderous aura froze time around Alan. Before Alan could even think of anything, the man unleashed his fists on him. FCK man, what an anticlimactic way to die. Alan closed his eyes, waiting for his imminent death. But nothing happened. He slowly opened his eyes, hoping for the best, and best it was. A split second before the punch was rammed into his face, someone had blocked the strike with an opened palm. And the palm belonged to Johnny. Alan exclaimed in joy. He had never been so happy to see him before. "Stop screaming like a BTS fangirl, will ya?" Johnny scoffed and turned towards the hulking beast. "I leave for a walk and all hell breaks loose." "The FCK you think you are, bullying my family member like that, eh?" The man opened his mouth to reply. But before he could even utter a word, Johnny grabbed the man's arm with one hand and proceeded to punch him in the face using the other. The sound of the impact resounded through the courtyard. The Hulk went flying out of the terrace, just like Alan did. The other assassin quickly jumped at Johnny, but in front of the SS-ranked brawler, he was nothing more than a mosquito. One kick was all it took to rip his chest open. "Why bother attacking us when you can't even take me down?" Johnny shrugged his shoulders before turning towards Alan. "Go and treat your wounds while I knock some sense into the other guy." Chapter 205, There Ain't No Battle Without Me. One at another corner of the estate. Colt, Steve and the rest of the Guardians were locked in combat with a multitude of attackers, all them covered in white armor or similar clothes. Although their talents were varied, they only communicated with each other in Portuguese. At times they also spoke in English. But even so, they only asked one thing: "Where is Arnold Ling?" Colt and Steve refused to answer. So did the assassin force of the Black family, and the fight continued. Author's note: Steve was the security in charge of the Black estate and was introduced into the story in the first season, right before the war arc. I'm putting this down so you don't have much trouble remembering him. Peace. Along with Colt and Steve, 5 other people were forced to fight against overwhelming odds. 25 people had surrounded them and were fighting tooth and nail against their enemies. They had been fighting for a while now, but there was no sign of backup. Steve had started to think they were unnecessarily dragging on the fight. Yet, he wasn't going to back down or give up on his family member. He knew Arnold was in a weak state. If these people rushed in to simultaneously attack him, he might not survive, or worse, he could involuntarily activate the power he had used during the raid against the Flying Swords Guild. If Arnold did that, no one would survive. That's why they had to prevent the attackers from reaching to him at all cost. One of the assassins jumped at Steve. As Steve had been solely focusing on the front, he was blindsided by the attack from the left. Thankfully, Colt was there to save him. With one overpowered strike, Colt managed to immobilize yet another assassin. Colt was an S+ ranked brawler. Stamina was his strong suit. Sadly, this wasn't true for the rest of his force. They were mainly assassins and mages. They weren't used to having prolonged battles, but their sneak attacks wouldn't work in a head-to-head confrontation. So most of the burden was on Colt's shoulders, as he had been acting as both a brawler and a tank. Steve, too, had been overexerting himself. Continuous use of spells had nearly drained him of his mana. Where the hell is everyone? Colt finally snapped. They were one of the elite families, and it bewildered him that there weren't enough capable men to defend their turf. Most of them are away clearing dungeons, Steve said, wiping a bead of sweat off his head. You were supposed to go on one too, remember? FCK that shit. How many of us are here right now? Colt yelled back, clearing losing his crap. For God's sake, your yelling isn't going to scare them away. Steve replied, equally loud. As to answer your question, there are around 5,055 of us here, most of them being A rank. The communicators aren't working. We can even contact the syndicate for help. These suckers must have done something. Their bickering annoyed the attacker closest to them. He snarled and attacked a couple of times, missing his target over and over again. His fight skills were so bad, it made Colt almost puke. Yet their strength wasn't their skill but numbers. If all of the remaining 24 people attacked then simultaneously, Colt doubted the others would survive. Especially, not in their worn-out condition. Colt's slap knocked the attacker out cold. He then turned his attention towards the remaining attackers, hoping to incite more of them to attack. I won't go down if you come one at a time, you coward bastard ES. Colt roared in fury. But no one came. They kept their distance. They were going to risk their safety, but kept feigning attacks, only to pull back at the last moment. He thought they were scared, but when he looked up to their face, he saw those bastard ES smiling. It then dawned upon him. The attackers weren't fighting with them. These bastard ES were playing with them. They were pleasuring themselves by toying with them. These bastards. Colt spat down in disgust. That's enough. An authoritative voice cut through their laughter. The next second, a tall man arose from the crowd. He was wearing a much more decorated armor than the rest. If these infidels don't know anything, just kill them and get over with it. As much as I'd like to see them being tortured to death, we don't have time to leisure around. The horde silently agreed with the authoritative figure and prepared to attack Colt simultaneously. With the man now in lead, they charged at them, but before they could do much, a wooden arrow as big as an average human ripped the authoritative man to shreds. The attackers were in disbelief, their feeble minds unable to process what happened, until they saw who fired the arrow at them. At some distance from them, stood a giant ape-like creature. In his hands was a crossbow, the same crossbow whose arrow tore through the man. Upon closer inspection, both the party knew exactly what the King Kong-like creature was. It was a troll. Even Colt and the others were shocked. But soon the initial shock got replaced by joy, because unlike his opponents, Colt knew exactly what was going on. As things stood now, there were only two possibilities for the sudden emergence of this monster. 1, a dungeon break, and 2, a summoning. There was no way a dungeon break happened in the middle of their property. This left Colt with only one possibility. The beast was a summon, and the only one he knew was capable of summoning something like it was Arnold. Colt's thoughts, however, were cut short as the men in white armors started freaking out. Wasn't that guy supposed to be in a coma or some shit? One of the men yelled in a panic-stricken voice. The FCK do I know? Use your gears and retreat. One of the guys roared, and all of them immediately started fidgeting with their armors, but before they could do anything, they got trapped inside a transparent magical barrier. They fanatically tried to break the barrier, but whenever they attacked the barrier using their weapons, the weapons phased through the barrier like it was made up of air. However, when they tried to phase through the barrier, they couldn't. It clearly was no ordinary barrier. It was Steve's special barrier, one that allowed only the non-living things to pass through it, while all living mass was confined within until the caster of the barrier was defeated or killed. Steve hadn't used it before as, 1, it would have drained his mana dry, and 2, had he used this ability before, all of his enemies would have targeted him. Although Colt had been acting like a tank throughout the fight, even he might not have been able to take a full-blown concentrated attack from them. Using this barrier now was an ideal thing to do, as most of the men trapped inside were solely focused on getting out through any means possible. In their panicked state, they won't even think once about taking down the caster. In the meantime, the troll was once again aiming at his target. But before he could shoot the arrow, The moonlit sky got overshadowed by a volley of black spears raining down upon the surviving group of attackers from a different source. By the time the volley stopped, all of the men were cut down like turkey on Christmas. Such fearsome power. Colt mumbled, "That man can turn the tide of any battle, no matter the odds." "Who are you talking about?" Steve panted. He was exhausted now that the battle was over. "Our Mr. Section Chief. Who else do you think can summon and command such fearsome monsters?" Colt smiled and then started walking off. "Now where are you going?" "To find the rest of the enemies." "Don't tell me, you honestly thought this was the end of them?" "Not gonna say I did, but I was kinda hoping for it." Chapter 206. There ain't no battle without me too. A few minutes ago, Arnold was laying on the bed while Nina's communicator kept buzzing non-stop. Usually, she would pick them as soon as it rang. But now, whenever her phone rang, she took it and ran outside. Not to say, the sudden change in her behavior was alarming. It was as if she was trying to hide something from him. She walked in the room after attending one such call. Her facial expression told Arnold that she was worried about something. And the fact, she was now carrying her sword, the one he had made for her, more or less confirmed the fact. "What's wrong?" Arnold asked, worried about her. "It's nothing. Don't worry," she somehow managed to reply, all the while cautiously looking through the window. Arnold rightly didn't believe her. He pushed her further as she drew the curtains over the windows, carrying a sword in the middle of the estate. "Ain't nothing, just, please will you tell me what the heck is going on?" "It's nothing much." She wanted to tell him more, but she knew the rash decisions he had made previously, and how those decisions have affected him. She wasn't going to let him put himself in danger anymore, not while he was still in his weak state. "Fine, I'll check it out myself." Arnold had a fit and threw the blanket off him, but before he could get out of the bed, Nina came rushing and pushed him back on it. "You won't go anywhere. Do you understand?" Her voice had strictness of a dictator, yet the loving persona of a nun. Arnold gently pushed her off himself, grabbing her shoulders. He knew she was concerned about him, but why? Although he was weaker than before, he could still take care of himself. Just why was Nina acting so overprotective of him now? He pulled her face up. There were no tears in her eyes, but Arnold knew she was tensed about something. "Fine, if you want me to stay here, I will. But at least tell me what's going on." First, promise me you wouldn't do something rash." "I promise." Although he promised her, if he thought there was a need for him to act, then he would. He no longer wanted others to risk their lives to protect his US anymore. If there was ever a need for that, his summons were more than enough. After Arnold's assurance, Nina took a deep breath and continued. "We're under attack by an unknown group of assailants. The only thing we know is that they are after you. Even with our countermeasures in place, they have blocked our communication channels. Between most of our forces being out and us not being able to contact the syndicate, we are trapped. But it seems only the calls going outside are being blocked. The calls within the estate operate on a separate channel, thus they are still functioning. At least that's what I think." She proceeded to tell him whatever she knew. As much as Nina hated to admit it, the family had been so full of themselves they never really cared to prepare for the current scenario. If the family had been under Nathaniel's authority, they would be prepared for the smallest of threats. But Nathan had been too absorbed looking after the country. He had forgotten about the family. She didn't blame him for that because she was at fault herself. They had been dealing with monsters for so long, they had forgotten about their enemies who lurked around as humans. She also knew, as the head of security, she was equally responsible for their failure, if not more. Even now the members of the family who were inside the estate were fighting tooth and nail with the enemies, and there she was, hiding. She should have been out there, fighting with her comrades, but her heart couldn't obey the brain. Not after knowing that the attackers were after Arnold. After Nina told him whatever she knew about the situation, Arnold was lost in his thoughts. He didn't have many enemies, as whenever he made one, he also made it sure to end them. The longer he thought, a name kept popping up in his mind. Is it Devon? He thought. Devon had already messed up with him on several occasions. So even if this attack was one of his twisted plans, it wouldn't surprise him in the least. However, one thing did bother him. Whenever Devon had attacked him previously, He had always been cautious. Arnold doubted if someone as calculative as him would go as far as to attack the family head and just to get to him. It ain't him. The longer he thought about it, the unlikelier it seemed. If he wanted to attack me, he would have done so while he was at the base or somewhere in the wasteland, not in the middle of a city. But if it's not him, then who is it? He went through his mind once again. No one else came in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more his head throbbed in pain. It was clear he wasn't in his best shape yet. In the end, he gave up on thinking and asked Nina something. "Do you have any footage or pic of the attackers? It might help me to identify them." "Wait, let me check. There must be something," Nina mumbled as she dove headfirst into her communicator. After going through her communicator, she played a short recording that Colt had sent to her. In that video, Colt and a few others were surrounded by a crowd of people who were wearing white armors. Arnold thought he had seen this kind of armors before. "Could you zoom in on them?" he asked. "Sure." Nina gave a quick reply and zoomed in on the nearest man she could. "These bastards. I should have known it was them," Arnold yelled as soon as the image got a bit clearer. There was no mistake. He was certain these people belonged to that bastardist guild, the White Wolves. "You know them," Nina mumbled. But Arnold wasn't listening to her anymore. The next second, he was on his feet. All thoughts of weakness and fatigue disappeared from his mind. Those fuckers dared to mess up his life again. Wasn't taking 5 years of his life from him enough? Although he was angry, in his heart he felt relieved. At last, to be able to take his revenge on those assholes. "Time to teach you another lesson," he thought. No matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Not after all the powers he had gained. Arnold was consumed with bloodlust. He wanted his revenge, but there was a problem. Nina knew exactly what he was going to do next. But she couldn't allow it. She couldn't give the attackers what they wanted. Hence, before Arnold could take a step, she threw herself in front of him, her sword drawn. She would stop him, whatever the means. "Arnold, you promised me you'll let us handle this," she pleaded with the man she loved more than herself. "Nina, you guys are outnumbered. You won't be able to take them down in time. I won't allow others to die because of me." "Not again." Arnold tried to reason with her misplaced love, but she didn't budge. When it came to him, she was just as stubborn as he was. But Arnold had another plan. He held his hands up, his palms facing her. "Fine. You don't want me to leave, then I won't. But you guys need help, and I will provide it to you." He sighed and opened a portal leading to his void right outside the room. Out of the portal walked out his elite summons. They were more than enough to flatten an entire state. With them in the fight, the White Wolves were done for. Judging by the info Nina gave him, there were around 100 of the White Wolves, while there were only 60 of the family members to defend him. But now with his summons being added in the equation, it was safe to say, the hunters have become the hunted. He looked at them. No words were exchanged, but they had been given their instruction. No mercy. Talos quickly scanned the area to know where the enemies were. Soon the summons parted their ways to capture or kill the enemies. Chapter 207. Night of Brawlers. Back in present, two warriors were fighting it out, dealing blows after blows on each other, every blow carrying enough strength to knock an elephant out, yet they kept going, each blow stronger than before. Both of them stood upon that hallowed ground. The defender and attacker were more or less in the same situation. As soon as one of them had the advantage over the other person came up with a counter, each fighting for survival, each in their own way. Time ticked by as time does, neither accelerating nor flinching. One wanted to protect his family, while the other wanted to destroy it. The way he talks in Portuguese and primarily uses his legs to fight, it's clear this guy's from Brazil or somewhere around the country. Johnny thought, assuming his battle stance, and as far as I can remember, Nicholas informed me about his enmity with a distinguished guild called the White Wolves or something. They were also the ones who sabotaged Arnold's dungeon run. But what are these bastards doing here? The big man wasn't as big nor as strong as Johnny, yet his technique of fighting was very unique. Not to mention the way he repeatedly appeared and disappeared was a pain for Johnny to handle alone. This ability was solely the reason he hadn't been able to take the man down even after fighting with him for over 5 minutes. It was longer than he had ever fought against any human without knocking him out. Apart from Nicole, deep down Johnny had respect for the mysterious man. But he knew he had to get rid of this man fast. The others needed him. He knew so because his communicator kept buzzing ceaselessly. He was still thinking of different ways to overpower his target when he spoke up, a bit amusing. "Won't you say the same?" The man grinned, slowly removing the cloth draped around his head. "I don't think there's any need to hide from anyone anymore. It wouldn't take you much time to put one and one together and figure out who we are. I had figured it out even before you showed me that disgusting face of yours," Johnny replied without taking his eyes off the man. He wasn't exaggerating anything. The man's face was truly a work of art, just like Picasso's last self-portrait. In short, if a kid saw the man, they'd be scarred for the rest of their lives. He had a wide face, an extremely small nose, even a particular dark wizard snake-like nose was bigger than his, and narrow lips. His grey eyes were droopy and had thin eyebrows. His black hair, or whatever remained of it, was closely shaved. All in all, his dishevelled appearance made him look like an orc more than a human. But something made it all secondary. It was the burn marks on the right side of his face that attracted Johnny's attention. These were normal burn marks either. These were caused by an elementalist, a pyromancer to be precise. The left side of his head had been completely incinerated. Not a single strand of hair was on the mentioned side of his head. At that moment, Johnny couldn't help but wonder what could the man have possibly done to incur such wrath from someone. Then he remembered someone with a short fuse who could have done this. "Arnold," Johnny mumbled, but it was loud enough for the man to hear him. "If not him, then who else?" The man gave a sad smile but soon got a hold over himself. He didn't have the time to reimburse into memories. Not when he was so close to taking his revenge on the man who was the source of his pain and misery. Johnny wanted to know more about him. That's why he needed to take him into custody. He felt no sympathy for his enemy. No matter what happened to his enemy, an enemy was still an enemy. And he also trusted Arnold. He wouldn't do something like this until he was threatened or provoked. Still, he was a worthy opponent. One Johnny will remember for a long time. "May I?" "Sebastian Jean." "That's my name." The man interrupted Johnny. "Enough chit-chat, now let's get this over with." Author's note: I hope you're happy, Mr. CEO. Lol. Sebastian charged at him. Johnny remained calm, waiting for the man to do the obvious. A moment later, Sebastian disappeared from his sight. Exactly what Johnny had anticipated. Sebastian simultaneously reappeared on Johnny's left and threw a right hook at him. Sebastian had planned to follow it up by a left jab, but before he could do it, Johnny slipped backwards, giving him more time to execute his move. Black lightning surrounded Johnny. His agility increased manifolds. With this newfound agility and Sebastian's momentum, he quickly grabbed the remaining hairs of Sebastian's left side and slammed his knee on his head with all his strength, shattering the non-existing nose of his opponent. Sebastian doubled down, wincing in pain. Blood started pouring out of his nose like a faucet. His eyes started tearing up. Sebastian now realized that Johnny had been just playing with him before. Had he been serious from the get-go, then the fight might have already been over. Yet, if Sebastian knew about his opponent's strength, he wouldn't have charged at him like an idiot in the first place. He finally knew what was Johnny's plan all along. He had been luring him in like an experienced fisherman rather than playing with him like a bratty kid. But Johnny wasn't done yet. He quickly slipped his arms around the man's torso, put his entire weight on his shoulders, lifted him off the ground before slamming him headfirst back in the ground. Sebastian grunted, slowly pushing himself back to his feet. Johnny was surprised by this. He thought Sebastian would most certainly knocked out by his move. But there he was, limping towards him for another bout. Despite his admiration for the man, he knew he needed to put him out. This time it was Johnny's turn to charge at his opponent, and charge he did. He rushed towards Sebastian, who had nowhere to run. He couldn't use his teleportation ability right now as it was still absorbing moonlight and couldn't be used until it was fully charged. He knew it was over for him. Yet he stood tall, to face the mad titan charging at him. The moment Johnny reached him, he threw an elbow which hit Sebastian at the side of his head, the soft part right on top of the temple. Sebastian finally couldn't take it anymore. He fell on his knees before collapsing on the ground, his mouth open, blood coming out of it. Johnny quickly checked on him. His heart was still beating. He was just unconscious. Just how thick is his skull? Johnny huffed and tied the man up to the nearest tree before leaving the area. There were things he needed to do, like kicking Sumion's ass. Chapter 208, Talos rises. One in an isolated corner of the estate, three youngsters, in their late teens, were hiding from their pursuers. Anna, the only girl in the group, was busy working on some kind of device, while the boys, Josh and Aslan, were standing next to her, on guard. Their weapons consisted of a bloodied baseball bat and a nail gun. All of them were at their wits' end. This wasn't how they imagined their lives would be after joining the Black family. These people had joined the family just a week prior to this incident. But they weren't accepted into the family because of their fighting skills, but due to their minds. At least Anna and Aslan were. Josh was selected due to his physique as well as quick thinking, something only Anna was able to use as of now. How long will it take? Josh whispered. His voice was calm but he was shaken up a bit. The bat in his hands was shaking uncontrollably. He had killed someone for the first time in his life, and although he didn't show it, he was a complete mess on the inside. Growing up he had liked playing baseball, but he would have never thought he'll use his skills to kill someone. He had to help his friends, and for their sake, he tried hard to keep his composure. Aslan, on the other hand, wasn't having a great time. He hadn't even killed anyone, and yet he was in the worst shape among the three of them. I have to do it. I have to do it. He kept repeating to himself, thinking he was the one to kill the man and not Josh. I'm trying, damn it. Anna cursed out, throwing a dirty look towards Josh. But then she remembered he was the one to save her from an attacker who would have most certainly sexually abused her. She wanted to say something but decided against it. This wasn't the time for confessions. She needed to focus on re-establishing the communication channels. Then they could contact the others for help. Josh was about to say something but was cut off by an exploding sound which resounded throughout the estate. Aslan lost it. He threw the nail gun and grabbed his knees, shouting hysterically. Josh wrestled his friend down to the ground and stuffed his mouth with a sock. Then, he proceeded to bitch slap him several times. Aslan had always been a coward, unlike his name suggested, but right now he was just acting weird. He even tried to bite Josh's hand but couldn't. Slowly Aslan regained his composure, or so Josh thought. The moment Josh eased the grip on him, Aslan kicked him in the balls and made a break for it, all the while shouting obscenities at the duo. If you fuckers want to die, then go ahead. I'm not dying here acting like a hero who am not. Aslan yelled and disappeared. Josh grunted in pain. The baseball bat slipped out of his hands. Despite the pain he was suffering through, he managed to get on his feet and was about to chase after his friend, but Anna stopped him. He had always been jealous of you. It's more likely he lashed out because of it. Either way, looking at the state he was in, he wasn't going to be of much help. We are better off without the burden of saving his OS. Her words were cold but true. Josh knew that and decided against it. He already had a close encounter with death tonight, and it was enough for him. As much as he hated to admit it, the fewer people he had to look after, the better it was. He let go of his paining crotch and grabbed the baseball bat in his hands while kicking the nail gun towards Anna. I hope you know how to aim, he mumbled, while looking out of the window. Damn, that bastard is fast. I can't see him anywhere. With all that adrenaline coursing through our bodies, you'd be surprised if he wasn't. Anna smirked, adjusted her glasses and then continued her work. Silence shrouded the room after that. But on the outside, the battle continued. Among all the shouting, Josh heard something. It was a faint sound but was close. He closed his eyes and cupped his ears, Only then he heard it. Footsteps. At least 5 different people. Could be more. He looked at Anna. She too had heard it. She left her work and reached out for the nail gun, but Josh pulled it away. "What are you doing?" she whispered, but she got no reply. Instead, she felt Josh's hand at the back of her neck. She realized what he was planning to do, but it was too late. The next moment she was unconscious. She was the one who taught him this move back when they were in high school. He was supposed to use this move against the bullies, but he never got the chance to. And now he had used it on the person who had taught it to him. "It's what's best for you, Anna. I know you wouldn't allow me to do what I'm about to, but it's necessary," Josh mumbled as he locked her up in the nearest cupboard along with his baseball bat. He just couldn't leave her defenseless. Phase 1 of his plan had been completed. Now it was time for Phase 2. He steeled himself. As the footsteps got closer and closer, he could even faintly hear the men talking. They had a weird accent, but he could make it out what they were saying. "Where are they?" a man roared. Josh heard someone crying, but couldn't make out what the person said. "Looks like they have a hostage." Josh thought and prepared to rush out. He had to make sure that Anna was safe, and for that, he needed to lead the men as far as he could from there. As soon as he was done, another man shouted, "How many times are you going to wet yourself?" Cue laughter. They slowly got closer. He could now hear what the hostage was saying. "I did what you asked. Now let me go, please." Josh immediately recognized the squeaky voice. It belonged to his friend, one who was there with them not long ago. "Damn you, Aslan fucking bastard." Chapter 209, Talos Rises 2. Not only did Aslan abandon them, he even sold them out to the enemy. How low can a piece of crap fall to? As much as Josh would like to deliver some colorful words to his friend, now wasn't the time to do so. He double-checked the locks on the cupboard. After confirming that everything was in place, he took the nail gun and readied himself. Before he could put his plan into action, he heard the attackers laughing loudly. "What did I tell you? These blacks are nothing but cowards, wetting themselves in the slightest face of danger. PFFD, pathetic fools." Another man stepped in the conversation. "Are you certain there are people inside?" "Yes, sir," Aslan blurted out. "Well then, we don't have any use of you anymore, do we?" Then they all started laughing like maniacs. "No, you said you'll let me go if I lead you to the others." Aslan started crying like a newborn, but none of his pleas was heard. "Yes, and we are letting you go." "To hell, rip him off." The next moment, the area was filled with screams. Josh didn't know what happened with him, but he knew Aslan was gone. Although he had betrayed him, Josh couldn't help but feel sad for Aslan. But he didn't have the time to mourn. He still needed to save Anna. "Let's go in and see if there are any survivors or not." According to the guy, there should be a girl too. He. If there's a girl inside, he'll have the go first. "It ain't fair, boss. You always go first, and after you done, there's nothing left." One of the guy contested, but he was soon silenced. Not by his boss or his comrades, but by a nail, which pierced through his skull, killing him in an instant. Before they could realize what happened, a man broke through the window next to them and rushed out of the small room, randomly firing nails at them. Puta porra. Their leader cursed in Portuguese while pulling the man nearest to him to act as a shield. "Get that bastard." Author's note: ahem. Puta porra means fucking bitch in Portuguese, according to Google. Don't roast me if it's wrong, lol. Josh turned around and started sprinting in the opposite direction of the building. What he thought to be 5 men were actually 7, excluding Aslan and the guy Josh had just killed. While outside, he saw the mangled body of Aslan. His eyes were plucked out, his body slashed in half, his blood mixed with other bodily fluids. His abdomen had been opened for display like a corpse in a school. No matter what he had done, no one should have to go like this. These monsters. How did they even manage to do all this in a matter of seconds? Despite all that, Josh knew he had to keep running. If he got caught, his fate would be worse than Aslan's. "Yes, follow me, you bastard." Yes. He thought and kept running while firing nails in their direction. They were following him all right. But something was off. One man hadn't moved from near the entrance of the building. He was the one whom they referred to as the boss. Shit! Josh cursed himself. I can't let that guy go inside the building. There was no time to think. He needed to act immediately, and the only thing that came to his mind was to get caught and hope they wouldn't go inside the building. But he wasn't just going to surrender. He will take at least a few with him. Without any further ado, he turned around and charged at his pursuers, rapidly firing nails at them. But the nails couldn't find their mark as they kept bouncing off their armors. The attackers were wary enough to protect their heads. As they got closer, Josh ran out of nails but was able to kill another careless guy before colliding with his enemies. Even then he didn't stop. He took the sword of the fallen man and started swinging it as if it was a baseball bat. His posture wasn't even remotely perfect and he lacked technique, but his stamina proved to be troublesome for his enemies. They were being cautious while approaching him as he was acting like a feral dog. "What happened, jackasses? Can you only fight against unarmed and defenseless fellows?" Josh lashed out, provoking them again and again. He knew it was suicidal, but he didn't care as long as Anna was safe. "And what about that coward boss of yours? I see he's hiding his tail between his legs. Hey, a shoal. Man up and fight me, will ya? Or are you going to keep hiding till I'm done killing your men?" The provocation seemed to have worked as the man slowly started walking towards them. "Nice. Come after me, you CNT," he thought, and kept swinging the sword all around him. The attackers slowly started backing off. Josh thought everyone was retreating before him. Thus he became more reckless. He swung the sword at the man in front of him, completely forgetting about the warriors who were behind him, waiting for him to do something stupid like he had done now. Before Josh could even realize his mistake, someone kicked him. He was knocked off his feet and fell before his enemies, who were looking at him like a hungry pack of hyenas. At that moment, Josh realized his death wasn't going to be a painless one. But he was yet to fulfill his promise of taking down as many of his opponents as he could before it was his turn to die. The sword was still in his hands, but before he could even get up and use it, an arm swung around his neck and pulled him off the ground. His feet dangled in the air. He clawed at the arm of his attacker with his free arm, desperately trying to relieve the pressure on his throat. It was all fruitless. Soon a man stepped in front of him. He held his sword upwards and licked Aslan's blood of the tip before aiming for Josh's eyes. Moments later, a scream resounded through the courtyard. It wasn't Josh who was screaming, but the man who was about to pluck his eyes out. Josh, as his last attempt, had rammed his sword through the man's throat before he could do anything. "Guess this is it?" Josh smiled as of the remaining men slashed off his fingers holding the sword. The sword slipped away and fell on the bloodied ground. Josh was feeling pain like never before, and sadly this was just the start. Soon the boss arrived at the location, picked up the dagger of his fallen ally and looked at Josh. "One piece of SHT. And he got my entire band cowering. You deserve to die by my hands, and after that, you'll violate that girlfriend of yours you've been so desperately trying to protect." The man let out a feral cry and stabbed at Josh's chest. Despite the throbbing pain due to the loss of his fingers, Josh grabbed the man's wrist, stopping the dagger mid-thrust. "One more man," Josh mumbled, redirecting the dagger towards the throat of the man who was holding him. The boss couldn't handle this sudden maneuver and ended up slitting his ally's throat. The man immediately let go of Josh and grabbed his throat, trying to stop the bleeding through the gaping hole. But couldn't. It was too late. They were shocked. But the shock soon turned into anger. Josh, on the other hand, couldn't help but smile in what he knew were his last moments. The boss kicked him down before mounting on him, his dagger tightly held in his hand. "Fucking twerp. You'll pay for what you did." The boss roared and prepared to stab Josh in the stomach. Then a look of shock appeared on his face. His gaze fell at the gaping hole in his stomach, a black spear-like thing protruding from it. Silence covered the area. Even Josh couldn't process what was going on. Then they saw it. A black ogre was standing in front of them. Numerous spears were stuck on its back. Before the remaining intruders could even think what the hell was going on, the ogre charged at them, effortlessly killing them in an instant. By the time the ogre stopped, Most of the men either looked like mashed potatoes or as porcupines. Josh thought it was his turn next, but to his surprise, the ogre stopped moving and slowly started melting away. Then out of the ogre's remains rose a robot. The robot looked at him, and the next thing Josh knew, the robot was tending to his fingerless right hand. Curious by the stranger's behavior, Josh asked, "Who are you?" "The name's Talos." "Now if you don't mind, I need to take you to a safe place," Talos replied in his emotionless electronic voice. Chapter 210, A True Leader. The night of battles wasn't over yet. It felt like the sun itself didn't want to show its face to the earth. What would have been a few hours, felt like eons. But finally, the attackers were losing the fight. Their guerrilla war tactics were only so much effective against their enemies. Once Arnold's summons took over the battleground, it was an all-out massacre. Their Brazilians' plans were full of holes. First, they had assumed there won't be any warriors above the S rank, which proved out to be wrong. Johnny was still there, more than willing to kick their crap out of their bodies. Secondly, they failed to retrieve a proper map of the estate. There were a lot of places for people to hide, and thus even though a few of the people died, most of the non-combatants were safe, something the attackers were only realizing now. And thirdly, the enemy forces split up too soon. They wanted to quickly find Arnold's location and deal with him, so they split into smaller groups when they should have stayed together and deal with their enemies first. This was a grave mistake, since Arnold's summons picked them off like fruits on a tree, one after another. The few of the enemies who could teleport were now rushing towards safety, while those who couldn't perished. Even so, the battle wasn't over yet. The tides had turned, but not completely. Despite Nina's protests, Arnold took over the makeshift battle center in the building next to the one he was being kept in. This center also acted as a safe haven for the injured soldiers. Alice and Natasha were busy saving whoever they could. Natasha was initially on the battlefield, but Arnold called her back once more, and more people started making their way through the battle into the safe haven. But even with their extraordinary abilities, not everyone could be saved. The dead kept piling up with every passing moment, infuriating Arnold even more. At one point he even snapped and pulled out his guns to deal with them once and for all. Then he realized something. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. At first, he thought it was due to the anger he had been feeling, but the reality of the situation soon dawned upon him. It wasn't anger. He was just weak. Suddenly he felt so vulnerable. His body seemed to be utterly delicate. This sudden weakness disgusted him even more. People were dying in front of him and he couldn't do a thing. If only I had access to the shop. He gritted his teeth with all his strength. It was true. If only he had a bunch of HP and dispel potions, he could have saved many lives. Nina understood what he was going through and tried to calm him down. But he wasn't going to calm down. Not until he killed each and every one of those sick bastards. At this time, Johnny and Colt returned with more survivors. Thankfully all of them only had minor injuries, which were soon taken care of. It was the first time Colt had seen Arnold's pale face since Arnold wasn't there when Colt arrived in the building for the first time. He immediately rushed over to Arnold's side. Looking worried, he asked, "Don't overdo it, Arnold." "Well, take care of everything now. You've done more than enough. Just go and rest now." Nina saw a ray of help in Colt's words and was about to press on, but Arnold shrugged their concerns off. "As much as I appreciate that you're concerned about my safety, now is not the time for it." Nina was about to protest, but Johnny shut her down. "He's right." Johnny joined in. "The enemies might be retreating, but they are still here, lurking around. Without Arnold's summons, it would be impossible for us to handle them on our own. As much as I hate to admit it, it's the truth. Even I can go against 30+ S rankers on my own. Not when I got this just by fighting with 7. Johnny pointed at his broken arm that Alice had patched up. It had been a deadly fight. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of bad breath and Asterios, he doubted he would have gotten away with just a broken arm. The enemies might not have looked like it, but they knew exactly what they were doing. At least when they were fighting against him. They knew all about John's weak points and didn't hesitate even once before taking him on. These were the weakness not even his most trusted friends knew, and yet the enemy knew about it. It was clear they had done their research on him and most likely on the others as well. As of now, both Bad Breath and Asterios were guarding the building everyone was residing in. Arnold initially wanted to use the sentry guns Talos had made to check them out, but ultimately decided against it. He was already having trouble with everyone present there. He couldn't take the risk of using the sentry. What if it lost control once again? The losses would be too much for Alice and Natasha to handle on their own. Just then, Arnold's communicator started ringing. It was Talos. He picked it up, wondering what his most loyal soldiers wanted to talk about. "Go ahead," Arnold mumbled as Talos' face appeared in front of him. "Master, I have found a couple of survivors who claim that they can restore the communication channels. I thought I sent you to do it yourself. Anyways, just do it quickly," Arnold said, his voice uncomfortably loud. Only then did he realize what Talos was asking for. "Don't worry. I'll send asteroids over to protect the people. You should focus on re-establishing the communication channels." "Will do, Master." Talos slightly bowed and headed inside the building with Josh. Arnold, on the other side of the estate, immediately notified Asterios about his new orders. When Arnold asked him to leave, Asteroid's eyes lit up. He had been getting bored with staying on guard and was more than happy to do what his master wanted him to. Once that was out of the way, Arnold, Johnny, Colt, and Nina proceeded to do what he wanted to: interrogate the brawler whom Johnny had defeated earlier. Chapter 211, True Leader. The band walked into the room in which Sebastian was being held in. He had been tightly bound to a chair with numerous steel chains. These chains were enough to even bind Johnny, so it was safe to assume that Sebastian wasn't going anywhere unless his enemies miraculously decide to let him go. The moment Sebastian saw Arnold walking into the room, he went nuts. He wanted to get rid of the chains holding him down and tear Arnold down, one limb at a time, but he didn't. He knew he was in trouble, and he also knew the man he hated the most would severely torture him until he spilt his gut. Those American movies where the hero was captured and never revealed secrets was just a joke in the real world. Under extreme torture, anyone was going to break and talk, even if they were mute. His fate was sealed and he knew it. Yet he wasn't going to just surrender and answer their questions. Not until the contingency plan was activated. Furthermore, his sadist traits made him almost scoff when he saw Arnold's condition. Just by looking at him, Sebastian could tell Arnold was nowhere near his perfect health. His skin had turned pale. It was almost as white as snow. So at least their information about Arnold's encounter with death was true. But then he realized something. Arnold, even in his weak condition, managed to turn the tide of the battle. At that moment his eyes had admiration in them. It lasted only for a moment though. But at that moment he knew they never stood a chance against him. Had he been comatose then, yes, they would have won, but as long as Arnold was awake and in control of his summons, nothing could ever touch him without his permission. His attention then turned towards the man next to him. It was the man who had defeated him with just a few strikes. A man of such caliber was hanging on to every word that came out of Arnold's mouth. Honestly, Sebastian had nothing but respect for Johnny, especially after he was manhandled by him. Besides them, there was a woman and another man approaching him. He recognized them from the files the members of the White Wolves had been given prior to the operation. The woman's beauty was outworldly. Too bad his men couldn't get their hands on her. If they did, she would have been a source for their entertainment for weeks if not months. Colt, however, looked much like an ape. All the sweat and blood covering his body didn't help his case much either. The next moment, everything went dark. He was still conscious, but he couldn't see anything nor could he feel anything. All he could do was think. But think about what? Your mistakes. A voice echoed in his head. My mistakes? I don't understand. Responsible. The same feminine voice echoed once again. Responsible for what? For deaths. The blood of everyone who died here is on your hands. Blood of innocent non-combatants. They were enemies. I did what was needed. I don't have any regrets. Lies. The voice in his head got louder. All of a sudden he could see light. He could see himself. He could see his body. He wasn't inside it anymore, but was viewing it through a third-person perspective. He was still chained, but he was lying on the ground, naked. Then all of a sudden, hundreds of mice appeared around him, slowly making their way towards him. He wanted to kick them away. He wanted to run. But he wasn't in control of his body. The mice surrounded him. They looked innocent, as if they were clueless, not knowing what they were supposed to do next. They were all looking at him. Then the worst thought hit him. They aren't going to devour me, are they? Sebastian regretted that thought almost instantly, as the mice did exactly what he thought. Unknown to him, they were going to do whatever he thought. He thought he'd be fine because he wasn't inside the body. But he was wrong. A moment later he started screaming like never before, pleading for someone to help. But no one did, simply because none of it was real. It all had been going inside his head. Meanwhile, in the real world, it was another search and terminate mission. At least it was supposed to be one. Sebastian answered after spitting a mouthful of blood, which had been clogging his mouth for a while, unaware of Natasha's black magic. I must agree. This way of obtaining information is much more reliable and hassle-free, Colt remarked, especially because there is no bloodshed in it. The only downside of this technique is, it just doesn't feel like torture. I'm not a sadist, but this bastard deserves to be in pain, in agony. Nina cursed the men in front of her. She felt like this because she heard what Sebastian and his men would have done to her if they got their hands on her. I can assure you, he's feeling pain in the worst possible way. Arnold smirked. After all, his summons had a special talent of making Anon's life a living hell. Natasha, being the worst of them, had her own twisted humor of torturing others. What do you mean? Nina asked, intrigued by Arnold's response. Think of it this way. If you were to cut his arm off, surely feel pain and agony, but would it be permanent? The wounds will heal sooner or later. Moreover, one can have physical resistance or abilities to regulate the pain. Their fragile mind, however, is a different story altogether. Johnny smiled. He knew where Arnold was heading. Imagine if you could attack someone where it would hurt the most. Not physically but mentally. One can never completely heal from a mental wound. It's not something everyone's brain can handle. Fortunately, Natasha here, Arnold pointed at the succubus who was busy tormenting the man, is an expert in doing so. Her magic is so strong, I doubt any one of us would survive if she were to go nuts. Believe me, I have experienced it firsthand. Let's just say, she's doing a better job than even H. Holmes superscript 1 could have done. Slowly but surely, Sebastian unknowingly told them everything he knew about their plan. Even the contingency plan. A plan which shook everyone present there to their core. A plan which according to him was only moments away from activation. Special note: 1. Herman W Mudgett, the notorious serial killer popularly known as H. Holmes, built what he referred to as his Castle Athestry Inn that he secretly turned into a macabre torture chamber. Some rooms were equipped with hidden peepholes, gas lines, trapdoors and soundproofed padding, while others featured secret passages, ladders and hallways that led to dead ends. There was also a greased chute that led to the basement, where Holmes had installed a surgical table, a furnace and even a medieval rack. Both before and during the World's Fair, Holmes led many victims, mostly young women, to his lair only to asphyxiate them with poisoned gas and take them to his basement for horrific experiments. He then either disposed of the bodies in his furnace or skinned them and sold the skeletons to medical schools. Holmes was eventually convicted of the murders of 4 people, but he confessed to at least 27 more killings before being hanged in 1896. Holmes' horror castle was later turned into a grotesque museum, but the building burned down before it could be opened. He is quite famous for his sadist escapades, but I thought I should include a brief description of him so that those who don't know about him could get a rough idea of what an inhumane monster he was. Chapter 212, contingency plan. Colt lost his cool. He rushed at Sebastian and pulled his face towards him. The news they received was too much for him to handle. Johnny and Nina together managed to pull him off Sebastian, who was still under Natasha's spell. Meanwhile, Arnold was stunned into silence. He couldn't believe how much hatred these bastards had inside them. They would do all this, just to get rid of me? He thought, they are willing to kill over 4 million people just to get rid of me? There was no way they were doing this because he killed a few of them back in the trans-dimensional dungeon. This was something more than that. Arnold needed a lot of answers, but first and foremost he had to stop their contingency plan before it was too late. Adrenaline filled his weak body. We walked up to Sebastian and kicked him with surprising strength. Sebastian momentarily snapped out of Natasha's spell due to the sudden shock, but Natasha quickly used the spell on him once again. Arnold wasn't done yet. He pulled him back up and asked, "Where is it?" "Where's what?" Sebastian mumbled like a drunk monk. "Tell me where the FCK is, that dungeon." "I don't know." "When will the break happen?" "Any moment. Now." Arnold didn't believe it, but deep down he knew no one could lie while under Natasha's influence. Sebastian just knew about the plan, nothing more. Arnold let him go and rushed out of the room. There was no time to waste. Where the FCK do I look for a dungeon in 1300 km square area of Los Angeles? Author's note: 1,300 square kilometers equals approx 502 square miles. He had never been so desperate before for anything. His mind couldn't focus on the task at hand. The longer he thought about it, the fuzzier his head became. Yet needed to think, to focus. Is it even possible to intentionally cause a dungeon break? The obvious answer was number, but when he thought about it, there was a possibility. The monsters inside a dungeon were forced to remain inside due to the presence of a barrier. This barrier was fueled by the xenoic energy present inside the dungeon. The energy is slowly consumed by the barrier, and once there was no xenoic energy remaining inside the dungeon, the barrier collapses, allowing the monsters to escape from their prison and kill everything in sight. This situation is referred to as the dungeon break. The consumption of xenoic energy was a slow process which allowed the humans to prepare for the worst, but, theoretically, if someone could somehow manage to hasten the process of consumption, then they could potentially cause a dungeon break as they please. But so far humanity had only managed to build a device to read xenoic energy and not a device which could extract the energy from a dungeon itself. This was the same device which was used to measure the rank of a dungeon. And as far as Arnold was aware, Talos was the only one who had been successful in developing an instrument to extract energy from beast crystals. This was the most probable method anyone would use to cause a dungeon break. However, this wasn't the only way. In most cases, the dungeon boss itself was bounded inside the boss room. However, if it somehow managed to break through that room, it was certain that the boss would kill the rest on the monsters inside. Upon killing them, the boss might proceed to eat their corpses or their beast crystals, to be specific, and as a result, mutate. If this happened, then in most of the cases the boss would gain enough strength to break through the xenoic energy barrier and cause a dungeon break. This incident was uncommon but not unheard of. However, Arnold doubted this was the case right now. He had various reasons to believe so. First, it was impossible to get to the boss room without killing the monsters inside the dungeon. However, someone could debate on this, saying, what if they killed the monsters and leave the beast crystals inside the boss room? The answer to this was simple. The boss would be more interested in the humans who brought the beast crystals rather than the crystals themselves, as the boss would like to hunt rather than be served by someone else. Second, even if someone managed to reach to the boss room without killing the other monsters, the boss would, then again, be more interested in the ones who managed to get to it rather than the rest of monsters. And lastly, the third reason, even if they managed to cause a dungeon break this way, it wouldn't be much of a disaster. Why? Because if this happened, only the boss monster would be able to get out of the dungeon, and no matter how strong it may be, it would fall under the concentrated attacks of numerous warriors. Surely a few would die by the boss hands, but the casualties wouldn't be nearly as high as they would have been if all of the monsters had broken out of the dungeon by themselves. Since the wolves wanted to cause as much death and destruction as they could, thus they wouldn't opt to go for this way. Thinking all this calmed Arnold down a bit. But he wasn't going to do nothing and sit idly. The others soon came rushing out of the room. "That bastard?" he asked them. "Back to sleep," Nina replied. "Natasha is taking care of him." "Okay, now listen up." He had a plan. But first, they would need to locate this dungeon. He was 90% sure the said dungeon was within the city. Actually, he was 100% sure of it. It was the only way for the wolves to cause most destruction and death. If only he knew the exact location, the wolves would be done for. But first things first. If he wanted to locate the dungeon, he would need Syndicate's help, as they were the only ones to possess a geoscanner powerful enough to scan the entire city in a matter of a few seconds. But for that, he would have to make them aware of the situation first. He could use void travel to do so. Sadly, neither he nor his summons had spent much time there, hence it wasn't possible to use void travel to travel there. However, he had Cerberus. He quickly summoned Cerberus along with the rest of the lava hounds out. Once he was done, he instructed Cerberus to transform into his chimera form, which the fastest among all of his summons. Hell, he could even outrun a Lamborghini at its max speed. After that, he turned his attention towards Nina. "Nina, I need you to ride along with Cerberus to the HQ and make them scan the city as well as the outskirts for any anomalies. I'm asking you to do this because you are the most athletic person among us, so it wouldn't be much of an issue," Arnold said, although Talos is already trying to re-establish contact. "I'm not sure how long it will take. Either way, I need him to do something else for me." "Got it." Nina jumped onto Cerberus without wasting a moment and rode off in the darkness. Arnold then instructed the remaining hounds to look around the city for the same, as they were the best at tracking something down. Once all of it was taken care of, he called Talos. "Yes, Master?" His voice echoed on the other side. "Leave whatever you are doing to humans and come back now. I have a special task for you." Chapter 213. All hell breaks loose. "One, can you do it?" Arnold had finished explaining his plan to Talos, waiting for his reply. "It's not a matter whether I can, Master," the automaton replied. "It's a matter of time. Even if I try to make the equipment inside the domain, it still might not be enough. However, I believe I can do it. We already have the generators and the crystals to store the energy. Now we only need to make a device which could pour the stored energy in the barrier." Arnold agreed with him. There wasn't much time left. They needed to act now if they were to save the millions of people inhabiting the city of Angels. Time is of the essence. We can't waste any more time. Take as many automatons as you need. Hell, I don't care if you need my blood to make it. Just do it. Arnold once again opened a portal leading to his domain, but this time it much bigger than before, for he needed his army. Now, one after another, monsters of different shapes, sizes and species walked out of the endless portal. The monsters stood in neat files as if they had undergone strict military training, their eyes fixed at their master, awaiting their orders. But they weren't the only ones that came out of the portal. The entire armory was also emptied. This sheer display of power rendered everyone speechless. Most of them had one thought: Johnny Black who? This guy is stronger than him. Even those who had been on the verge of dying moments ago were stunned. But their surprise quickly turned into anger. "If you had an army at your command, why didn't you use it earlier?" One of the injured ones barked at him. "Yes, you could have saved everyone with your powers. So many of us died yet you didn't do anything. We risked it all to save your OS, and this is how you thank us? Do our lives mean nothing to you?" "Hey, he did save your lives. Didn't he? Look at those two who are endlessly looking after you." One guy came to defend Arnold. "So what? We are in this trouble because of him in the first place." Colt lost it. "Do you mongrels even know what he has been through? The man almost died, for God's sake. Not to mention if you're alive, It's because of him. Do you think if it wasn't for his summons all of you would've perished long before? Everyone, except a few, joined in to berate Arnold. But they got their answers even before Arnold could say anything. As soon as the portal closed, Arnold collapsed on his knees, sweating as his life depended on it. His already weakened body couldn't handle the stress of opening the portals in quick succession. Much to his dismay. What a slap in the face it is, Arnold mumbled, struggling to get back on his feet. Earlier it used to be as easy as breathing for me to open and close the portal as many times as I pleased. And look at me now. Just opening it twice brought me to my knees. Arnold, there's no need to overdo it. Johnny helped him back to his feet. Nah. It's okay, Johnny, I deserve it. Arnold smiled wanly. But even in that smile, pain dwelled within. What the others said deeply hurt him, but he knew they were going through a lot. Most of these people weren't warriors, yet they put their lives on the line to protect him. Had he been like he was 8 years ago, he would have said similar things. He knew exactly how they felt because he had pretty much lived his entire life in constant fear. Fear of losing his sister. Fear of losing the people he had grown close to. Fear of losing control over himself. Fear of going astray from the righteous path. Fear that the burden on his shoulders would become too much for him to handle on his own. Yes, despite being given such powers, deep down he was still the same Porter he had been all those years ago. Clueless and angry. Yet he never cursed the powers he had been given by the Immortal One. Not once had he regretted doing what was needed to be done. But now was the time to demand more from his family. Under normal circumstances, he would have handled it on his own. But these weren't normal circumstances. He was weaker than ever before and he needed help. My fellow family members. Arnold finally turned to face the ones bad-mouthing him. An unknown threat approaches us. A threat that can wipe us all out. You were correct. I'm nothing without your help. I'm weak, empathetic. The ones who attacked us killed our people think no different about me either. But they are cowards. Bastards who don't have the guts to end what they started themselves. Rather than accepting defeat with dignity, they chose to be remembered as cowards. Cowards who are willing to unleash a horde of monsters in hopes of making us pay. He carried on, yet we were almost defeated by those cowards. They have lost many among their ranks, but so have we. But no more. Here we will stand and fight. No more hiding. No more running away. The path ahead of us isn't easy. But it's our responsibility to protect the innocent civilians, even at the cost of our lives. If you don't want this, you'll understand. You are free to escape. The enemies were after me, to begin with. Thus I'm not running away, because those innocent people are in danger because of me, and I'll save them. I'll save them if it's the last thing I do. I don't care how many enemies there are, for my honor, dignity, and family, I'll crush them all. I repeat it again. If you don't want this, I understand. You are free to walk away. But to those who want revenge, to those who have a thirst to prove themselves, to those who are not cowards, lend me your strength. Lend me your strength to end this fight once and for all. If those bastards want a war, they'll get one. Let my soldiers guide you. Let me guide you. I won't lie and say it's going to be easy. I won't lie and say every one of us would make it back alive. But for every soldier that dies, we shall kill 100 more. Arnold's words acted like gasoline for their already ablaze hearts. They had cursed him, and yet he was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Most of them still saw him as an outsider because he belonged to the other side. Yet his resolve to avenge the fallen as well as to protect the innocent was enough for them to fight for. They couldn't allow it. It was their job to defend their city, no matter the odds. Those who could still fight and chose to do so, went ahead and grabbed a weapon from the pile and stood next to the monsters. Not everyone joined, as Arnold had expected. But their numbers were more than he thought. Looks like your little speech worked, Mr. Section Chief. Johnny complimented him and stood next to the armada. Gotta say, way better than the old man at this. Chapter 214, All Hell Breaks Loose. 10 minutes later. Mere minutes had passed. Yet it felt like a lifetime. Arnold was restless, and rightfully so. There was nothing more he could do for now. He felt if one could sit in a manner that transmitted a sense of grace and intelligent poise, He had mastered it. So had Johnny, whose broken hand was completely healed now. Alice did an excellent job. If there was going to be a war, Johnny was an inevitable part of it. So were Colt and Steve. The family members too were getting ready, equipping top-tier gears which Arnold provided to them. Some were excited, some nervous, hell, some were scared shitless, yet they decided to answer Arnold's call and fight side by side. All to protect the citizens. There was only one problem Arnold was facing now: the lack of intel. He didn't know where the enemies were, nor did he know how many of them they'd have to fight. All he knew was, they were Los Angeles' first and last line of defense. If they couldn't stop the enemies in time, all hell would break loose, and then they wouldn't be able to bear the guilt of not doing anything while they had the chance to. Moments ago, the room had been bustling with noise, but now a creepy silence surrounded it. Arnold had sent all of the summons to find as many of the White Wolves as they could and bring them back alive. Even if Sebastian didn't know everything, someone else had to. He had finished interrogating a couple of them a while ago and they were clueless about the entire ordeal. He had to be pretty rough with them, but he didn't care. It was something that was needed to be done, no matter how strong they were. The lack of intel was worrying and needed his immediate and undivided attention. Nina Sholv reached the headquarters by now. Arnold mumbled to himself, "Let's say it'll take around 10 minutes for her to explain the situation to them. Then, 5 more minutes should be more than enough to scan the entire city." The only problem was, she wouldn't be able to provide any of us with any information until the communication is re-established from our side. But he also knew he had done whatever he could at this point. Now he could just sit in a corner and hope everything would work out in the end. Hope. The never-ending source of courage. The members of the family needed it more than me right now. Every Johnny was gloomy. This all brought back memories from years ago when they failed to control the dungeon break in Florida. The country barely managed to survive that incident and was divided into 2 parts as a result. He was certain they won't be able to handle it once again. He was supposed to be the world's strongest brawler, yet he couldn't help but feel pathetic at that moment. If enemies were in front of him, he could fight them tooth and nail. But his enemies were hidden away, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Before long, the Glums returned with a couple of more attackers. Arnold sighed and pointed his head towards the room that had become his palace of pain. He needed information. He couldn't afford to waste time in thinking whether his methods were correct or not. This time, however, it was different. There was a young woman among the captives. She was probably in her mid-20s, just like Arnold. As much as he detested torturing women, in the end, he didn't mind doing it, if it meant he could save millions of lives. Call it a sin. But it was a sin he was more than willing to bear for the rest of his cursed life. Before he could do anything to her though, Alan, who had been resting nearby, recognized the mask the woman was wearing. "It's her," he said. "It's the one who attacked me at the beginning of all this. The one who was told to retreat by that Hulk." "Told to retreat, eh? Then you must be someone really important." A smile formed on Arnold's former tensed face. "Someone important enough to know about the contingency plan." "I'm not telling you anything, you pig." She then proceeded to spit on Arnold's face. "My brother is dead because of you. But not to worry. You'll join him soon enough. I don't care about a brat's brother. If what you're saying is true, then I did the world a favor by getting rid of someone like you people." Arnold cut her off. His depressed demeanor was long gone, as if for dying. "Sorry to disappoint, but I have no intention of dying anytime soon. I'm not sure whether the same goes for you or not though." He then turned towards Natasha. "Do as you see fit with her. I just need answers. Got it?" "Yes, Master." "Consider it done." She lusciously smacked her lips and dragged the lady in a different room. "Give her back." One of the other captives went off but couldn't even complete whatever he wanted to say. Arnold had put a bullet in his knees. Arnold was back to being a ruthless leader. As far as he was concerned, these people were no less than monsters, if not worse. And as such, they should be treated like one too. "You monster." The man collapsed on the ground, yet his eyes were fixed on Arnold's. There was only one emotion he could feel: rage. Yet rage alone couldn't help him in this situation. not against the men in front of him. The ones who don't hesitate before defiling a corpse and yet him the monster. Don't make me laugh. Arnold crouched down to face the man. But before I torture you to death, I'd like to know why you all are so deadly serious about getting rid of me. Hell, I forgot about you guys a long time ago, but here you are still stuck up on me. You. The man tried to spit on Arnold's face again, but before he could, Arnold slapped the man across the face. A couple of teeth came jumping out of the man's mouth. That slap seemed to have calmed him down a bit, as now he knew the difference between their strength. The man finally gave in and started narrating everything he knew. It all started when you were locked inside the trans-dimensional dungeon. After it was confirmed that you were trapped inside the dungeon, Nicholas managed to overthrow the government. The president was captured, while Ryan and the others managed to escape in the confusion. After waiting for weeks for you to come back, Nicholas finally declared you dead, as there was no possible way for anyone to return from a closed dungeon. No way that we knew of. That same night, the former president was executed for his crimes against the nation. Everyone was intently listening to what the man had to say, especially Arnold, as he didn't know much about those 5 years he was missing from the planet. Although we were shocked, we thought it was enough. Maybe killing the president would satisfy Nicholas. But we were wrong. He targeted us next. Everyone even remotely related to the guild was captured, tortured and then thrown in the prison. We were continuously on the run. But then, he and his army eventually caught up to us. We thought we all were gonna die. But Nicholas was only after 2 people. Ryan, the one who came out of the dungeon when you went missing, and Marley, our guild master. When we refused to surrender, we were attacked by all sides. Most of us were killed that day. When I think back, we should simply surrendered. The killings only stopped when Ryan and Marley surrendered. We thought we would be killed too, but we were allowed to live. Years passed and our wounds started to heal. Then we heard the news of your return. All of us remaining warriors were enraged. We had to endure so much pain, death and sadness. And for what? You were alive and well. We had already been secretly mobilizing to fight the new president when you appeared, and then we realized something important. Fighting against Nicholas meant certain death, but we didn't want to fight with him anymore. After all, you were the reason for our misery, our downfall, not him. You were the reason all of this happened, not him. You were already presumed dead. And now was the time to make that presumption reality. Only then would Ryan and Marley would rest in peace. Hence we decided to direct our attack on you. But we had to wait. No one could venture East America without getting permission from the West. So we had to wait for you to come to West America so that we could attack you. Someone with a lot of influence from your country made contact with us, helped us mobilize and secretly brought us to West America. Once here, we patiently waited for our time to strike, and when we found out you were weakened and in a coma, we figured it was time to make our move. All that planning, and yet you spectacularly fell on your OS. Arnold sniggered. I knew Nicholas would deal with you people, but I never thought he would go scorched earth on you. Although, I'm fairly sure Christina would have pushed him for it. That woman didn't know how to accept rejection in the first place. Either way, I think he'll have to thank him soon. Apart from that though, who was the one who helped you, if you don't mind me asking? That is, I don't know. The man mumbled. Okay, on to the next question. Who is that woman, whom you were trying to protect? Shiz. No one. Doesn't matter. You'll figure it out. Though it would be painful. Not for me, but her. No. Please, I'll tell you. The man started sobbing like a newborn. She's the half-sister of Marley. Oh, she'll definitely know who is behind all this then. Thanks for your time. As a reward, you'll be kept alive a little longer. But not unscathed though. Arnold snapped his fingers and the golems ripped one of the man's hands off. Screams, cries, and curses were the only things one could hear after that, as slowly all of the attackers were ripped apart by the golems. Was it necessary? Number. Did it increase the morale of his soldiers? Yup. This was enough reasoning for Arnold to deal punishment to them. Chapter 215, All Hell Breaks Loose 3. At the sight of men being ripped to shreds, Many flinched. Some weak-hearted ones even fainted. But those ready to fight and die to protect their loved ones were thrilled beyond anything. These people had caused them pain, and now karma had delivered itself on a silver platter, and they got the front row seats to witness it. What more could they ask for? Johnny didn't care if it was extreme. He rarely ever killed humans, but when he did, it was always to protect the family, so he understood why Arnold did what he did. He recalled what Nathaniel had told him before the dungeon break of Florida: if you want to live in fear, quaking in your own shadow, then nothing I can say or do will draw you out. A self-made prison is the most secure of all. You are not the ones who can decide your fate, but you are the ones who can decide the fate of your nation. Whether the nation lives or dies, it depends on you and no one else. This is your call to arms, my proud family members, and I hope you'll heed it. Nathaniel was truly a leader of the masses. Yet he wasn't the now. When those I love are under threat, murder transitions into self-defense. Johnny mumbled, got back to his feet and walked up to Arnold. You think that girl knows anything? Believe me, she does. And if she doesn't, then, oh well. It's too late to stop Natasha now. Arnold shrugged his shoulders before he sat down, tending to his gears. Loud lustful screams could be heard from the room Natasha had locked herself in. Even Johnny was a bit flustered at this point. You have a variety of summons, don't you? Johnny asked him, since he didn't have much to do himself. Well, I'm just good at utilizing their skills, that's all. For example, Alice is a kind-hearted person, or was one. Either way, that wouldn't stop her from attacking someone if it came to worst. Talos is nearly good at everything that I can do, if not better than me. You can say he has my soul or he's my doppelganger. Asterios and Dread, they are my swords. Just one word and they'll be ready to kill anyone or anything. Duke and Cerberus are the ones who have been with me the longest and hence somewhat understand me, so they can be my heart. Ha ha. Bad Breath is like my legs. Well, we ain't that close, but he gets his job done. Natasha is just a sadist bitch, so I'm not gonna associate her with anything, but yeah, she's an integral part of my force. We know our strengths and weaknesses, so we try our best to complement each other, that's all. Ah, so you have a family of your own, I see. Johnny smiled. No wonder you can manage an entire zone by yourself. Azariah told me how stressful the job is. Mind you, she's a psychic mage and yet she feels stressed. If Johnny was interrupted by Arnold's communicator. The buzzer of the communicator went off like an annoyed rattlesnake. The call was from an unknown number. Arnold scooped it up, spoke into it. Hello? Who's this? Is this Arnold? A woman's squeaky voice came through the other side. Yes, it is. Who am I speaking to? It's Anna, sir. Anna Fright. I'm the one whom your robot, Talos, saved a while ago. And Arnold didn't know what the FCK was she trying to say. He told me to inform you once the comms were fixed. So yeah, they've been fixed, that's all. Ah, I see. Thanks for your help. Finally, he got some good news. Is there a giant minotaur around you? Could you put him on the speaker? Sure. Here you go. Arnold waited for a while before speaking again. Yo, Red Bull, mind guiding the humans back to me? Asterios huffed loudly as if saying, finally. Arnold knew very well he had been bored to death by now, so he told him something Asterios would love to hear. I know. But get here ASAP. We have a war to win. The sole mention of the word war was more than sufficient to raise Asterios' spirit back to 100%. Arnold disconnected the call and continued to work on his gears, but was soon interrupted once again. This time it was Natasha. Master, her cheeks were red like strawberries. I have some good news. Arnold's ears perked up. She had his undivided attention. What is it? I know the dungeon's location. She smacked her lips, clearly proud of herself. Are you sure it's the correct info? Does the master thinks someone in that state is capable of lying? She pointed towards the room she had dragged this lady into, with her tail. Arnold peeked inside the room just to see exactly what her condition was. The woman was tied to a chair, stark naked. A small puddle of suspicious fluid had formed at her feet, which were shaking uncontrollably. Her mouth was open like a Venus flytrap. Not to mention, she was sweating profusely. Her breathing was heavy and she looked exhausted, yet not a single wound was visible on her curvy body. Everyone in the hall was gawking at her as well as the succubus. Even they could tell exactly what had happened there. "Did you know?" Arnold kinda knew what Natasha had done, yet the words never came out of his mouth. But it would also solve the answer to why Natasha was so happy. Why use pain when you can use pleasure? She licked her fingers, although she was a bit inexperienced. "I think I made her first time memorable." Of course, who wouldn't want to be exploited by a succubus, right? Bad breath would jump at the chance. Arnold thought, at least she's alive, so there's that. Arnold cleared his throat and closed the door before speaking again. "Anyways, what did she tell you?" "Everything, Master," Natasha replied. "The supposed portal is located in Angeles National Forest." She didn't know the exact location inside the forest, but that should narrow down your search a bit. "Anything else?" "She said there might be 2 dungeons, not 1." But once again she had no idea about where the second one was. She didn't know much because she wasn't supposed to know about it. Yet she overheard bits and pieces. Arnold sighed in relief. This information was enough for him to act. He recalled all of his troops back before opening a portal to his domain. Now that everything was done, he needed to know whether Talos succeeded in making the required equipment or not. To his surprise, as soon as the portal opened, Talos came running out of it, followed by the remaining automatons, all of them carrying some kind of equipment with them. Then Talos uttered the words Arnold was waiting to hear. "The job is done, Master." Chapter 216, All Hell Breaks Loose. 4. Object, Xeno-emitter core disassembled. Type, Energy emitter. Grade, A. Remark, a one-of-a-kind device developed by the first of automatons. After being assembled and coupled with a generator, this emitter can emit xenoic energy generated by the beast crystals in a certain direction in form of an invisible energy beam. The beam could be lethal to the general masses, hence should be used with extreme caution. The flow of energy can be regulated by regulating the source, that is, the number of beast crystals used. Higher the grade of the crystals used, more would be the energy output. The wave of positive news didn't stop there. Talos had successfully created an emitter which, when coupled with the generators, can produce xenoic energy from beast crystals as well as eject it as an invisible beam towards a certain direction. Thankfully he had made 2 of them, so Arnold could take care of both portals at the same time. The only problem was, they had no way to test it. Xenoic energy needed a medium to travel. Think of it like electricity, which required wires to travel from one place to another. But unlike electricity, xenoic energy needed a magnet. A portal could readily absorb any and every bit of xenoic energy around it and hence acted as a magnet. The emitter could only convert and direct it towards a general direction, but it had some issues. The beam of energy was invisible, hence they couldn't see immediate effects after using it. Moreover, xenoic energy wasn't something to be trifled with. In Talos' words, if used carelessly, one can end up mutating everyone and everything around them. Remember, xenoic energy needed a magnet? Turns out, humans and monsters were excellent magnets, as in way all of the warriors obtained their abilities after coming into contact with xenoic energy. However, it was refined by nature. Non-lethal. The xenoic energy Talos was producing using beast crystal wasn't refined. Not even a tiny bit. He simply didn't know how to do that. Even with all his intelligence, there was no way for him to know nature's secrets. Anyways, the point was, if they used the emitter then and there, they would expose the warriors to its effects, which could lead to either of the cases, increasing their strength or turning them into unrecognizable monsters, something Arnold had already witnessed during his first visit to the City of Angels. When he discovered the other use of the beast crystals, Arnold thought of a plan. He wanted to use void travel and go to the Alpha base, and test the emitter on the ogres he was keeping as captives for Talos to research the effects of consuming beast crystals. The only problem was, he couldn't. His weakness hadn't disappeared yet, and if accessing the domain was causing him so much trouble, One could only imagine what would happen if tried using void travel. This was also the reason why he wasn't using it to travel there along with his troops to the forest. Thus he decided to test the emitter once they reached the portal itself. None of Taylor's creations had failed before, so Arnold was fairly sure that it'll all work just fine. By this time, Asterios returned with Anna and Josh. They were surprised to see everyone all equipped up and battle-ready. It was expected, as they didn't know about the newest development. Only after one of the family members was done explaining the situation to them, they realized how dire the situation was. Josh didn't hesitate for a moment, and after being treated by Alice, immediately took a sword to join Arnold's makeshift army. Anna, however, had no experience whatsoever, so she decided to stay behind, but not before giving a quick peck to Josh. This incident finally gave her the courage to do what she couldn't for all the years she had known him. Talos and the automatons were also carrying bags filled with beast crystals of all grades. They had nearly emptied the vault in which the crystals were kept in. This was most of the beast crystals Arnold had collected so far. They were worth millions, yet Arnold was totally willing to use them all up if it meant saving millions of lives. But he couldn't do it alone, thus needed the army. In front of him stood more than 400 proud soldiers. Both monsters and humans stood side by side, looking at their leader with admiration in their hearts. "All right everyone, it's time to..." Arnold's communicator started buzzing once again. This time it was Nina. "Right, I forgot to inform her about the dungeons." He proceeded to pick the call. Nina was the first one to speak. "Arnold, thank God the call went through. We know the locations now." The Geoshkin revealed 2 locations with abnormal xenoic energy levels. One of them is at Griffith Observatory and the other one is at Angeles National Forest. "Correct. Looks like one of them finally talked. Either way, Syndicate is assembling a task force to investigate both the places." Nina explained the situation on her side. There's no need to divide the forces. Just focus on locating the portal at Griffin Observatory. I'll send Talos with a device that can stop the breakout or at least slow it down. The rest of us would take care of the one in the forest. Just send me the approximate location of the weird activity. "No, you won't." "Nina, there's no time to argue. Please just do as I said." Okay, I promise I won't put myself in unnecessary danger. Moreover, Johnny, Colt, Steve and my summons are there to ensure my safety. And considering I'm their target, I'll be safer with them rather than staying behind by myself. Nina let out a heavy sigh. Arnold was making pretty good arguments here. It was either that or he knew exactly which switches he needed to click to meet his demands. Nina hoped it was the former, but she knew both of the cases were true. Either way, she finally caved in, but she had her own condition. She was coming with him. Arnold knew better than to argue with her, so they agreed to meet at the entrance of the forest. She sent him the location. Once the call was over, Arnold spoke up once again. "Well, you heard the lady. Let's go." Everyone went out of the room, hurrying towards the garage, but Arnold's summons didn't move. They knew their master had something else in mind. Most of Arnold's summons wouldn't fit into regular vehicles, and he knew it. Also, an army of monsters running around the streets of LA would throw the city in chaos. Thus, he once again, begrudgingly opened a portal to the void and the soldiers walked back inside. "Why did I call them out in the first place?" he thought as the last of the undead went inside the portal. He wasn't going to leave the people who stayed behind defenseless either. Hence he left a dozen automatons to protect them along with Natasha. He didn't leave Alice behind, as they might need a healer with them. Also, in the event Arnold was forced to use his newly obtained light affinity, Natasha, having shadow affinity, might be at risk, especially if Arnold ended up summoning the guardian angel. Steve and Talos went towards the HQ, as promised. Once everything was taken care of, he rushed towards the vehicles along with Johnny and Colt. It was time to kick some ass. Chapter 217, All Hell Breaks Loose 5. The forest was far-reaching, shadowy, and prospering for animals. There was a reason why it was called a national forest. Its canopy was ruled by sequoia, hawthorn, and poplar, who gave just enough light a chance to descend for dispersed sprouts to use the fertile soils below. Yet in the darkness, none of it mattered. There wasn't enough natural light to guide forest's visitors to their destination. It was only 4 a.m. The sun wasn't going to rise for the next 3 hours, at the very least. Thick branches grasped every tree, and a range of flowers, which claimed quiet corners, looked almost out of place in the otherwise brown and green landscape. A mixture of beastly sounds, which were caused by a variety of mischievous animals, brightened up the forest, drowning out the sounds of several nocturnal birds in the distance. One could say it was a perfect spot for campers. But none of them were here to camp. Arnold and his team had just entered the forest, and the moment they did so, they were met with death. They had tried contacting the forest department as soon as they could, however, there was no response. Everyone knew what had happened there, and when Arnold and the others went inside, their suspicions were confirmed. All of the rangers of the forest had been killed. Blood on their bodies had already dried. To them, it was certain that they were killed a while ago. Maybe they were killed at the same time when the wolves attacked the estate. These people were all of C rank or below. They never stood a chance against their enemies. Sadly, their corpses were so mangled, it was difficult to say which limb belonged to whom. But the corpses confirmed one thing: the enemies were there. No one else could possibly have stooped low to such bestiality. Yet they couldn't find a single one of them. Arnold's forces were being secretive about their arrival. They didn't want the adversaries to be alerted, but still, Arnold could tell something was off. It felt like someone was keeping tabs on them. Nina and Johnny too felt as much. Still, they had to keep moving forward. Each step leaves a fresh, crisp footprint on the forest floor. Then, they saw it. Cerberus looked upwards, growling as he had never before. He had found the perpetrators. The next second, a loud voice was heard. Shoot at will. Innumerable arrows were shot down on them like a hailstorm. Take cover. Arnold roared in fury. He had been played yet again. Those bastards are camouflaged in trees. They were here all along. Motherfuckers. Arnold knew they couldn't afford to be discreet anymore. Either way, he was sure the others would have been alerted by now. Even with their defense, few arrows managed to find their marks. Many bodies were pierced. Most of the family members had been injured. Thankfully none of them were killed. Maybe the darkness was protecting them. Cerberus, along with other hounds, immediately charged at the foes. But they were hiding on higher branches, thus the hounds couldn't deal with them by themselves. Johnny and Colt rose to the occasion and started knocking trees down. By the amount of noise they were making, it was certain the enemies were alerted now. One of the arrows managed to graze Nina's cheek. Arnold saw a drop of blood trickling down her cheeks. He was bewildered. Alice, give me some kind of mana boost. Arnold mumbled, his voice cold with fury. I'm gonna deal with those bastards in my way. Alice nodded and did as her master requested. Your summon Alice is using Mana Regen LVL 6 on you. Mana regeneration rate has increased by 50%. Your summon Alice is using Sorcerer's Bluff LVL 4 on you. Your tiredness disappears. Your agility has increased by 5%. Damage reduction increased by 3%. Alice knew Arnold was about to call out the rest of his summons, thus she gave him another buff which would temporarily get rid of his tiredness. Arnold never mentioned about his tiredness to her, but Alice was as observant as ever. She knew opening a portal to his domain would exhaust him and thus took precautions to prevent it from happening. Arnold thanked her, then quickly summoned the most ferocious of his summons, Dread and Asterios. So far no monster had been able to stop this deadly duo. What possibly could measly humans to them? Within the next few seconds, every single tree in their vicinity had been uprooted. The archers had lost their only advantage and fell on the ground like pinecons. Asterios was about to crush them all, but Arnold had other plans. He ordered the automatons to assemble the emitter. Once they were done, despite protests from a few, Arnold set the archers free. Run, he mumbled, pointing his guns at them. or else. The archers didn't need a second warning. All of them darted in the same direction. Everyone was sure they were headed towards the others, towards the portal. They thought that's why Arnold decided to let them go. However, they were confused. If Arnold wanted to know the location of the portal, only one of the archers was enough to do that. Why did he let them all go? But that wasn't Arnold's plan. He wouldn't just let them go only to discover a location he was already bound to find out. He wanted to kill two birds with a single stone. People like them didn't deserve to live, and he was going to make sure they get the most gruesome death one could imagine. He told the others to stay the while he, Cerberus, and a few automatons chased after them. This led to more confusion, but they agreed. Either way, the injured needed to be treated first. Since Nina was one of the injured, she had to stay behind as well. The emitter was strapped tightly onto Cerberus and off they went chasing behind the archers. After chasing them for a while, he saw it. A wide area had been cleared. In the distance, several beams of light were visible. The archers were approaching the camp. Up close, the sound of heavy machinery clashing together overpowered all other sounds. The creaking of metal of the rapidly working engines and supply generators could be heard faintly. In some distance, a faint light could be seen as well. It was the light being emitted from the dungeon. Arnold's mouth twisted to let out a sinister smile. It was time to test the emitter. Cerberus halted and Arnold immediately calibrated the beam. But his aim wasn't on the dungeon, but in the opposite direction. Humans are excellent xenoic energy magnets, right? Let's see it for ourselves, shall we? After saying that, Arnold backed down. He couldn't risk it. After all, he too was a magnet. The automatons took charge and without any further ado, fired a beam at the archers who were desperately running towards their comrades. However, by the time they got out of the forest they weren't humans anymore. Somewhere in between, their joy had been replaced by murderous screams. Screams loud enough for the others to hear. Their bodies changed into unrecognizable biomass. Not every one of them survived, but the few who did turn into gruesome monsters, creatures Arnold had never seen before. Members of the White Wolves Guild were prepared for an attack, but not something like this. They saw the people they knew turn into monsters. A fight ensued, but the monsters were more troublesome than they expected. But they managed to kill the monsters, even though most of their humans died during the confrontation. By the time it was all over, Arnold didn't need to do much. Cerberus and the automatons were enough to take care of them. The portal was saved, but it was only a temporary solution. There was only one permanent solution to the problem. Someone had to clear the dungeon. Nina and the others caught up to him now, but before they could decide their next step, Nina's communicator buzzed. The others couldn't secure the remaining portal. A dungeon break had occurred. A single monster had come out of the dungeon. However, it was no normal monster. It was a polycephalic monster, one having the form of a dragon. The observatory was already ablaze. Most of the team had been wiped out. Author's note: polycephaly is the condition of having more than one head. Chapter 218. Tiamat 1 My lord. This is the end. Their warrior next to Talos collapsed on his knees, weeping uncontrollably. So did a few who were still conscious after the initial attack. Well, it wasn't an attack per se. When the monster came out of the dungeon, it roared once. Just one roar, and more than 80% of the warriors present there to take care of the monster were blown away like dried leaves. Blood came gushing out of every single orifice known in human anatomy. Only those ranking at A or above were left standing, on the verge of mental breakdown. Even Talos, who was incapable of feeling such emotions, was shaken. This was the strength of the monstrosity standing in front of him. The air smelt of burning, acrid, chemical-infused and choking. No wonder the humans could barely speak. Talos' digital eyes moved from face to face in the gathering crowd. The entire plaza was ablaze. It looked like a scene out of a Hollywood movie. That's assuring. At least we are in Hollywood. What even I am thinking right now. He scratched his metallic head. The observatory was flattened the moment this four-headed dragon appeared. The ever-confident Talos was now clueless about everything. He needed to save the humans, but could he even save himself in the first place? He could be repaired by his master, but the human cannot. He grabbed the collar of the man next to him, lifting him off the ground. Get everyone and get out. Start the evacuation procedure and wait for the reinforcements. Talos noticed the man's gaze was fixated on the dragon. The man was scared shitless by this point. He couldn't even register what Talos was blabbering about. Look at me, good sir. The dragon won't get scared by your pitiful stares. Grab who can and leave. I'll distract the monster in the meantime. All the shouting seemed to have snapped the human out of the trance. He looked up at Talos, who still had him suspended midair, and asked, "How can you be so calm? This man is no good. He has lost all sense of reasoning. His brain can't even compute that I, an artificial being, am insusceptible to fear or other emotions as a matter of fact." He threw the man towards the exit and said, "Run." His thinking was simple. That man, in his current state, was incapable of doing anything else. It was the same case for other A rankers. Only the S rankers there had some sense of reasoning left in them. This aura, Talos mumbled, this aura renders anyone below a rank lose their consciousness, while the A rankers become useless. So only S rankers can even try to confront this monster. This is going to be a pain. At least Master is stronger than S rankers, if not SS rankers, so he should be fine. But the others are a different story altogether. He looked at the cause of all this destruction, the four-headed dragon. All of its four heads were identical. Tranquil sapphire eyes sat delicately within the creature's angular long skulls, which gave the creature a well-deserved vicious-looking appearance. Several tendrils sat atop its head, just above its thick, horn-like ears. Several small fan-like skin and bone structures ran down the sides of each of its jaw lines. Its nose was large and had two thick, rounded nostrils. A small horn extended from each of its chin. Several rows of sharp teeth poke out from the side of its mouth and show a glimpse of the terror hiding inside. A thin neck ran down from its head and into a long body, the top of which was covered in rounded scales, and a row of tendrils runs down its spine. Its bottom was covered in small scales and is colored darker than the rest of its body. Four long limbs carried its body and allow the creature to stand poised and arrogantly. Each limb has 6 fingers, which the creature used to crush the observatory in one sweep. Furthermore, each of the fingers ended in sharp claws seemingly made of some metal. Horrendous wings grew from just below its shoulders and ended at the lower end of its back. Yet Talos doubted the dragon was capable of flight due to its massive size. The wings were bladed in structure. The edges of the skin inside the wings looked tattered and damaged, while armor-like scales grew on top of the wings' primary bones. Its graceful tail ended in a curved talon and was covered in the same rounded scales as its body. All in all, even if the dragon was a beast, it looked like a king of some sort. The crown-like bone structure on the top of each of its head further supported his thoughts. The most impactful aspect of the dragon, however, wasn't its appearance, but the ability to use a different type of attack from each of its heads. So far Talos had witnessed the ability of 2 of the heads. The head at the extreme right had the traditional ability, the ability to spew fire, the ability almost every dragon-type monster had, while the one on the extreme right complemented the previous by using ice. The dragon had used these abilities, but not on the warriors from the Syndicate, but on the ones who freed it from the dungeon. How the hell did this monstrosity came out of a low-ranking dungeon was a mystery to Talos. The dragon was deadly, there was no doubt about it. But something was not right. After the initial attack and destroying the observatory, it remained still like a monk during meditation. It was almost like it wasn't interested in anything. It was either that or it was waiting for a worthy opponent to show up. It's a good thing, at least I assume it is. It'll give us more time to evacuate everyone, and once that's done we could attack it. Talos was relieved. Well, he wasn't capable of feelings yet, his thoughts suggested otherwise. He turned to face the humans. We should prioritize evacuating the civilians first. Once that's done and reinforcement arrives, we can deal with it. Their warriors nearest to him nodded and slowly backed away from the scene. The dragon saw them leaving. However, it stayed indifferent, once again displaying its peculiar behavior. Just what the hell is it thinking? Chapter 219, Tiamat 2 we have to fight that, Josh exclaimed as soon as the dragon came in view. Everyone felt the same way, yet only Josh could voice their unanimous opinion. Upon hearing that a single monster came out of the dungeon, most of Arnold's party were over the moon. It would be pretty easy, right? But as soon as they saw the dragon, all colors drained from their faces. A majority of these people weren't even strong enough to take on the lizardman. How the hell were they supposed to go against a freaking dragon? Before they could discuss further, Talos came running towards them. He went on his knee, his eye transfixed on the ground. How could he look at his master now? His master trusted him to do something and he failed spectacularly, and because of his failure, the people they swore to protect were now in danger. Arnold knew it wasn't Talos' fault. The result would have been the same even if Arnold had decided to go to the observatory, and not the forest. He patted the robot's shoulders, trying to lift its spirit. Well, not that he had any, but you get the gist. Don't worry about it, Arnold said. We've been through much worse than this. I'm surprised that so many of you survived till now. It must have been due to your leadership. It's not that, Master, Talos replied. What do you mean? The people aren't alive because of my leadership or strength. They are alive because the monster hasn't moved from its spot ever since it came out of the dungeon, apart from killing the unfortunate ones who were near the portal. What? Johnny exclaimed. That's the first I've ever heard of such behavior. I agree, it's peculiar, to say the least. Nina joined in. Arnold looked around the plaza. He immediately noticed something. If the monster hadn't killed anyone, then why were there only S-rankers there? He asked the same to Talos, and the reply he received made the situation even worse. It seems the monster has some kind of ability which prevents anyone having a rank lower than A to remain conscious. Moreover, only S-rankers or above can supposedly remain conscious, so we still have a fighting chance. Arnold got lost in the deep thought. Most of the party members were ranked at either A or B. So technically, they were more like dead weight now. They had lost their number advantage. But it wasn't the only thing. Before the system deactivated, Arnold was stuck at rank B. Right now, however, he was unranked. He wasn't sure whether the dragon's peculiar ability affected him or not, and the only way to check it out was head inside and see it for himself. Josh had been listening to them and decided to intrude once again, whatever might be the case. But we still need to take that thing down, right? You don't, Arnold calmly replied. You heard the man. No one below rank S is allowed to fight the dragon. You guys should focus on helping with the evacuation so that the S-rankers who are busy with it can come and help us. Upon hearing Arnold, most of the low rankers let out a sigh of relief. They were willing to do anything but fight that monstrosity. However, a few like Nina were also disappointed. You don't mean all of us have to leave, right? She asked, knowing fully well what Arnold's response was going to be. Obviously, I meant no warriors below S rank, and it goes for every one of you. I'm not gonna unnecessarily risk Canon's life. She asked Arnold to reconsider, but he didn't budge. She might have ranked up to A, but that didn't mean he would throw her in unnecessary danger. Johnny and Colt fully supported Arnold. Fine. In the end, Nina had to give up. There was nothing she could do to change their minds on the matter. She wasn't alone though. Most of Arnold's summons were useless against the dragon as well. By most, he meant all except the elite summons. Thus the regular summons were also sent to help with the evacuation, so that the process could hasten if even by a bit. The quicker they got the civilians out of there, the sooner they could deal with the monster in front. It was mutually decided by the remaining warriors that they'd wait before attacking the dragon. Once everyone had been evacuated from the surrounding area, only then they would start their attack on the dragon. That way, they could go all out against the monster without worrying about the safety of the civilians. It wasn't like the dragon was going anywhere either. In fact, just like Talos said, it hadn't budged from its position. It was peculiar but fine. If only Nicole was here, she could have blown that monster's head away. Johnny joked, trying to lighten up the mood. Right, but where is she? Arnold inquired. There was some issue in Zone 1, so Azariah called her for help, Colt informed him. An hour later, the evacuation was completed and the warriors went in to confront the monster. But before that, Arnold quickly used his probe skill on the monster. Class, Dragon. Name, Tiamat. Level, Cosmic Rank, A. Role, Demigod, God of Dragons. Affinity abilities. Hellfire active skill. Arctic Rage active skill. Corrosive Breath active skill. Expand to view 9 more. HP, 170,170,000. Strength STR, 200. Defense Def, 267. Stamina STA, 180. Intelligence INT, 199. Agility AG, 70. Accuracy ACC, 100. Evade DVD, 188. Charisma CHA, 99. Damage resistances, elemental attacks 30% damage reduction. Condition immunities, exhaustion, frightened, frozen, ranged attacks. Weak against, threat level, catastrophic. Remark, you can defeat it but not in your current state. Run. Save yourself. This is not an opponent to be trifled with. Run. Or you could stay and fight. I don't generally do this, but as our lives are linked, so here's a pro tip. If you're not running away, then force it to fight on your terms. Use your domain. It's your only hope. One more thing. Even if you use the domain, the probability of your winning is 0.1%. Everyone fall back. Arnold mumbled. Arnold, is everything okay? Johnny walked back to him. You looks weird. I said run. I'm afraid it's too late for that. Human. A hoarse godlike voice resounded through the area. I've been waiting for you. The dragon spoke. One of the warriors shrieked. He wasn't the only one to hear the dragon's voice. Everyone had, but none of them could comprehend what was about to happen next. Author's note: I created Tiamat, with Tiamat in my mind. For those who don't know about her, Tiamat originates from the Babylonian mythology. She was first mentioned in writer Barissa's first volume of Universal History. The gist of her story is that the gods killed her lover, so she went out seeking revenge on them, spawning an army of monster, in which dragons were predominant. But she was eventually slain by a storm god and her body was used as a foundation for the earth. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because my knowledge regarding Babylonian mythology isn't all that great. Chapter 220, God of Dragons. I had been waiting for you. Paladin of the Immortal One. All 4 of the dragon's heads spoke simultaneously. Just the voice was more than sufficient to send chills down their spine. Yet at that moment, all of them thought the same thing. Who is he talking to? It was clear that the dragon had been waiting for some eon's arrival, and now that the one had arrived, it wasn't wasting any time. Also, the only new people to have arrived there were Johnny, Colt and Arnold. But the strongest among them was. All of them instinctively turned towards Johnny. After all, he had to be the strongest among them, right? But why was the dragon referring to him as Paladin? Even Colt was confused. For the first time in his life, he had heard a monster talking in human language. Yet he was more concerned about this parading rather than the dragon itself. Jay, you know this dragon? He asked Johnny, who shook his head in reply. Silence. You mongrels. I'm trying to have a conversation here. The dragon lashed out on them. On the surface, they remained calm. Their training didn't allow them to show any emotion to the enemy. Yet on the inside, even they were terrified. It felt almost impossible to defeat the dragon. Just its aura was overwhelming, and it hadn't even made its first move yet. The best among the country were overwhelmed by a single monster. No wonder the low rankers had to run away. If the monster could intimidate them so much, one could only imagine what would have happened if the low rankers had stayed to fight. A few brave souls, however, dared into the dragon's eyes. Wait. It isn't looking at Johnny. But, Colt mumbled and turned around to see what the dragon was looking at. Arnold. Colt then remembered the night they fought against Flying Swords Guild. Jake was referring to Arnold as a paladin. So the dragon was actually there for Arnold. While the others were cowering away, Arnold's gaze pierced the dragon's snake-like eyes. He was afraid of the dragon, yet despite the system's warnings, he had decided what he had to do. Abandoning the people wasn't something Arnold could do. It wasn't his nature. Even with the odds stacked up against him, His desire to fight was visible in his blazing eyes. The demigod seemed to have noticed it, and at that moment a smile broke on its face. Arnold slowly stepped forward, his eyes drilling a hole in the dragon's soul. Although he was ready to fight, he would prefer not to. If talking could solve the issue, then he was more than willing to do so. As he was sure even if he could survive the battle, he was pretty sure the rest would inevitably die. Something he didn't want to happen. "Who are you?" Arnold confidently asked. A tinge of fear could be heard in his voice. "You amuse me, mortal. So, I shall entertain your request." One of the dragon's heads spoke. "I am Tiamat, the goddess of dragons, and am here to put an end to you." "Well, it isn't my first time hearing those words. I must say, when I heard you killed Vritra, I imagined you would be something else. Thus, I was keen to meet you. After all, I wanted to meet the one who killed my daughter." The dragon continued. "Thus, when the mortals of this realm summoned me, I readily agreed. But not to do their bidding, but to see your strength with my own eyes." The next second, an evil, murderous aura surrounded them all. Arnold jumped back, summoning the elites while he was at it. Talos, Asterios, Dread, Bad Breath, Alice, Duke and Cerberus, all instinctively rushed at their master's side. The skies were immediately clouded in with the darkness. She might have been a goddess, but Arnold wasn't backing down from a fight. So were the rest of the warriors. "I'm not going to ask how did you manage to piss that damn thing off, but I hope you have a plan?" Johnny asked Arnold while being shrouded in a thunderous aura. It looked like he was planning to go all out from the get-go. "Kinda," Arnold mumbled, and turned around to face the rest. "Ranged attacks won't work on this monster, so if you can only use those type of attacks, I suggest you back down and focus on protecting the healers and support. Fight against that thing at close proximity is like committing suicide." One of the mages yelled at him, "How do you know our attacks?" "Just listen to what he's saying, you blithering moron." Colt cut the mage off. His strategies have never been wrong before. "So if he's saying something, then your only choice is to follow him. Understand?" Everyone went silent after that. There were no more protests, but their hearts began pounding like never before. Arnold hurriedly analyzed the situation. All in all, there were 10 S-ranked warriors around him, and 7 of his summons. Out of the 17 of them, 3 were healers including Alice and 2 mages. None of the 5 could cause any harm to the dragon as they were proficient with ranged attacks only. Thus only the remaining 12 were even qualified to attack the dragon head. Still, without the support from healers, they wouldn't last for more than a minute against the dragon. After analyzing Tiamat's stats once again, Arnold was sure of one thing. One direct hit could severely injure him and even destroy his summons, which would inevitably lead to his death. This was a battle which required Arnold to depend on his summons. But the summon he needed the most was Alice. "Our victory depends on you," Arnold mumbled while equipping his gears. "No matter what, keep everyone in their top shape. I can't afford to lose anyone in this battle." "Hey Arnold, from age 2, remember?" Johnny chuckled, trying to lighten up the mood once again. He knew it better than anyone what Arnold was capable of. Yes, not being able to use ranged attacks were a pain in the butt for him, but it wasn't like that's all he was good for. "Maybe you two should stand back and let us handle this guy." "First of all, that ain't a guy. That's a she." And second, Arnold tightly gripped the gloves made from Vritra's remains while wrapping Phoenix cloak around his neck. "This isn't my first rodeo against a dragon." Yes, he had killed a dragon before, but not a god. For the first time after gaining the system, Arnold felt scared of a monster. Yet, for the sake of others, he had to act like everything was under his control. Strangely, the fear made him realize something. I'm still a human after all. He might have been stronger than ever, but he was still human. The weakest creature to ever exist in the universe. But humans had a strange power within them. The power to take dumb-ass decisions to overcome dumb-ass situations. And he, being the biggest dumbest to have ever walked on the surface of the earth, was sure he was the only one who could kick the godliness of Tiamat. He looked around his summons. They were ready to follow him till the judgment day, and so were Johnny and the others. But first, He needed to give them the absolute best chance at slaying the godly beast. He used enhancement on everyone, not just his summons but on their weapons and gears as well. None of his summons were S rankers anymore. All of them were now SS. I wonder, does dragon meat taste similar to alligator meat? Well, there's only one way to find out. Attack. Chapter 221. Guardian Angel. It's worse than I thought, Arnold mumbled as Tiamat sent Dread flying over him. Thankfully Dread's exceptional defense saved him from getting destroyed. But things were not looking good for the humans. We can't even get close to it. Those fucking eyes are always staring at us. Ranged attacks don't even work, so that's whole different SHT show. Even with the support the healers are giving us, we haven't made much progress. What do I do? Right then, Asterios and Johnny simultaneously charged at the giant dragon. Asterios had the hammer over his shoulder, ready to yeet Tiamat out of the planet. The outcome, however, was the polar opposite. Asterios soon joined Dread in his flying expedition to defeat. That sucker is still playing with us? Colt yelled in frustration. Even he knew, had Tiamat wished for it, she could annihilate everyone and everything in front. Yet, she was playing with them, slowly pushing them in a downward spiral to despair. They had been fighting this monstrosity for a while now, and all of the S-rankers together couldn't even put a scratch Tiamat's thick skin. The even worse thing was, a few of them had already given up all hopes for defeating the monster. It was too much for them. Arnold felt disgusted. These warriors were supposed to be the best of the best, and yet they were willing to give up so easily. Hell, even the D-ranked soldiers at the Alpha base were braver than these chickens. But now the only ones fighting Tiamat were him, his summons, Johnny and Colt. The mages were doing what they could, but they couldn't do much with their ranged attacks other than providing buffs to the main attack force. Even Duke couldn't use his strongest transformation, as the troll was known to be sharpshooters, which again meant no ranged attacks please. Talos wasn't having a great day either. Despite transforming into Demon Orc, a cosmic creature itself, he couldn't do much, as the spikes on his back were pretty much useless against the one he was facing at the moment. It was the same for the rest of them. Rush in, get kicked, go flying. Even though Asterios went flying away, Johnny somehow managed to dodge the attack. Then he did something unexpected. He grabbed a sword. It was the sword of one of the S-rankers who now refused to fight and had thrown the sword away. With a massive effort, Johnny swung the sword at Tiamat's claw. Despite his tiredness, the battle-honed skills didn't lack a bit. The sword met its target. Thick black blood droplets came oozing out of the scratch. The sword, originally, wouldn't even have managed to put a dent on Tiamat's thick skin. But since Arnold had enhanced all of their weapons along with his summons, it at least managed to get past the skin and made a cut. However, no measly sword could take her down. Johnny was now her new target. The dragon used her massive foot to kick Johnny hard on the jaw, knocking him down. How dare you! Tiamat roared in rage. I will doom your soul to eternal hell. Johnny slowly tried to get up, but by the time he managed to get into a kneeling position, Tiamat was about to crush him like an ant. No! Arnold and Colt yelled at the same time, rushing to the Brawlers' aid. But they were too far away. I won't make it in time, Arnold thought, and activated his rapid dash ability. Still, it wasn't enough. Tiamat's claw came crashing down on Johnny. An instant kill. No. Arnold was ready to make sacrifices to slay Tiamat. But this wasn't how he imagined it would end for Johnny. Johnny, who always had his back no matter what idiotic decisions he made. Johnny, who welcomed him into the family and made his life go from hell to heaven in one night. And he couldn't even protect the one brother he admired more than anyone in the family. That brother was no more. While he was still processing the loss of a brother, an notification popped up on his interface. Your summon, Cerberus, has been destroyed. Time for the resurrection. 1 hour. What the heck are you jackers moping for? John's voice echoed in their ears. Rather than crying yourself, try to make that ugly bastard cry. How did you? Now it made sense to Arnold. Cerberus was the fastest among them, thus he took it upon himself to save Johnny. That too, right before Tiamat slammed her foot on him. "Your dog pushed me out at the last second and saved my OS. That's how? Now, let's focus on the dog killer, shall we?" Johnny was right. Their job wasn't done yet. But Cerberus' sacrifice made Arnold rethink his strategy. Clearly, just enhancing the summons and weapons weren't enough to stop Tiamat's charge. He needed to do something more. Something that not only boosts the strength of him, his summons and allies, but also shields him from Tiamat's ruthless attacks. And he knew exactly what that thing was. "Alice, is the mana boost cooldown over yet?" Arnold turned backwards where the healers and mages were clumped together, breathlessly reciting assorted spells. "Yup, I can use it now," she replied. "All right, do it now then." "I have a plan. Your summon Alice is using Mana Regen LVL6 on you. Mana regeneration rate has increased by 50%. Your summon Alice is using Mana Increase LVL6 on you. Maximum mana temporarily increased by 20% for the next 10 minutes. Current mana, 1,699,022,920. It's more than enough to summon it. Arnold mumbled. "Come forth, guardian angel." A rainbow beam and growth of nature shot around Arnold, marking the coming of an angel. Within the blink of an eye, a mighty being with eyes of light stood over him, engulfing him from all sides. Then it looked at Arnold, its golden eyes fixated on him through its helm. For some reason, Arnold felt incredibly happy, as if he had achieved something no could. Like he had found the fountain of youth. Two massive, feathered wings made the angel look far more imposing. Its elongated body glided with determination. Its white and gold armor made it look like the supreme being. The angel carried a single two-handed sword. A gentle, humming sound can be heard from it. Arnold looked toward the angel a final time. The next moment it kneeled before him for a moment. "Your command, my liege." Author's note: if you are having trouble imagining what the angel looks like, then think of Sasuke's Suzu, lol. Chapter 222, Dragon Overlord Tiamat's backstory. Arnold wasn't the only one feeling the effects of the angel's presence. The ones who had previously given up on fighting had once again taken up the arms to fight till their death. They felt invincible. Their foe was a godly monster. But so what? They won't allow a mere monster to trample over them. At that moment they felt like gods. They were gods. Even Tiamat was concerned about the appearance of a new foe. Yet it wasn't her first and only time seeing the angel until now. The memory of the angels she had wasn't a pleasant one, to say the least. Why do you ask? Because on a fateful day, she was cursed to live her life in her form of a dragon. And the one who cursed her was none other than the Immortal One, Shiva. She remembered how full of herself she had been. Millions of years in the past, she had defeated the lesser gods by her wit and made their lives a living hell. All for killing her lover, Apsa. Back then, only her name was enough to strike fear in the hearts of those filthy lesser gods. Yes, Apsa was the one who declared a war on the lesser gods to dethrone their incompetent leader, who eats and rule over them. By killing Apsa, the lesser gods did what they had to for the sake of their souls, to protect themselves. But love knows no reasons. At the time she heard the news of her lover's demise, she had been recovering from a wound given to her by a lesser god. Hence she couldn't participate in the war, alongside her lover. Back then, she wasn't known as the goddess of dragons, as she was only a low-ranking god even among the lesser gods. After Apsa's death, most of his army consisting of monsters surrendered and turned against her. Only a few who had sworn loyalty for her didn't infect to the enemy's side. They died defending her from the ones they once called their comrades. There was no other option for her other than to run away. But to where? The ones who betrayed her already knew about all the places she could hide in. Her heart was enraged. All she could think of were ways to make the lesser gods pay for their mistake. For the next millennia, she spent her days running and hiding from the lesser gods, as they knew very well she would eventually seek revenge on them. But alas, No matter how hard they tried, they just couldn't find her. It was like she had disappeared. The lesser gods were annoyed but decided to let go of the matter, as the tension between lesser gods and higher gods began rising to new heights. It took the lesser gods a few centuries to reconcile with the higher gods, but they did manage to stop a war from breaking out. All of this happened long before the unfortunate war, which ended in favor of the higher gods, and lesser gods, led by the Forgotten, were defeated by Shiva. The lesser gods foolishly thought it was all over with Tiamat. While they were busy licking the asses of the higher gods, Tiamat was busy gathering an army. But it wasn't an easy task. Who in their right minds would go against the gods? She had her answer to that question. Those who had been wronged by them. The only beings, other than higher gods, that were strong enough to take the lesser gods in an all-out war were the army of the Dragon Overlord. But the dragons were peaceful creatures and rarely intervened between the matter of the gods. If she were to directly request their help, not only would she be turned down, there was also a chance they'd turn her over to the lesser gods. However, the current Dragon Overlord was known to be malicious and a sick pervert. Getting sent back to the lesser gods wasn't a risk she was willing to take. Hence she decided to disguise herself as a consort and win the Overlord's heart over, as she knew he had a terrible reputation when it came to women. The Overlord had been a dragon, but once a dragon gained the power of the Overlord, they also gained the ability to transform into a human. And the then Overlord was known to abduct women and have intercourse with them, as he wasn't interested in mating with dragons anymore. In his lust, he had also abducted a few lesser gods before. Thus Tiamat knew, if they found out her true identity, the Overlord might give her away to the lesser gods as a way to get them to forget about the abductions. She would be sacrificed for a treaty among them. That's why she transformed into Hecate, a goddess she knew the Overlord fancied. She then aimlessly roamed around the part of the universe where the dragons reside. Just like she had planned, a couple of dragons mistook her for Hecate and abducted her. They then presented their Overlord with a gift of a woman they knew the Overlord wouldn't decline. Once she had infiltrated the domain of the dragons, she seduced the Overlord, yet it wasn't enough for him to get persuaded to attack the lesser gods. She then played another card, one to make the Overlord jealous and grow overprotective of her. She told him that Hecate's husband, who eats, would find her sooner or later and then force the Overlord to hand her over. The Overlord seemed to get affected by this, yet once again decided not to attack the gods. Tiamat, under the guise of Hecate, kept trying for years to raise some kind of a conflict between them, but nothing ever came out of her effort. However, during her escapades with the Overlord, she became pregnant, which eventually led to the birth of Vritra. Vritra was the only thing Tiamat adored more than anything, yet the love she had for Vritra couldn't extinguish the rage within her. After all this time, Tiamat grew fed up with the Overlord, hence she decided to become the new Overlord herself. On one fateful night, she killed the then Overlord, and framed Elites for doing so, saying he was jealous of the Overlord as she, Hecate, chose and loved the Overlord more than him. With the Overlord gone and his offspring still young, the elder dragons decided to convert Tiamat into a dragon by performing forbidden rituals. Once this was done, Tiamat became the four-headed goddess of the dragons. After all that, she patiently waiting in the secluded corner of the universe for the perfect opportunity to strike the lesser gods down and make them pay for their crimes. And that moment arrived soon after the dust had settled between the higher gods and the lesser gods. Tiamat returned to avenge her lover. But this time, she wasn't alone. She came with her were 100,000 dragons, each powerful enough to slay a lesser god all by itself. The lesser gods were ridiculously overpowered and didn't stand a chance against the vengeful goddess of dragons. But before the battle ended, Tiamat located and killed the real Hecate to avoid any unwanted complications in her plan. If the dragons saw Hecate, they'd know they had been tricked into killing the gods. Something Tiamat couldn't afford. Soon the lesser gods were defeated and the headless corpse of Weeks was paraded through the realms. Just like Apsa's was. The higher gods didn't interfere in the matter because Tiamat had indirectly resolved the issue they had been facing, and they didn't even need to get their hands dirty because of it. Soon Tiamat was crowned to be the queen of lesser gods as well. Now she could finally turn back into her true form. Everything was great, apart from one thing. The newly crowned dragon goddess wasn't doing great at her job of strictly maintaining the balance of the universe. She had thoughtlessly killed a few important lesser gods which were responsible for maintaining the universal balance. And her dragon underlings weren't doing their jobs properly either. Essentially, they had been neglecting their duties for centuries, which led to almost destroying the universe. This is where Shiva and his army interfered. Whenever the universe was threatened, Shiva took up his legendary trident to restore the order. This time, Tiamat was on the receiving end of Shiva's godly rage. The dragons fought bravely against the Immortals' army but were way out of their league. Shiva's army was much stronger than the lesser gods they had defeated and proved to be too much for them to handle on their own. Technically, Shiva never used the trident against them. He didn't need to. The angels in his army were his sword and killed most of the dragons by themselves. Tiamat finally had to surrender, but it wasn't enough for Shiva. He put a curse on her which forced her to live the rest of her immortal life as a dragon and serve for the well-being of the universe. The remaining dragons were cursed similarly and were now essentially the guard dogs for the lesser gods. That's why Vritra was placed under the control of the guide between the worlds until she was slain by Arnold. After that, the Forgotten was crowned as the new king and the rest is history. This was the reason why Tiamat was taken aback by the appearance of the Guardian Angel. But the Guardian Angel's appearance on the battlefield ended up firming her resolve to kill Arnold, Shiva's paladin, as a way to get back at Shiva as well as for avenging her daughter at the same time. "I shall be the one to end your life," she roared once again. Chapter 223 Dragon Slayer 1. Natalie's fingers become entwined in the woolen blanket, gripping it as if it were more substantial than a square of multicolored yarn, holding onto it like a shield to protect her from fire. "Mommy," the 10-year-old mumbled, seeking help from the mother she never met. Her father had gone out a few hours ago to get some supplies but hadn't returned yet. She was worried, and the sight in front of her made her completely break down in tears. Through her window, a giant draconic monster could be seen at a distance. Natalie's home was quite far away from the observatory and hence the dragon looked no bigger than a caterpillar to her. Yet the continuous stream of blue flames coming out of its mouth made her feel as if she was living through a nightmare. The flames engulfed everything in sight. It didn't differentiate between trees and humans. Whatever touched it was burnt to ashes. The earth was scorched beyond repairs. Yet unbeknownst to the little child, more than a dozen warriors were putting their lives on the line to protect innumerable children like her. Roar! A monstrous cry resounded through the air. Natalie instinctively threw her blanket over herself, crying non-stop. She was just a kid. She wasn't capable of handling such situations by herself. She needed Sumion's help, Sumion's guidance. Then from the lane outside her apartment complex came the sound of sirens and tires screeching on the lane. The cavalry was there to save the civilians. Natalie looked down at the blanket and released her hold of it. The once perfectly knitted blanket now had multiple finger holes in it and was stretched out of shape. She heard people running out in the corridors. Upon hearing the commotion, she gathered whatever strength she had, threw the blanket aside and rushed to open the door. The moment she opened the door, she felt a gloved hand on her shoulder. Strangely, the hand contained more warmth than the blanket could provide. She heard a tender voice but couldn't focus on the words. Only then did she realize she had been crying this entire time. Nina hugged Natalie tightly before lifting the kid in her arms. Natalie tightly wrapped her little hands around Nina's neck, all while crying on her shoulder. Nina wanted to console the weeping kid, but she was too focused on someone else. "You better not die, Arnold," she thought. "He'd never forgive you if you do." "Nina, we've received new orders," Alan reminded Nina. We have to evacuate the entire city. The higher-ups at the syndicate has already sent a notification to all of the S and above-ranking members to immediately rush back to LA. I know that. Nina snapped back, scaring the little girl in her arms. I know that, but by the time they reach Arnold and the others know, he will come back to us. He always does. She pulled Natalie closer to her chest, tears now overflowing from her mystical eyes. Much like Natalie, Nina too needed some form of love and consolation. For the City of Angels had been declared to be a lost cause, just the way it had been for Florida all those years ago. At the moment, the citywide evacuation was taking place. All of the S or above ranked warriors had been summoned back from all of their mission. But even so, it might take a couple of days for the syndicate to counterattack with all their might. And by then, it would be too late for Arnold and the others. After all, even superhumans were mortal. Alan gently placed his hands on Nina's shoulder. Don't worry, he'll come back. I know he would. But for now, let's do our job and help evacuate the civilians. Once that's done, we can rush in to help them. The sooner we're done here, the better it would be for all of us. Nina nodded and quickly wiped the tears off her face. What would Arnold say if he saw her crying all over herself? Never let it go and tease her thoroughly for the rest of her life. Either way, Alan was right. Worrying about them wouldn't help them fight against the dragon. Then she heard it, the blood-curdling cry of the dragon. The roar of the beast struck her ears like a wall of pain. All of them instinctively clutched their ears. She wanted it to stop, but it didn't. She felt a sharp pain in their heads, but the cry didn't stop. All air left her lungs. Her heart trembled like a dried branch of a tree in the middle of a storm. Next, her knees weakened. The wailing slowly stopped. The onslaught of the sound was now over. But Nina noticed something. Unlike before, the cry they just heard was filled with pain and agony. She handed Natalie to Josh and rushed outside. What's going on? Nina asked the mage, who had the ability to view things at a longer distance. The mage called it the sniper vision. Nina asked him once again, but it looked like the mage couldn't register what Nina had just asked him. But she was desperate to know what was happening there. She shook the mage hard and he finally snapped out of his trance. He looked at Nina and smiled, and pointed in the dragon's direction. Words. Just speak, damn it. Nina grew more and more irritated with every passing moment. They just severed one of its heads. The mage mumbled. Even he couldn't believe what he was seeing, but it was true. There was a golden flash and the next thing I know, one of the dragon's heads fell off its nape. What? Nina couldn't believe her ears. Who did it? I'm not sure. It all happened so suddenly, I barely had the chance to blink. But one of the dragon's head is missing. I can bet my life on it. It's him. I'm sure. Arnold was the one to do it. I'm sure it was him. Yes. She threw a fist in the air. That's my boyfriend for y'all. Suck it, you dragon puss. Why? Moments ago at the observatory. That hellfire is troublesome, not for me but the others. Arnold mumbled while the angel slowly transformed itself into Arnold's impenetrable armor. But first, your skill. Berserker's Rage has been activated. All of the user's attributes have been boosted by 150%. You have used Heavenly Blessing, LVL5. Your summons have been granted attribute boost. Mana increased by 80%. HP increased by 80%. Heaven's penalty debuff has been applied to your foe as they bear shadow affinity. Foe's mana decreased by 50%. Foe's HP decreased by 50%. You have activated Rapid Flash. Your agility has increased by 10%. Let's do this, Arnold mumbled, tightening his grip over the guardian angel's mana sword. Yes, my liege. Abdiel, Arnold's guardian angel replied and began flapping his wings. Summoning Abdiel not only gave Arnold the immunity to Tiamat's attacks but also gave him the ability to fly and wield a mana sword by combining with the angel. By combining, it meant that Abdiel had transformed himself into Arnold's armor and sword. While the armor protected him from any damage Tiamat could do on him, the mana sword could cut through anything in the whole world. But as the name suggested, using the mana sword consumed Arnold's mana. Each time he swung it, it consumed 4,900 mana. Moreover, Simultaneously activating so many skills had already taken about 50% of his mana, but it was all worth it. Initially, Arnold was saving up his skills for the upcoming raid on the swamps, but he got stuck in this dire situation. He couldn't afford to hold back against a demigod. Thus he had pulled all the stops. He was going to defeat this self-proclaimed god, and live through it. With his temporary ability to fly and all the boosts applied he had applied to himself, he was already a deadly opponent. Yet all this combined with the mana sword gave him enough strength to cut through Tiamat's hellfire spewing head like a hot knife through butter. 1 down, 3 to go. Arnold smiled, wiping the beast's gross blue blood off his face. Tiamat let out a beastly cry, for one of her head had been sliced on half. Yet for her, the pain was only momentary. Unfortunately, for humans, it would be eternal. Arnold thought he was winning, but in reality, he just doomed everyone around him. Warning: the goddess of dragons, Tiamat, is about to use a lethal ability. Chapter 224, Dragon Slayer 2. Death isn't kind. It never was and never will be. Yet death can be peaceful. However, there wasn't a sliver of peace in a world born from chaos. For chaos consumes everything, and Tiamat was the harbinger of chaos. Those who dared to attack the dragon now knew they were out of their wits to do so. What was supposed to be a quick and decisive battle had turned into an all-out war. They were afraid, but unlike the last time, they didn't give up. Well, most of them didn't. They still had their weapons in hand, but they couldn't move. It was as if their feet had grown attached to the ground, refusing to move. But in reality, it was all due to the murderous intent Tiamat was letting out. In the end, most of them thought about abandoning the city along with the mission and escape once the evacuations were done with. They were right in their place. It was better to retreat and regroup with the rest of the forces than to fight only to get a meaningless death. The only problem was, there was no escape. Tiamat wouldn't let her prey get away after they dared to attack her. Arnold's attack had infuriated her to no limits, and he solely had her attention now. While the monster was focusing on him, a few of the warriors finally snapped out of their fears and made a break for it. They had willingly abandoned their comrades and rushed out to save their lives, while those who stayed were doomed to be mercilessly slaughtered. Arnold's summons too were witnessing all of this firsthand. Since they were animated beings, usually they were immune to their foes' psychological attacks. But to their horror, even they were being affected by Tiamat's aura. The only ones who still had a grip over themselves were Arnold and Johnny, but even they were speechless. Then it happened. Warning: the goddess of dragons, Tiamat, is about to use a lethal ability. Halahala. Author's note: according to Hindu mythology, Halahala was the most potent and dangerous poison to ever exist and was created during the dire attempt for the gods and demons to obtain Amrit, the nectar of immortality. But before the nectar could be obtained, a poison was secreted out by a serpent. All of the gods and demons were dying, and that's when Shiva came to their rescue. I won't spoil it anymore because there's a little surprise towards the end of the chapter. The moment the text appeared in front of his eyes, a thick fog started accumulating around them. But it was no ordinary fog. It was a poison that one of Tiamat's heads were leaking out. Everyone cover your nose, Arnold yelled, but was interrupted by none other than Tiamat. Covering your orifices wouldn't do you much good, she said while laughing hysterically. The poison I secrete is somewhat special. Mortal, I'll let you in on a secret since you're all going to die either way. You needn't breathe the poison in, the poison would do it by itself. It'll seep through your skin and kill you from the inside. Furthermore, the poison would keep spreading throughout this realm of mortals even if you were to sever the head until... Well, I don't think I should inform you about the sole weakness of my ability, now can I? Arnold opened his mouth to give Tiamat a piece of his mind, but he was interrupted by one of the warriors' frantic gasps. The man had been nearest to Tiamat and hence was the first one to get affected by the deadly poison. Arnold thoughtlessly rushed towards the man, while Tiamat let out a maniacal laugh. She was sure she was going to destroy them all, especially the paladin. By the time Arnold reached the warrior, he had already collapsed on the ground, trying hard to breathe. But no matter how hard he tried to breathe, The air just wouldn't go in. He felt like his lungs had been tied in a knot. Between the gasps, the man begged Arnold to save him. The proud warrior wept like a child, saying he didn't want to leave his family alone. Arnold just stayed silent. He didn't know what to do. He was defeated. Slowly the man's conscience faded away. Even in death, his eyes begged Arnold to save his soul, and Arnold just stayed there, the man's dead body in his hands. He was so consumed by guilt, he didn't even notice something Tiamat and the others did. Interesting. It seems your armor is protecting you from my poison. Even so, your armor would fade away sooner or later, and once it does it'll be over for you. Tiamat blurted out, but the same couldn't be said about your allies. They are not special, like you. They are simple mortals and they would die like the one in your arms. That's the price you'll pay for inciting my fury. Ha ha ha. Arnold didn't reply. He gently closed the warrior's eyes and carried him back to where Alice and the others were. He laid him on the ground and turned around. Master Talos wanted to comfort his master, but Arnold told him to shut it. He wasn't in the mood to talk. He then looked around. Most of the humans were still to react from the poison. Since his summons were already dead or didn't have life in them, Tiamat's ability did not affect them. But the poison was slowly but surely spreading throughout the city, and if it did, then no one would be safe. No one. He had to contain the poison before it was too late. Thankfully, he already had his answer. His domain. Johnny, and everyone else. Leave. I'll stop this monster by myself, he said. Johnny protested. You want to fight that thing alone? Are you out of your fucking mind? But Arnold was having none of it. He had already made up his mind. Reluctantly, Johnny and everyone backed off, while Arnold's summons surrounded him. The minute Johnny and the others were out of his reach, he summoned his domain into the real world, just like he had done while fighting with Jake. Pitch black darkness surrounded Tiamat, his summons and himself, while the others were locked out of the space. Doing this took a toll on him, but it was necessary. This way the poisonous gas would stay locked up in his domain till he figured out a way to deal with it, or till he died. Both of these scenarios had an equal possibility of occurrence. For now, he had dealt with the problem at hand. But now he needed to figure something else out. He had literally locked himself up with the deadliest monster to have ever stepped foot on the planet. A bold move, but not a wise one. Even with his summons, he wouldn't be able to kill Tiamat. Hell. Why do I have to clean up after the mess of a god? FCK my life. Unbeknownst to him, the god he had cursed was intently watching over him as the events unfold. Why are you smiling, my love? Lady Parvati, Shiva's eternal love, asked him. Your precious mortal could potentially die and yet you're smiling? Shiva didn't immediately reply, keeping his eyes on the one who was destined to be his vassal. Finally, he tore his eyes from Arnold and looked at his love. Tell me, Parvati, doesn't this scene seem familiar? Lady Parvati finally realized what Shiva was talking about, and so did Nandi, who had been watching the entire thing while staying at his lord's side. She remembered what was Shiva referring to. It happened very long ago, long before the existence of the lesser gods. It was the time when the higher gods decided to hold a test to select candidates to fill up the place of lesser gods in the coming millennials. But before that, the young candidates had to prove themselves. For the task, the candidates had to churn out the hidden Amrit, the nectar of immortality, from the cosmic ocean. Upon consuming the nectar, they would become gods. But all was not well. Under the guise of gods, few demons snuck in and corrupted the Holy Land. They too wanted immortality and hence devised the plan to rain on their parade. But because of their presence, the universe let out a deadly poison to cleanse itself. But the poison killed everyone, demon or not, around itself and proceeded to destroy the universe itself. The god of creation, Brahma, saw this and cried for someone to help. Many higher gods rushed to his aid, but they all ended up dying from the poison. Everything, all of my creations are getting destroyed. Someone, please, help me. Save the universe. Brahma wailed and wailed, but no one responded to his call. They all were afraid of their lives. Until one man did. "I will cleanse the universe. I will bear the burden of all of its sin." Everyone turned to see who was foolish enough to do something like that. It was Shiva. Both Parvati and Nandi had tried to stop him from doing so. But Shiva didn't listen. Whenever the universe was threatened, it was his duty to help maintain the equilibrium. Parvati had asked him why, and Shiva's reply resounded throughout the universe. "Being with you made me realize that my anger isn't something the universe needs. But it's my compassion. My compassion for the universe is forcing me to do this. This is my dharma, my self-law." Stating this, Shiva entered the ocean and opened his mouth. He sucked in all of the poison. The dark poison slowly faded away, and as it did, everything that had lost their lives to it came back to life. Even consuming a small amount of this poison could kill any divine being. But Shiva didn't even flinch after consuming the entirety of it. It was now clear, even to the higher gods, that Shiva was no mere god. From that day onwards, he was worshipped as a supreme being, and while he was not always interacting with the universe, he was there to protect it when it really mattered. Still, consuming the poison had its effects on him. Shiva's fair skin turned blue, and more than that, his throat, where the poison had been stored, turned into a deeper shade of blue. For his brave efforts, Brahma gave Shiva a new name, Neelkanth. Author's note: as usual, this is my own interpretation of the mythological texts. If you want to know what happened as it's written in Hindu holy texts, you can search and read about Samudra Manthan, which translates into churning of the ocean. And before I forget it, Neelkanth means blue throat. So is this another test? Parvati asked. Shiva silently shook his head. It isn't. This wasn't a trial I planned, but a hand of destiny. Then shouldn't you stop it? Shiva once again shook his head. If he kept helping him, then Arnold would never be able to achieve what he was destined to have. He had helped him once during Arnold's fight with Vritra, by letting him use his weapon. But this time, he had to forge a path on his own. A path worthy of a god. Chapter 225. Dragon Slayer 3. The hell is going on here? The camera operator mumbled. "Focus on me, will you?" Nancy Williams, the reporter from CNN, was hovering above the place that was once known as Griffith Observatory. But now it was nothing more than a huge mass of rumble. Yeah. The cameraman focused the camera back on the once beautiful and charming reporter, but even though she had aged quite a bit, she still had her charm and a zeal to get whatever she wanted. They were the first to arrive at the location to cover the story, but they weren't the only ones. At least half a dozen helicopters were hovering above the black sphere, inside of which was the deadliest monster to ever step foot on Earth. The syndicate had advised them not to get close to the location. But have these people ever listened to anything before? The moment the government prohibits them from doing anything, they immediately start speculating about the world-ending plans or numerous other reasons on how the government would go through with some kind of genocide. This time, just like every other time, they were wrong. The information about the appearance of a deadly monster was true. The worst thing was, they couldn't even get a glimpse of the monster, and by the time they arrived at the location, the monster had already been sealed into a gigantic black sphere. In all of the years they had been committed to journalism, none of them had ever seen or heard about such a sealing skill. "We've been informed that the nation's top warriors are rushing back to save Los Angeles, the new capital," Nancy continued. "We can see a few warriors standing next to the mysterious sphere. Even Johnny Black is down there, and looks like they are busy devising a plan to deal with the monster. Regretfully, we don't have footage of the monster at the moment, but our sources tell us that it is a dragon-type monster with multiple heads." Upon mention of the dragon, the cameraman swallowed his saliva and continued filming the scene. If so many high-ranking warriors couldn't stop him, then who could? He thought. Unbeknownst to them, the one who could defeat the dragon was already in the middle of doing so. However, not everything was going as smoothly as the reporting on the outside. Tiamat swung her gigantic paw and smashed Duke and Bad Breath into pieces. Now, only 4 of Arnold's elite summons were remaining, and all they had managed was to get rid of its tail. Well, not all of them, but Asterios and Dread. Since they got rid of the tail, Arnold thought they could take a limb or two as well. Man, was he wrong. Not only did they fail to deal severe damage on Tiamat's legs, but Arnold also lost Duke and bad breath in the process. But the bad news didn't end there. "My liege, my strength is fading away," Abdiel reminded Arnold. "You have only one strike left." Arnold gritted his teeth. He knew time was running out, but Tiamat wasn't concerned with it. She wasn't playing around anymore. The bitch wanted him dead, all right, but he wasn't going to let it happen so easily. "I must say, I can't remember the last time I had this much fun," Tiamat commended Arnold in his summons. "However, it would be more fun to torture you, and once that's done, I'll kill everything in sight." "Don't worry, I'll make sure you get to enjoy the show as much as I do. You sure talk a lot more now that one of your head is gone." Arnold gave a snarky reply. "I wonder if you'll talk even more when I slice another one of your heads." If it had been a debate competition, it'd have won 3 times already. Sadly, it isn't. Arnold thought as Tiamat went quiet. "Either way, I have to deal with that poison-spewing head of hers. It won't matter if I sever the head, the poison would keep leaking out, and the moment the domain collapses, the poison would spread out in all directions." Tiamat had admitted herself that her ability had a weakness. He just had to figure it out. Yet, it was easier said than done. He had been thinking for quite a while but couldn't find a solution. "Talos, can you decode the composition of the poisonous gases that overgrown lizard is secreting?" Arnold turned towards Talos, who was standing next to him. His thinking was simple. If he couldn't find a weakness on the outside, then the weakness must be hidden inside the gas itself. "As you wish, Master," the automaton replied. He immediately took a sample of the gas in his metal body and began analyzing it right then and there. Meanwhile, Dread and Asterios were keeping Tiamat busy. Dread was being straightforward and attacking the dragon whenever there was an opportunity, while Asterios was showing off in front of the dragon. His actions were very suggestive, but Arnold hadn't thought Asterios was capable of doing something like that. That too in between of a fight. Arnold was doubtful whether the Minotaur's intentions were real or fake. But humping Tiamat's severed tail in front of her certainly got her attention only on the raging bull. "Master, it's done," Talos replied, and proceeded to inform Arnold about his findings. The more Talos spoke, the happier Arnold became. He now knew what the poison's weakness was. So that's why that bitch didn't use the ability while her other head was intact. Arnold was all smiles now. It would seem so. Talos joined in. "The poison is so potent, no who comes in contact would be able to survive, thus the dragon could overlook the flaw. But since your armor protects you from any harm and you possess the required affinity, I can say a perfect counter to her poison ability." Arnold nodded and turned towards his summons. "Thanks for your assistance, boys, but you should probably back down, 'cause things are about to get heated." Saying so, Arnold let go of his mana sword. The following moment his hands burst into flames. Seeing the glow in Arnold's hands, all of the colors visibly drained from Tiamat's poison-spewing head. She tried closing her mouth, but couldn't. Something was stuck in her mouth. She didn't recognize, but it was one of Talos' spike that he threw in her mouth the moment Arnold ignited the flames. She had been so focused on the fire, she didn't even notice when it happened. The entire domain had already been shrouded by the poisonous gas. So, even if she managed to close her mouth now, it wouldn't save the source of the gas, her head, from blowing up. Arnold kept increasing the temperature of the flames. Abdiel protected him from any damage, hence no matter how hot the flames got, Arnold won't feel any pain. The brighter the flame got, the more agitated Tiamat became. There was no saving her now. Arnold threw a continuous barrage of fireballs towards her mouth. The next moment, there was a deafening explosion. The explosion rang the air as if it was hell-bent on shattering the universe by ripping apart every atom. Following the explosion, came the agonizing cry of the demigod. As the smoke cleared, Arnold saw the state his domain was in. No matter where he looked, there was only stinking bloody mass. Tiamat had collapsed on the ground. Only the ice-spewing head was remaining at its place. The explosion took not one but two heads along with it. Arnold didn't waste any time. He quickly grabbed the mana sword and charged at the dragon. Tiamat saw him coming but didn't have the energy to fight or move anymore. The explosion had taken too much out of her. With one clean sweep, Arnold decapitated the remaining head as Abdiel along with the armor and the sword faded away into nothingness. The duration of the skill was over. His summons came rushing towards him. Everyone apart from Talos was confused about what happened there, and Arnold was more than happy to tell them about it. Talos, do you mind repeating what the poisonous gas was made of? Arnold smiled while kicking the corpse of the arrogant dragon. Hydrogen sulfide, carbon monoxide, and a few other compounds. And even high schoolers know that all of these compounds are not only highly toxic but flammable too. The gas burns rapidly upon coming in contact with fire. Arnold explained while he cancelled the domain expansion, since the dragon's throat was the source of it all. Once the flame reached the throat, there was an explosion. Slowly the domain collapsed and they came back to the real world. Everyone saw the corpse of the dragon and couldn't say anything. They were expecting Arnold to die but he didn't. Even the reporters nor the people watching the broadcast could believe it. Multiple questions were racing through their minds. The monster was dead. A single man managed to kill the dragon. Was this guy even human? Johnny was the first one to regain his composure and rushed to check up Arnold. But instead of asking, "Are you hurt?" what he asked was, "How did you?" Arnold smiled and waved his hand. "It's a long story. I'll tell you later. First I need to check something." He wanted to see how much EXP he got from killing a godly beast. Current EXP, 694,596. Wait. This isn't right. I already had this much EXP before the fight. Is the system still calculating the amount of EXP I got? That could be it. Or, then it dawned upon him, "Everyone, get back." He yelled at top of his lungs as he pushed Johnny away. But before he could save himself, a claw pierced through his abdomen. He looked down at the gaping hole. A black claw was seared with his blood and flesh. He immediately recognized the claw. It was much smaller than it had been previously. Now it almost looked like a human hand. "You infidel. You actually managed to defeat me." The formerly hoarse voice was now surprisingly feminine, yet the hatred in it was as strong as ever. "I should thank you for freeing me from that wretched body, but accept my apologies for killing you first." The dragon goddess was still alive. Chapter 226. Stunned. Arnold's life flashed in front of his eyes. All the pain, guilt, and whatnot he had buried in the back of his head came rushing forward. He saw many faces. Some he recognized, some he didn't. Some he hated, some he didn't. But in that moment, he couldn't care about anything. "It hurts," he wanted to say, but only blood came out of his open mouth. As blood trickled down from his mouth, he could only feel unwanted pain. His body was on the verge of collapsing, yet his mind didn't give a shit. The moment he saw Tiamat's hand piercing through his body, everything went silent. It felt like he had been living in slow motion. All of a sudden, the pain that once burned like a fire slowly faded away to an icy numbness. Black filled the edges of his vision and the only thing he could hear was his heartbeat. His breath had become ragged. He couldn't take anything but shallow gasps. Seconds passed as his legs grew powerless. He simply stood there with a cavity in his chest. Then, he heard a voice. He heard a familiar voice, yet couldn't see anything. Only darkness was in front of his eyes. I know that voice. He hasn't heard this voice in a long time. It belonged to his mother. The mother who got killed by a low-ranking monster, right in front of his eyes. How ironic. We both died at the hands of a monster. I'm happy, my son. His mother's, Alessa's voice echoed in his mind. What are you happy for? I've done nothing for you to be proud of. Wrong. You've grown so strong and never gave up on your sister. Even today, you faced the threat to protect the others. How can a mother not be happy to give birth to a valiant son like you? For the first time in a while, Arnold was speechless. For all this time he had felt worthless, but now he felt like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. You've lived your life revolving around others, but it's time to start living for yourself. You don't need to punish yourself for what a 17-year-old child couldn't do. You don't need to blame yourself for our demise. Not anymore. Live for yourself. Isn't it too late? I'm already dead. That's why here, right? Arnold asked his mother. That's way wrong. We never left you. We were always here. Your father and me, together. He felt a touch over his chest. The same place that had been ripped open. He thought it would hurt, but the touch was so soothing. He had never felt so happy before. Then the darkness suddenly dissipated and he heard his mother's voice one last time. Live your life once again, son. Make us more proud. Take care of your sister as well as the one you love. Passive skill. Sacred Protection had activated. The user is protected by lethal damage once. The skill is now in cooldown. Cooldown, 06:23:59:59 days, hours, minutes, seconds. Master Talos and the rest of the summons charged at the enemy. But it was too late. Tiamat's claws had already dug through Arnold's flesh. Everyone was stunned. Out of nowhere, this woman came and killed one of the warriors. There were many questions and no answers. Why would someone attack the one who saved them? This was the thought racing through their minds. Talos and the other summons knew exactly who the woman was, but the rest didn't. To them, she was just human. A human whom Arnold had saved like them. They didn't know it was the same dragon in disguise. It wasn't until she released her aura that they realized who the woman was. It wasn't their fault either. Anyone who saw her would say she was a human. The only thing which gave her away was the color of her skin. It was reddish-brown, unlike anything they had seen before. Her 62 inches tall and muscular frame was also unique. She had a long face, a turned-up nose, thin lips, and her brown eyes were thin. The weirdest thing was her elbow length, curly, black and unstyled hair. It looked as if the hair hadn't been brushed or maintained for years. Tiamat went for a second strike, but before she could, Talos, Dread and Asterios attacked her from behind while Alice pulled Arnold's body away from her. She immediately began treating his wound, although there wasn't much to treat anyway. Yet she refused to give up. The rest of the healers tried to tell her that her master was done for, but she didn't listen. I won't give up until he stops breathing. She yelled back at them. So, you can either help me or get lost. There was so much emotion in her voice. The healers refused to believe that Alice was just a summon. But it wasn't the time to debate, and ultimately, Alice was right. There was a chance as long as Arnold was breathing. They too joined the efforts to save him. It was the least they could do. After all, it was Arnold who saved them. By this time, the evacuations were already completed and Nina had made her way there, only to see her beloved in such a vulnerable state. All she could see was the gaping hole in his chest. But something else was happening. Wait. What's happening? Alice stopped the others. The flesh. It's growing back. The cavity in Arnold's chest was getting filled on its own. His body was repairing itself. He was alive. Soon the cavity was filled completely, but Arnold didn't wake up. Johnny had gone silent. He was still too shocked to process what happened there. Arnold's blood had also been spluttered on him, back when he pushed him back. All he could think was, his blood is on my hands. He died because of me. Guilt consumed him. His body was itching to recklessly charge at the woman who was already dealing with 3 of Arnold's summons. But before he could, the Minotaur's decapitated head flew right by his face. That's what you get for disrespecting me, you leveled piece of cow dung. Tiamat spat out in disgust. But your weapon is mighty fine. I'll keep this gigantic hammer for myself. After Asterios, Dread and Talos soon followed his suit. However, Talos turned into the demon orc form and as a result, wasn't destroyed, but it was safe to assume he won't be able to fight anymore. Arnold was still down. The healers had surrounded him, but Johnny knew it was of no use. Arnold was more or less gone now. Everyone, retreat. Take Arnold's body and leave. I'll try to buy you as much time as I can. Got it, Colt replied and told everyone to run. Something all of them were more than willing to do. Before he could retrieve Arnold's corpse though, Tiamat let out an insane amount of murderous aura. Everyone just froze wherever they were. Johnny had bravely told them he would buy them some time, yet at that moment he couldn't even take a step forwards. The aura she had released was too much for anyone to bear. "Where do you think going?" Tiamat roared, swinging Asterios warhammer over her shoulder. "Didn't I tell you? They're all dying here. Let's see who I will kill first." "Ah, that mortal next to the cocky bastard would be a good start." Saying so, Tiamat casually started walking towards Nina. She walked right past Johnny and he couldn't do anything. For the first time after gaining his strength, he was scared to move. He wanted to kill that damn woman, but he couldn't move. He felt so useless and humiliated. He couldn't even turn to look at what was happening behind his back. He was mortified. Finally, his legs gave out and he collapsed on the ground. He looked around himself and everyone was already unconscious. "We are doomed," he thought before losing consciousness himself. Tiamat, unfazed by her surroundings, grabbed Nina's neck and lifted her up. She then proceeded to slap Nina twice to wake her up. As soon as Nina regained consciousness, she tried to get out Tiamat's grasp using her sword but couldn't. Alice then threw herself at Tiamat, biting hard on her thighs. She kicked Alice down before crushing her skull. "Why are you so hell-bent on serving your dead master? Do you want to join him?" Tiamat smirked. "It doesn't matter even if your answer is number. Your fate had already been decided." She then threw Nina down and intending to use Asterios' warhammer to crush her head before killing everyone else. She slowly raised the hammer over her head and slammed it down on her. But nothing happened. She tried again, but it looked like the hammer had a heart of his own. It just wouldn't come down. Then she felt it, an overwhelming aura, darker than her own, stronger than her own. The hammer in her hands was pulled away by someone standing behind her. She reluctantly turned around. How are you still alive?" she asked the man standing in front of her. "I'm not in the mood for chit-chat anymore." Arnold's voice echoed throughout the place, as his aura grew darker and stronger with every passing moment. "You've activated Devil's Rage. All attributes have been boosted by 400%. The damage taken is reduced by 80%. Rank has been temporarily boosted to Cosmic A. Duration, 5 minutes. Lifetime usage remaining, 05. He looked over Tiamat's shoulder. Nina was staring back at him. "Are you hurt?" he asked. "No." Even though she denied it, Arnold's bloodshot eyes saw the finger marks around her neck and cheeks. "Do you mind holding on for a while? This won't take long." "Sure, I think." "Don't you dare ignore me, mortal!" Tiamat yelled and tried to scratch Arnold's face, but he grabbed her hand before she could do anything. "You dare put your hands on my woman and then interrupt us?" Arnold's voice was calm, yet full of fury. "I hope you've said your prayers, 'cause your death won't be a quick one." The next moment, he ripped her arm apart, the same one she had slapped Nina with. Tiamat screamed in agony, but she couldn't do much after that. As Arnold proceeded, slapped her into oblivion. Once he was done, he sent Tiamat flying upwards. "Be right back," Arnold told Nina and went after Tiamat, thinking of the most painful ways to kill her. Chapter 227. Godkiller. The reporters filming the incident couldn't believe their eyes. The tide of the battle was in their favor now. They were excitedly chattering among themselves as well as the audience who was witnessing it all through the internet and the TV. As you can see, the mysterious female who took so many lives is now being manhandled by a single warrior. Nancy earnestly reported the incident in her own words. Although the relationship between the dragon and the female is not clear yet, but it's certain that both of them are related in some manner. I'd request Keith to zoom in at ground zero while our pilot tries his best to keep us afloat. You cannot see it, but the aura released by the lone warrior has completely thrown us off. It's too much for us to handle, but we will continue monitoring the situation. It's getting more and more difficult to maintain a level head during this encounter. All I can say at this point is, this guy is not human. Looks like America has found yet another SS-ranked warrior. That's all for now. We'll keep you updated as the battle unfolds. Everyone on board the helicopter was sweating profusely. They were so far above where the real action was taking place, yet it felt like they were trekking over an active volcano, one which could burst at any moment. "Man, that's brutal." Keith, the cameraman, mumbled as he zoomed in on the battling warrior. "He's out for blood, isn't he? Just be happy that someone like him is on our side. If he wasn't, I don't know who would be able to handle him." Nancy mumbled while gazing at the battle herself. "Brutal doesn't even come close to describing the scene in front of us. It's barbaric." "That's what it is," she thought. The term murderer was now reserved for psychopaths. If the killing was done for means of survival, no one thought less of you, or else they would be the next in line. There were those who took life and crumpled under the weight of guilt, even if they'd no choice. There were some who killed when necessary and never lost a wink of sleep over it. Arnold belonged to the latter category. Killing to protect him and his loved ones was like second nature to him. He didn't care what the others thought about him. No one was a saint in this world. At least he had the guts to stand tall and face his demons while the rest cowered away. Right now, a god was his prey. Well, technically a demigod, but still, a higher being than humans. Her one remaining foot was 3 inches off the ground, as blood trickled down her neck and dripped on the ground. The only thing stopping her from plummeting face down on the ground was his hand, which grabbed her hair, forcing Tiamat to look him in the eyes. Claws had popped out of his bloodied hands. Around the tip of the claw, the blood was dry and hard, but still, the red liquid drizzled down the girl's face like a raindrop on a window. The cold look reflected on his face were enough to give anyone shudders. On the outside, he was calm and collected, yet on the inside, he felt like a sadist bastard. He had plummeted the proud goddess of dragons till she was no longer able to open her puffy eyes nor the bloodied lips. Hatred had consumed him. He seemed to have no sense of humanity left in his soul. His heart seemed to be made of stone. The way he had brutally thrashed Tiamat all over the place to the point she stopped resisting him, was the proof of it. Apart from the news reporters, Nina was the sole witness of his barbaric actions. Even though Arnold was continuously emitting strangely dark aura, Nina felt no hostility in it, at least not for her, yet would never forget the evil and bloodlust-filled glint in his eyes. Tiamat's blood was splattered all over him. Even she could smell the blood from such a distance. All of a sudden she was reminded of the incident in the dungeon where Arnold and Nathan had saved her. She wasn't sure, but she knew Arnold did hold back when it came to the family. What surprised her more was that Tiamat was still alive. Even after all that beating, she was alive. Arnold had done something she never saw him doing. He had ripped her limbs apart one after another. He continued doing it until the blood stopped flowing out of her body. "Kill me, and be done with it." Tiamat's voice now resembled a mouse, unlike the mammoth she had been before fighting with Arnold. She had admitted defeat, yet it wasn't enough for Arnold. He wasn't going to make it easy for her. Not one bit. But rather than saying anything, he just laughed. But it wasn't a funny one. More like pure evil, maniacal laugh. A laugh which sent chills down through everyone's spine who heard it. "You still think you have some authority over me?" He threw her onto the ground before turning away. "Don't leave me alive, mortal, or else I'll hunt you down," Tiamat said, her voice weaker than it ever was. "You don't need to tell me that. But killing you right away would be a waste. You destroyed my defense gear, so it's only right that I make one out of you," he replied before taking Nina's sword from her. He then walked back to her and mounted over her body. He raised the sword to sever her 5th head, but she still had something to say to him. "Remember, mortal, the moment you kill me, the rest of the demigods would hunt you down. They won't stop till you're dead. Cut the crap and just die already, you overgrown lizard." He swung the blade at Tiamat's neck, decapitating her in one strong blow. Her severed head rolled to the side. When it stopped, her eyes met his for the last time. Arnold could still feel the disgust and the rage in those eyes. Her gaze, however, was interrupted by the message that popped up in front of Arnold. Confirmation that he had killed Tiamat once and for all. "You've killed a cosmic being. EXP, plus 10,000. First rank B cosmic being guild. EXP, plus 40,000. First demigod killed, EXP, plus 100,000. Bonus for defying the overwhelming odds, EXP, plus 70,000. 3 large healing potions have been added to your inventory. 3 large mana potions have been added to your inventory. You cannot level up. Excess EXP will be stored for future use. Current EXP, 914,596. You've achieved a new title. Name: God Killer. This is a title exclusive to the human known as Times Arnold Ling Times, which he achieved after successfully slaying Tiamat, the goddess of dragons, despite the hardship and overwhelming odds. Effect: when fighting against reptilian monsters, the damage dealt to the monsters is increased by 40% while the damage received is reduced by 50%. When fighting against godly beings, damage dealt is increased by 20%. Arnold quickly stored both of Tiamat's bodies, the human one as well as the dragon form, in his domain before heading up to check on his comrades. His job was done. Now he needed to save the others. Chapter 228. A hero? A debate broke out everywhere as soon as the battle was over and had been telecasted worldwide. Many were praising Arnold for his courage and strength. But there were also a few who berated him. Many were glad the threat was over, but a few were sad because of the loss of 21 high-ranking warriors and more than 50 civilians, including the warriors who were killed during the initial assault at the Black Estate. The kill count would have been much higher if it wasn't for him and his summons, but it didn't seem like the haters cared about it. They just wanted their 2 minutes of fame, no matter the methods they used to achieve it. Also, most of these people died before Arnold and others reached the observatory. But that didn't stop people from judging Arnold. Their only argument was, if he had that kind of strength, why didn't he use it from the beginning? Was he waiting for the rest to die? Back when Arnold activated Devil's Rage, he wasn't aware that numerous reporters were covering the entire thing. When the reporters had first arrived, he was already inside the void. Also, Tiamat attacked him as soon as he got out. Thus there was no way for him to focus on the reporters, and now thanks to them, the world had been questioning his intentions. A few days later, a memorial statue resembling had been erected at the entrance of Griffith Observatory as a tribute to the fallen heroes. Right now, Arnold, Johnny, Nicole, Nina and a few others were giving their condolences to the dead and their family. Even Talos was accompanying. He too wanted to express his regrets for being powerless to save them. While Arnold was talking to one of the families, a woman came rushing towards him and slapped him across the face before anyone could react. Talos threateningly took a step in her direction, but Arnold stopped him. Soon the policeman took the lady away, but not before Arnold saw what was in her hands. A photograph of the man who had died in Arnold's arms after consuming Tiamat's poison. While the lady was being taken away, she kept shouting obscenities at him. "My husband died because of you. You could have saved him, but you didn't. You don't deserve to live." These were a few among the various things he heard. Most of the people were supportive of him and reassured him. "It isn't your fault." Arnold knew it wasn't, but deep in his heart, he felt conflicted. A couple of days had passed since the incident, and all that time Arnold kept wondering whether he should have used Devil's Rage earlier than he did, thinking he would be able to save a few more lives. The ceremony ended and they went back to the estate. Arnold didn't acknowledge anyone, neither Nina nor Nicole, and went straight to his room. Their intentions were pure, but Arnold couldn't care less. He wanted no. He needed to be alone right now. But destiny had some other plans. When he entered his room, he saw Nathaniel sitting on the armchair. He had been waiting for him. "How have you been, young man?" Nathaniel asked with a smile as big as the sun. Nathaniel had aged a lot. His skin was loose and was covered with wrinkles. As for his hair, he was as bald as ever. His unkempt beard was long and beaded. Arnold couldn't help but notice Nathaniel's muscle gain. Even though he had aged, his body was in good condition. Arnold smiled wanly in reply. "Looks like retirement has been treating you well, sir." They shook their hands and exchanged pleasantries, before making themselves comfortable. "How are you feeling?" Nathaniel asked Arnold, I know it hasn't been easy on you, but I want to know how you feel, in your own words. Too don't know. The more I think about it, the more it hurts. If I don't think about it, it hurts more because I feel as if those who sacrificed themselves weren't worth my attention. For the first time since the incident, Arnold was finally letting his emotions out. At that moment, he saw Nathaniel as a father figure, someone who wouldn't judge him. And Nathaniel was true to the feeling. He was there to help Arnold ease his pain, not to burden him more. Others would have emotional scars, not you. You're still bleeding because your heart is so strong, because you did what was needed to be done. While others were failing, you pushed yourself through the limits. Be proud of the men, women, and children who are smiling right now because of you. It'll pain, it'll hurt. But rather than dragging yourself down with hurt, embrace it. Only love can cure hurt, and you, young lad, are the single most capable man I've met in my life. Nathaniel continued, that's what the crazy magic known as love can do, fix souls, fix brains, cure us all. I wish I could have mastered that way. But it's hard when you've been starving for so long. Unlike modern abilities, there are no scrolls nor magic tomes which can teach you to love yourself. Only one's experience in life can teach them that. Still, remember, you can sit and call for help. When it comes to your soul, you don't need to act like there is a cage or wear a mask of coping and normality. All of us are in this together. That's what it means to be a family. Arnold silently nodded, showing he understands what Nathaniel was saying. Yet what makes love simple is its ability to heal the deepest wounds, the ones even time can't heal. Nathaniel got up from his chair, patting Arnold's shoulder. However, there is another escape route, yet it is one leading to great pain. It is possible to be so emotionally starved that you slip through the cage of resentment, unaffected by hate, sorrow, or even love bestowed upon you. You will no longer be bound to pain, but at the expense of your crumbling soul. I understand why some go cold inside to escape the pain of isolation, why they let their empathy wither and die. They have gone through too much. Yet I refuse. Regardless of the pain, I believe that living with an incomplete soul is a form of death, and I'd rather be a human in pain than become a shell of a man, a ghost, a zombie. Surely, the latter is the quickest way to let the pain subside, but in the long run, it'll only hurt you more. I thought you were here to tell me what to do. Arnold smiled as he remembered how good Nathaniel was with words. That's not my job. I can only guide you, tell you about the positives and the negatives of a situation or a choice. But ultimately, the one who has to make the decision, it's your life. No one has the right to intervene in it. Now that I've told you what I wanted to, I'll take my leave. And don't forget to rest. You need it more than anyone else. Nathaniel ruffled Arnold's hair and left the room, allowing him time to think about the future because another war was about to begin. Chapter 229, Relic. The oldie isn't wrong, Master. Sulking around won't help you. Natasha appeared from underneath his bed. He had summoned her to discuss something important. I, on the other hand, can do a pretty good job and raising spirits as well as something else. Keep talking like that and I might just have to set your OS straight. Arnold warned her, all tinge of self-doubt and sadness long gone from his voice. Did she? Not yet, Master. It would appear that she doesn't know anything else. I was hoping she did. Well, I can't keep thinking about it. Arnold waved his hands around. They were talking about Mullis' half-sister, Avla, whom the Golems had captured during the attack. Once Tiamat had been killed and things had calmed down a bit, the representatives of Guardian Syndicate wanted to interrogate the remaining attackers. Thus the family had to hand over the captives to the Syndicate, at least those who hadn't already been ripped to shreds upon Arnold's command. But unbeknownst to them, Arnold had already placed Avla in his domain. She was being held in one of the cells inside Avalon. She was the only one who had a little information about the wolves, thus he wasn't going to let her go. Not until he found the identity of the ones who helped them. Natasha was tasked with getting the information out of her and she happily accepted to do so. For the past few days, Natasha had been using the most sadistic forms of torture to get her talking, yet she had nothing. Tired and defeated, Natasha even tried to get her to talk using her hallucinations. Still, nothing. This confirmed that Ivla didn't know anything about the identity of the one who helped them. I should have insisted on interrogating that Sebastian guy. Arnold massaged his temples. It's too late to think about that now. The syndicate would eventually get him to talk, sooner or later. Sebastian, the hulking man, was taken into custody by the syndicate, just like the others. Arnold had been against it, but Nathan had convinced him to let Sebastian be handed over to the experts. Either way, master. Now that the girl is useless to you, what shall I do with her? Natasha asked him, knowing full well what his answer would be. Why, kill her of course, Arnold replied indifferently. I'm not taking any risk. Not anymore. This was more than an eye-opening experience for me. Rather than that, I think it'll be no better to nip the bud before it grew too big. From now, I'll either kill my enemies and the ones nearest to them or convert them into obedient servants. And since Ivla got captured by a couple of golems, I don't think she's of much use to us. So it'll be no better to kill her off than to let live. As Arnold said those words, Natasha couldn't help but smile. She was lusting over her master's ruthless demeanor. Also, knowing that Arnold was thinking about punishing her didn't help her calm down a bit. Arnold was right. She was a masochistic bitch. Yet she didn't want to get destroyed. Even though she could be resurrected, dying still wasn't that good of an experience. I think he'll have to visit Brazil soon. But before that, I need to complete my ascension quest. Or else, he'll die, Arnold mumbled. Now that he was back on his feet and everything had more or less settled down, he could now focus on completing the life-threatening quest. After all, the system had warned him, if the ascension quest wasn't completed soon, he will inevitably die. He quickly grabbed the forging material box from his inventory. Remark: a rare reward which can be gained only through random rewards. This box contains a rare material which can be used as a forging material to make a weapon of the lesser gods. When opened, one of the following materials can be gained: adamantine 2% chance, celestial platinum 8% chance, celestial gold 20% chance, celestial silver 30% chance, celestial copper 40% chance. I no longer have the luxury to keep using foresight to determine the kind of material I'd get from the box. I'm running out of time. Arnold let out a heavy sigh. If this had been a game, I'd have already rage quit it. Sadly, it was real life. He didn't have the luxury to start over again. Time was running out and he didn't know how long it would take him to make something out of the material he got. Thus he decided to immediately open the box. As long as he had his life, he could get his hands on another material box. But if he didn't use the box now, the chances of his survival thinner than a graphene sheet. Author's note: graphene is the world's thinnest substance and is 0.3 nanometers thick. So pretty thin, lol. Would you like to open the Ranker forging material box? Yes, no, yes. The next moment, the room was filled with a blinding light. Arnold hastily covered his eyes, and by the time the light subsided, the box in hands was replaced by a perfect cube of shiny blue metal. Arnold quickly used the probe skill on it. Object: celestial silver. Type: forging material. Grade: A. Remark: a rare metal made by the dwarfs containing god-slaying powers, ineffective against higher gods, but even they can be mortally wounded by using a weapon forged with this material. However, this material should be handled with extreme care. Mishandling the material could lead to genocide. Also, it is said that the famed weapon Pashupatastra was made using this material. Arnold was prepared to receive celestial copper from the material box, as he was sure he would get that. But it looked like his luck stat was as strong as ever. He got one of the materials that he wanted from the beginning. All he needed to do was to make a weapon out of the material. But what should I make? He remembered Talos had told him about Pashupatastra. Essentially, it was an arrowhead. But this wasn't an era to use arrows. Yet, he could make something similar out of it. Bullets. But these wouldn't be ordinary bullets. He might not be able to use the Vindicator to fire them. This he would need a special gun too. Luckily, He had an abundance of materials to make a weapon, as he had just killed a dragon. Not just any dragon either. He had killed a damned goddess. He wouldn't run out of material even if he made a full set of armor from those materials. The creationist within him was burning with inspiration. He hadn't felt like it for a long time, and now he was back in business. Chapter 230. The egg hatches back in the domain. At least functioning as usual. Arnold smiled. The creature is absorbing the nutrients from the blood. Hunger diminishes. The creature isn't hungry anymore. The creature has successfully absorbed the nutrients from the blood of cosmic ranked mutated monster. Attributes increased. HP, plus 5000. Strength STR, plus 60. Defense Def, plus 45. Agility AG, plus 48. Intelligence INT, plus 33. The blood of the monster contains 4 compatible ability. The creature can learn a new ability from Tiamat's blood. Allow the creature to learn new ability? Yes or no? Just 4? I thought there would be more. Either way, let's do this. Arnold mumbled. Yes. The creature is learning the abilities. Abilities learnt successfully. Corrosive breath. Active ability upon use, shrouds the area in thick mist, having corrosive properties. This skill is especially effective while fighting against heavily armored opponents. Its corrosive nature can destroy any armor apart from the divine class armors. Can affect friends and foes alike. Rank, Cosmic C. Mana cost, 1000 per use. Cooldown, 1 day. Arctic breath. Active ability summons the power of Jotunheim and releases a cold burst of ice. Upon coming in contact, the targets lose their mobility and agility is reduced by up to 50%. Can affect multiple targets at once. Rank A. Mana cost, 100 per use. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Dragon's Will. Passive ability: when the HP is down to 30%, the skin of the user hardens, gaining 50% damage reduction and 45% increase in defense. Lasts for 2 minutes. Rank, Cosmic D. Mana cost, 200 per use. Cooldown, 7 minutes. Halahala. Active ability: unleashed the most potent and venomous poison in the universe. Upon contact, paralyzes the target. If the target is not detoxified within 5 seconds, their insides get burnt beyond repair. Once the 5 seconds pass, not even the goddess of healing can bring back their doomed souls. Due to prior consumption, the higher gods have some resistance to this poison, but even they are not immune to its effects. Rank, Cosmic A. Mana cost, 1000 per use. Cooldown, 6 months. At least, the egg got one of the abilities I wanted it to have. Arnold sighed in relief. Those overpowered abilities are a pain in the butt. Still, it sucks Talos can't resurrect the self-proclaimed goddess. She would've been a great addition to my army. Well, I think he can try it again, once I've ascended. A few minutes ago, the moment Arnold got back into, he had wanted to start working on making a relic, but there were some issues. 1. The construction of the new forge inside his void, inside the Avalon to be precise, wasn't complete yet. Talos and the other automatons were diligently working on it now, as they had been interrupted due to the commotion at the Black Estate, so it might take a couple of more days to finish it up. 2. Arnold wanted to resurrect Tiamat and have her as his summon. She was stronger than anyone on Earth at the moment, and Arnold didn't want to waste the opportunity. Thus he and Talos went to resurrect Tiamat's human body. Arnold didn't want to resurrect the dragon's body, as he was planning on using that body to upgrade and build new weapons and gear. The fight with the demigod had proved that although his gears could be considered the best of the best, they weren't enough to take down higher beings. Arnold was fairly sure more higher beings would start popping up soon. At least, that's the pattern had been so far. Tiamat's dying words also backed up what Arnold was thinking. She had warned him that the demigods would target him now, and if their powers were anywhere near Tiamat's power, Arnold didn't know how he would be able to handle them alone, because the others, including his summons, have proved to be useless against them, at least for now. That's why he needed stronger gears. Arnold was also thinking about upgrading Talos. He wasn't planning on doing anything extraordinary, but something simple enough to let him have a fighting chance on his own. So far all of his transformations have long-range damaging abilities. Even though the demon orc form has a pretty sturdy defense, it can deal much damage if Talos isn't able to use the spikes on its back. Another point that came out in the open while fighting against Tiamat. Either way, back to Tiamat. Talos and Arnold tried resurrecting the goddess but couldn't do it. Initially, Arnold thought Talos couldn't do it because the corpse wasn't intact, as Arnold had beheaded her. The reality, however, was far from that. Earlier, whenever Talos had tried resurrecting someone who had been mutilated or whose body wasn't intact, his system notified him about the issue. However, now that the system was on standby till he completed the Ascension quest, he had no way of knowing what was happening wrong. Arnold thought it was happening because the body wasn't intact. Thus he wanted to use that corpse as material to forge as well. But Talos expressed his doubts, stating, "It doesn't feel to be that case." "What do you mean?" Arnold asked the automaton. He was intrigued by how Talos used the word feel. After all, he wasn't capable of feeling anything. Talos then proceeded to explain what he thought was happening. As unlike Arnold, Talos didn't have a system but he had a theory. It could be that the rules for resurrection applied to mortal beings, not higher ones. "I think the Elder mentioned it once but I could be wrong. I know it sounds absurd, but what isn't absurd in this world? It is an interesting theory, but even if it's true, we can't wait to see if it's right or not. Remember, we still need to prepare ourselves for the swamps. And believe me when I tell you, it will be one hell of a war." Arnold smiled, squatting next to Tiamat's corpse. "Even if we can't resurrect her, we can still use her." Saying so, Arnold took some of her blood and smeared it on Talos' transformation rune. But unlike before, nothing happened. Talos looked kind of confused and so did Arnold until, caution, a lesser being cannot take the form of a higher being. For transformation to be complete, the being should be either of the same categories as the one transforming or lower. Your summon, Talos, cannot take the form of a demigod until you have ascended to the same level and upgrade your summons. "What happened, Master?" Talos inquired. "Looks like your theory might be correct." Arnold scratched the back of his head. "It's all related to my Ascension quest. But I could try to feed the blood to the egg. I just hope it works. After that, just store the bodies. It's good that bodies don't decay in the domain." Back to now, Arnold turned around to leave. The Glims were busy disassembling the dragon's corpse outside, so he needed to head back and supervise them. But as he turned around, he heard something crack. No freaking way. It still had a week left before hatching. Then why? Arnold thought and slowly turned back to face the egg, and as he did, another message popped up in front of his eyes. The wyvern egg has reached its maximum potential. The egg will hatch now. It is recommended you move the egg to an open area. Any structure above or below the egg might get destroyed or damaged. Duke, Talos, everyone, drop whatever you're doing and get your ASS in here before the AGG hatches. Arnold roared through the radio. Chapter 231, Silo 1. Carefully, don't drop the egg before it hatches, will you? Arnold commanded Talos, Bad Breath and Duke, who were helping him carrying the egg outside. The egg was heavy and more than he could handle by himself. It would have been easier and quicker if Dread or Asterios could get in the building, but sadly their size made it impossible for them to enter the building. Arnold swore he would do something about it as soon as he got free from the Ascension quest as well as the swamps. All this time, the cracking sound kept coming from the egg. It was just a moment before the egg would pop up, and who knows what would come crawling out of it. Most probably it would be a wyvern or something closely related to it. At least that's what he thought. Just don't open now. Just don't open now. Arnold kept thinking as the trio rushed out the Avalon, with everyone else rushing behind them. The four of them soon managed to get the egg out of the building, and then Dread helped them carry the egg further away from the building. Arnold didn't want to take any chances. More like, he didn't want Avalon to get destroyed. Not anytime soon. Once the egg was placed down, everyone moved further away. As they were inside Arnold's domain, even if things went south, the summons wouldn't need to get involved and use their weapons. However, They were ready to subdue the beast in case their master wanted or needed them to. Arnold couldn't say they were overreacting either. After all the different types of blood he had fed the egg, it wouldn't surprise him even a bit if the beast went berserk. With his protective gears gone, he too had the Vindicators out to help him out, just in case. "What do you think, Talos? What would come out of the egg?" Arnold asked his most trusted and valued creation, who had his digital eyes fixated on the giant egg. "There is a 21% chance it will be a dragon. 39% chance it would be an evolved wyvern, and 40% chance it would be a normal wyvern. But I don't think that'll be the case considering all the blood the master has fed it along with the creature's lineage." "As calculative as ever, I see," Arnold mumbled. "You've had your eyes on the egg for some time, haven't you?" "I won't say it hasn't intrigued my interest." "Oh, there's another crack on it. What's up with this drama and crap?" Bad Breath yawned. He felt out of place there and the creature was taking too much time to come out. Should punch it once or twice. It would help the egg break, right? Bad Breath took a step towards the egg, only to meet with sharp gazes from Arnold. "Who knows? Maybe it doesn't want to come out because it smelt you from a distance. You know wyvern and dragons have a strong sense of smell and well, when was the last time you smelt good?" Arnold sniggered and so did the rest of them. "I'm sorry, BB, it was a bad attempt at humor but please stay where you were." The creature would make its way out of the egg on its own. "You don't need to worry about that." For the first time, even Bad Breath smiled at the joke made on himself. Whether he was finally realizing how bad he smelled or he had resigned on his fate was a different matter altogether. Still, he was changing and Arnold appreciated it. The way Arnold had ushered them out along with the egg, they thought it was only a matter of time before the egg hatched and a new member was added to the family, added to the army. But it had been a while since then and except a few cracks here and there, nothing much had changed. A few minutes later, the cracks were appearing more frequently now, but that was it. Nothing came out of the eggshell. Everyone had circled around the egg and had made themselves comfortable on the floor. "Come on dude, come out already," Arnold mumbled. Talos and a few of the automatons left to continue building the forge while the rest happily chatted among themselves. Also, Dread and Asterios had left to spar with each other as usual. Alice and Natasha along with Cerberus were keeping him company while Duke had transformed into the Troll Chieftain and was practicing his shooting skill. Bad Breath was surprisingly teaching the undead basics of brawling, something Arnold had seen for the first time, and Bad Breath was surprisingly good at teaching too. Everyone was busy doing their stuff and all of a sudden Arnold felt tremors coming from the egg. The creature would come out of its shell any moment now. "Please step back." The moment this text appeared in front of him, he told everyone to back away and the next minute a stream of steam covered them up followed by an explosive sound. By the time the steam condensed, the egg had already shattered in half and in front of it stood the most majestic creature Arnold had ever seen. This creature had an elegant, long body with a slender tail and neck. Its scales were the color resembling fine jade. It had short limbs with force-played digits on each foot that end in short claws. It had frill-like black wings ran from its shoulders to the middle of its tail. A row of bony knobs also ran from the base of its skull to its shoulders. The creature's head was elongated and its had a tiny mouth had a pronounced overbite. It had tiny nostrils located unusually far back on its snout and its hooded eyes that were bronze. The back of the creature's head and neck was protected by a thick layer bone, while tendrils surrounded its mouth. A bony ridge separated its nostrils from the face. Two short horns just like Tiamat's extend straight up from its forehead. Most weirdly, the creature's chest was glowing blue like it had swallowed the sun or something. But Arnold immediately recognized the color. It was the same color as Vritra's Hellfire. It's Vritra's offspring all right. But how the heck is he bigger than her? Hell, it's even bigger than Dread. The dragon-like creature saw Arnold and immediately charged at him. Arnold hastily pulled the guns out but the creature was in front of his face before he could do anything. Cerberus rushed in, however, the creature remained unfazed by it. The creature opened its mouth and proceeded to lick Arnold's face. Due to the time spent with the creature, it has recognized you as his master. Congratulations on obtaining your first mystical four-legged friend. Talk about weird. Arnold let out a sigh of relief before petting his new friend. Chapter 232, Scylla 2. Class, Dragon. Name, Level, 129. Cosmic Rank, B. Role, Tank Brawler. Affinity Abilities: Hellfire Active Skill, Arctic Rage Active Skill, Corrosive Breath Active Skill. Expand to view 12 more. HP, 5,050,000. Strength STR, 189. Defense Def, 200. Stamina STA, 210. Intelligence INT, 89. Agility AG, 90. Accuracy ACC, 100. Evade DVD, 67. Charisma CHA, 88. Damage resistances: Elemental attacks 30% damage reduction. Condition immunities: Exhaustion, Frightened, Frozen, Ranged attacks, Bludgeoning. Weak against, Scorching. Threat level, None. Remark: really thinking about the threat level? Why would you feel threatened by your pet? You seriously need to go and get yourself checked out. Your brain isn't in the right place. That is if you have one. And before you ask, yes, it's a she. Capish? Arnold ignored the system's illogical remarks and proceeded reread about the dragon's stats and abilities. Feeding her Tiamat's blood paid off. Her stats just skyrocketed. Arnold thought while gently patting the dragon's enormous head. Initially, Arnold was being conscious about the dragon and thought she wouldn't get along with the rest. But boy was he wrong. He had expected the dragon to lash out and go berserk, but here she was wagging her tail like a lost puppy. The others were having fun with her too. However, when Bad Breath tried approaching her, the dragon kinda threw up on him. It was safe to say that the dragon didn't like his smell, but Arnold could say that the feelings were mutual. Bad Breath didn't like her either, and Arnold couldn't blame him. After all, he wouldn't like someone who threw up on him either. Would you like to name the dragon? Yes or no? Name her. Huh? Arnold mumbled. He had previously thought about various badass names as he was sure he would be asked to name the whatever creature came out of the egg, but now that he got to meet the dragon, he wasn't sure those names suited her personality anymore. She just wasn't like what he was expecting, at all. How about Scylla? Author's note: Scylla means dragon monsters in Greek, and yes, I changed the dragon's name as well as the title of the chapter. Sorry for any inconvenience. Request acknowledged. The dragon has been renamed as Scylla. While Arnold was naming her, he realized a big problem. His summons living in the domain were either dead, made by him, or created by his abilities. All in all, no one inside was alive, and hence they didn't need to eat for survival. Unlike Scylla, Arnold wasn't even sure what even did the dragons feed upon. To begin with, dragons are carnivorous being. That should have been obvious. Sigh. What wrong with me? That meant he would have to feed her monster meat. He wasn't going to feed her human flesh. No sir. And luckily, he had an abundance of corpses to feed Scylla. Now since that was taken care of, he started thinking about the next thing: accommodation. Although Scylla was huge, she wouldn't have any problems with living inside the domain for now. Arnold didn't want anyone to know about his monster pet. Enough rumors were traveling about him, thrashing his image, and he didn't want to add fuel to the fire. Only God knows how everyone would react once they discovered he had befriended a dragon. Moreover, the domain was huge. Scylla could even fly whenever she wanted. There were no restrictions or anything. Also, he wanted Scylla to be his secret weapon, and so he decided it was best for her to stay in the domain. For now at the very least. Scylla soon got busy playing with his summons, especially Asterios. It wasn't much of playing because Asterios was get thrashed all over the place. It was then Talos approached Arnold. Arnold had handed the celestial silver cube to Talos so that he could analyze it before Arnold started working on the metal. So what do you think? Arnold asked Talos while he analyzed the celestial silver cube one last time. Master can forge bullets out of it if he pleases to, but, Talos replied, It might not be a good idea to use generic guns to fire those. I thought the same thing. Arnold stroked her bearded chin. The guns might get destroyed when I use them. Although Vindicator is tough and can be used as a club, I don't think it'll be enough to handle firing a god-slaying bullet. Talos handed the cue back to his master before replying, "That's one of the issues, master, but the bigger issue is the range of the explosion." Range of explosion? Yes, master. Essentially, this cube is a handheld nuke. Actually, it's way worse than that. But that being said, the range of explosion varies with the amount of material used. Yet if we use too little material, then it might not be enough to kill something like Tiamat. Yet if we use too much, it can destroy half of the continent. Not to mention, master, you might not be immune to the effects of the weapon either. If you fire the weapon at a close range, chances are you could perish along with your target. Okay. So what do you suggest? I should use a sniper rifle or something? A sniper would be perfect. Talos replied, looking at Scylla playfully biting Asterios' tail. I can't believe that. That thing is a monster. No offense. Ha ha. Don't worry about it. She might be playful, but she is deadlier than any one of you. So please try not to let anyone piss her off in my absence. Will you? I don't want to come here and see that Avalon has been destroyed, or never mind. You get the gist. Arnold waved his hand around and stored the cube in his inventory. I'll try my best not to disappoint you. Talos gave Arnold a quick bow. Both of them went back to observing the dragon. Tiamat's body had been disassembled. He now knows exactly what he wanted to make out of the material block. The forge was about to be completed, and with Scylla's addition to his private army, he was ready to take down the swamp. Life was going good. Well, as good as one could expect it to be. The only thing bugging him now was the unidentified individual or organization which helped the Brazilians attack him. Devon was his only suspect till now, and once they had taken care of the swamps he could interrogate him to know the truth. But he couldn't help thinking, what if it was someone else? An enemy he didn't know existed? These were the questions he couldn't get the answer to. Not for now, at least. But he could enjoy the moment he was having now, and hopefully, everything would go as planned. Chapter 233. Stranger. After taking care of everything, Arnold stepped out of the domain. It was afternoon now, but he felt like an entire day had passed. But he was gone for only a few hours. Staying inside the domain for extended periods might not be a good idea. But he needed to escape reality. He walked up to the man-sized window in his room and poked his head out to get some fresh air. The day was picture perfect, just the way it was depicted in movies. Even the birds were having the time of their lives. The skyscrapers shone silver in the sun, and the sky was an unbroken backdrop of blue. The family members were roaming around, still repairing the damage done by the white wolves. Had Arnold used the automatons, the process would have been quicker, but he needed them to make the forge as soon as possible. He couldn't spare a single one of them. But the men there were also doing a commendable job. A few of them were training themselves. Maybe Tiamat had knocked some sense into them. Alan had also joined them. At least now they'll be in a better shape than before. Everything happens for good, I think, Arnold mumbled as his gaze then fell on the sky above. It was one of those baby blue skies. Not the candy blue nor the greyish sky he had been watching for a few days. The clouds were as puffs of radiant joy, ready to disperse into the wind, to travel our Earth. He closed his eyes as the sun embraced his skin. Arnold felt himself getting lost in the beauty of the nature. It was so pure, so surreal. Maybe he felt this way because of his light affinity. Regardless, he wanted to enjoy it more, but unbeknownst to him, his luck had run out. Soon the reporters standing far entrance saw him smiling at the window through their cameras. By the time Arnold noticed them, he knew it was too late. The shitstorm was about to hit him hard. He briefly panicked a bit, but then Nathaniel's words of encouragement eventually found their way through his head. That's right. I've put up with this enough. Time to show them who they are messing with. Arnold closed the window and went to lay on the bed. He was tired after all that work in the domain and needed to shut his eyes for a bit. Also, the evening was going to be hectic. After all, It was the day the syndicate was going to reveal its plan to take back the swamps in the foreseeable future. It was also the place where he was going to address the nation and the world about the attack on them. He was sure some media houses would try their best to drag him through mud, but he already had a plan in place. He had put up with them for days, but now things were getting out of hand. He had been understanding and patient with them, but if they don't want to understand why he did what he did, then he didn't need to consider it about what they'll think or do either. They didn't have the guts to question Johnny as they did to him, and the only reason being he didn't take crap from anyone. By remaining quiet, Arnold had been unintentionally enabling the ones to get away with whatever they wanted to call or say about him. But he was at his breaking point. In the end, he couldn't sleep, not while his brain was rushing wildly. And it was good he didn't, because he had a visitor. It was Nicole. He no longer viewed her as his sister. Not after what she tried to do to him back at the Alpha base. There was no forgiving that. Thus she was nothing more than a visitor. Still, he couldn't completely avoid her, sister or not. They were still part of the same family. Maybe she had now realized he wasn't just a weak section chief like she thought he was. After all, not every human can take down a god on their own. And now Arnold was sure that even with his system was functioning at the bare minimum, he could easily take her down, since her strongest ability doesn't work on him. Nicole silently entered the room when Arnold told her to. But she wasn't alone. Nina was there too, maybe to smooth things over. But Arnold wasn't going to head that way. The way he saw it, if Nicole hadn't done what she did, he wouldn't have been so desperate to gain power at force himself to learn a mythical affinity which in the end, almost cost him his life. Nicole wasn't at fault, but he didn't give a crap about it. He wanted to apologize for all the pain and trouble I've caused to you. I know things got out of hand, but I want to let you know if you ever need my help, I'll be ready to do so. To her credit, Nicole seemed remorseful, or at least she was acting her part. It's all fine. I'm not upset. Not even a bit, Arnold replied. Nina placed her hand on Nicole's shoulder, who tightly held on it. Finally, things are getting better, Nina thought, happy that they could finally forget about the past and move forward like a family. But Arnold wasn't done yet. I mean, I can't get upset about everything a stranger said or do to me, right? He shrugged his shoulders and continued. People will keep bad-mouthing you, but you have to move ahead. That's life. What do you mean a stranger? She's your sister, Arnold, Nina exclaimed. She was horrified with what Arnold was trying to say. Well, she knew exactly what he wanted to say, but her mind was in denial. Even Nicole, who had momentarily cheered up, was now back at feeling how she was before. What do you mean? Really? Arnold laughed sarcastically. She should be thankful that I'm even willing to treat her like a stranger after the crap she has done. She's an adult and it's time she learned choice have consequences. She made hers and now I'm making mine. Brother, please. Tears started rolling off Nicole's reddened cheeks. Don't call me that. I'm not your brother. Having a sister means you can trust her, but after what you did the last time, there's no way I'll be trusting you anytime soon. Arnold made his stance clear. Don't get me wrong. Someday, maybe someday, I'll be able to trust you again and well move on and forget about it all. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. So please, don't try to force an unwanted relationship on him. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have a sister anymore. I understand. Nicole mumbled and ran out of the room. Nina was in disbelief. Whenever she tried to smooth things over, they end up becoming messier. But this time she wasn't letting it go. Why do you always have to be such a jerk? That's what you're calling me now? Arnold cut Nina off. Yes. Why are you behaving like you don't care about her anymore? Let me ask you this. Would you care about someone who tried to kill you? How's that even related to this? Just answer me. No, of course not. Well, you have your answer, Arnold said and rolled over pretending to be sleepy. Only then it dawned upon her what Arnold was trying to tell her, but Nicole would never do such a thing. Why would she ever try to harm him? Her own brother. Surely she wouldn't. She would never do that. She mumbled awkwardly, staring at Arnold's back. That's what I thought as well. Now if you will, please let me sleep. I'm already tired. Chapter 234. enough one as evening cast her dusky gown, and the air became fresh and restful. The time for the press conference had arrived, and so was the crowd of reporters, syndicate official, and a selected few slowly gathered inside the estate. The conference was set to start within the hour. Nathan would disclose the syndicate's idea of retaking the swamps within the next month. For obvious reasons, he wasn't going into the depth and was supposed to only state the purpose of the sudden attack, not the reasons behind it. Nor was he going to disclose their plans on how they were planning on confronting lethal monsters at the disadvantageous swampy grounds. It was all to be treated as top secret, as Devon might be listening intently to the broadcast, and they cannot let him be aware that the plan to retake Swamp was only to either take him in custody or kill him then and there. Once Nathan was done, it would be Arnold's turn to address the nation about the recent affairs regarding Tiamat and maybe his abnormal strength. Talos was helping his master prepare a speech while Alice had taken it upon herself to make Arnold look his best. He never intended to use his summons for this purpose, but now he was glad he had people to help him out unconditionally, especially after what happened in the afternoon. He wasn't proud of himself for what he did, but he knew it was necessary. He can't just let everyone walk over him as they pleased. He wasn't always going to be a nice guy, and if they can't accept him the way he was, then he wasn't even sure why the heck do they ever bother talking to him. All he could do at this point was to try to be civil and cordial with Nicole. It was either that or have to cut her from his life entirely, which he knew wasn't possible. You know, you can always talk to us if something's bothering you. Alice smiled as she helped him wear his tuxedo. After all, we're a team, and if you're not at your 100%, neither would we. It's nothing much, just some family drama, Arnold mumbled as Talos walked him through his speech for the third time. Nicole? Alice asked. Arnold silently nodded while looking over the speech Talos had prepared for him. He had asked both Talos and Alice to accompany him to the conference as his companions. Thus he had got them a couple of outfits to choose from. Talos decided to wear a tuxedo, identical to the one Arnold was wearing. At first, he was hesitant. His reasoning was simple. I don't have any genitalia, why should I uncovering my metal body? Arnold had a hard time explaining it to him. But at last, Talos relented and agreed to follow the etiquettes of the occasion. Alice, however, wasn't any trouble at all and decided to go for an elegant black off-shoulder dress. Arnold wasn't afraid of admitting it that she looked alluring. Now he knew why the guys at Flying Swords were always ogling at her. She was stunning, even though when her beauty had scaled down a bit due to being converted into his summon, still she looked prettier than ever before. Yet at that moment he couldn't help but feel sad for her too. After all, for all intent and purposes, she was dead. I need to focus on the task at hand. Arnold shook his head and went back to reading the speech. Soon one of the butlers came to fetch him. Apparently, the function had been preponed and was starting immediately. Arnold politely told him he would be there shortly, and the butler left. He took a moment for himself. He was ready for both calm and chaos. But he knew the moment he stepped on the stage the reporters would go haywire, especially after the announcement he was going to make afterwards. After that, the trio left the room and headed towards the hall, which had been converted to accommodate the guests for the occasion. The moment Nathan walked onto the stage, everyone hastily took their respective seats and waited for him to start the proceedings. First of all, I'd like to welcome you all to my family's humble abode and thank you for taking time off your busy schedules to join us tonight. Nathan spoke through the podium. Now, with the pleasantries aside, let's dive headfirst into what you all are here for. As you all know, on this day, 4 years ago, we lost a battle against humanity's worst enemies. We know them by various names: monsters, beasts, demons and whatnot, but their goals are one and the same: humanity's extinction. 4 years ago, we lost some of our finest warriors against the unforeseen enemies and poor leadership. But they weren't the only ones to die either. We lost millions of soul that fateful day, and we still do. We have been getting comfortable in our lives, forgetting that the danger is still lingering around. The incident a few days ago was the biggest example of it. Nathan continued as everyone sat there in utter silence. Honestly, I feel all of us are nothing but a pathetic excuse for human beings. I'm sure those who lost their lives trying to save us all are laughing at us. They didn't deserve to die. They deserve to be here with us and raise a toast with us. Instead, here we are mourning for their deaths but still refusing to do the right thing. For the last 4 years, we couldn't even avenge them. We let our enemies conquer our lands and do as they pleased with us, and all we did was to step back and keep doing so until most of our land was overrun with monsters. The same monsters who killed our friends and family, the same monsters who defiled our lands, the same monsters who we looked down upon. But not anymore. Tonight, I pledge to avenge the fallen soul till I have dropped blood coursing through my veins. Tonight, I pledge to reclaim what was lost. Tonight, I declare war against the swamps. Cheers rose into the air as the greatest of celebratory firework explosions. Everyone was cheering at the top of their lungs. So much so, that the reporters couldn't even get a word in. The swamps had always been an eyesore for everyone, reminding them of their failure, even among the privileged crowd. But now that the syndicate had announced about the reclamation of the forgotten lands, everyone was emotional and relieved at the same time. It took quite a while for the crowd of warriors to calm down before the reporters could ask questions. Chapter 235. Enough to everyone eventually calmed down. Soon the reporters were asking questions after questions to Nathan, who refused to give away any information regarding their plans, mostly because there was no plan. Still, the reporters kept scratching the surface in hopes of something out of him, but couldn't. His lips were sealed shut. The reporters eventually got the clue and started asking different questions, which Nathan happily answered. The first question to be asked was an obvious one. The former government of United States of America had already tried to retake the swamps, which ended up as being labeled as the deliberate massacre. So what makes you think this time would be any different? Nathan smiled. He had been expecting this question and he was more than prepared to answer it too. We have been preparing for it since the failure of our first attack. He has more or less upgraded our pieces of equipment and gears to provide us with an advantage over the dwelling reptilians on the swamps. What type of gears are you talking about? Could you please clarify on that? Another reporter chimed in. I'm afraid I cannot. But I assure you, the gears have been tested and have proven to be highly efficient against the monsters. Nathan clarified. Can you give us any information about where did you conduct these experiments? Nancy asked. I'm afraid that's classified information. Nathan cut her off and went further with the next reporter in line. Sir, with all due respect, behaving like the monsters are watching this conference. Nancy smirked while the other reporters joined in with her. I can assure you, no monsters have a subscription to any of our media houses. Almost all of the reporters simultaneously let out a chuckle. Even Nathan joined them. That's a good one, ma'am. But I'd like to tell you, monsters aren't the ones we are concerned with right now. Nathan smiled as the others were confused about what he meant to say. He had unintentionally hinted at Devon. Luckily the reporters had no way of knowing about him. Before the things got out of hand, Nathan rushed to clear the confusion. Ahem, I'm sure all of you know about the recent incident at the Griffith Observatory. So I'll keep this short. If you think that incident was caused naturally, then wrong. Once again he had all the attention on himself. That situation arose because of a group of people who call themselves the White Wolves decided to screw us over. We are still interrogating them, but so far we have been able to get only a little information from them. One of the detainees informed that someone within our country helped them. The unknown individual or organization not only helped them get here undetected but unleash hell over Los Angeles. We are still trying to find their identity. That's the reason why we are trying to protect the information about the upcoming raid, as we don't want anyone to meddle in national affairs. As soon as Nathan ended his little speech, multiple reporters immediately shot their hands up. They wanted to ask many questions regarding the matter, but to their dismay, Nathan signaled them to sit back. I know all of you have various questions about it, but since I wasn't present there, it wouldn't be fair if I end up watering things down. even a bit. Thus I would like to call upon someone who not only witnessed it all happen right before his eyes but was also the reason why we all are still alive and kicking. The American hero, Mr. Arnold Black. The hall erupted with applause as Nathan left the center stage and Arnold walked up to the podium. Under the spotlights, upon that stage, Arnold stood to answer the reporters. Half of them were looking at him like starved hyenas. They didn't even wait for him to complete what he was saying and immediately jumped at him with uncomfortable questions. Mr. Arnold, how do you feel with innocent blood on your hands? Did you intentionally withhold your powers to gain fame after defending LA? If you could kill the monster from the get-go, why didn't you? There was a multitude of questions which deliberately portrayed him in a bad light. These questions were framed to drag him deeper in the mud. The only reporter who hadn't joined in was Nancy, as she had witnessed the scene with her eyes. The rest of the reporters, however, were hovering over him like a bunch of scavengers, waiting for him to lose his cool. Nathan had expected something like this, but they were going too far. He signaled the officials to end the conference, but just when he was about to escort Arnold out of there, Arnold stopped him. I now understand, Arnold mumbled in the mic and everyone got silent. His voice was cold and hostile. I now understand how ungrateful you all can be. You want to know why I didn't use my powers? No one had the guts to speak anymore, not after feeling the aura leaking through his body. I didn't use it because I cannot control it, not completely. Had I gone out of control, would you take the responsibility for it? Ask Johnny what happens when I go berserk. He had witnessed it firsthand. Arnold continued. Moreover, if I had used the powers and the dragon would have grown cautious of me, then how was I supposed to kill it? Do any one of you have answers to my questions? He scanned through the crowd, yet no one could answer him. Blaming someone is very easy, but it isn't so easy when you have to put yourself in their shoe. Now, is it? I know no matter what I say or do, people would keep blaming me for your shortcomings, and now I've had enough. As some of you have said, you deserve better than me. Right. I'm not capable of defending you, and that's why I've decided to retire once the issue with the swamps has been dealt with. Thank you for your time. Arnold dropped the bombshell on them and walked off the stage. Chapter 236. Decision. Stars shone as sugar spilt over black marble, glistening in the sun. The night sky was such a welcome sight, appearing like magic at each sunset, promising to return as she faded in dawn's first light. There were times in the daytime, under skies of blue, Nina would think of those faraway stars and how they'd return after the shadows blended into the dark. This was one of such moments. The press conference had been over some time ago, yet there she was, sipping vintage wine alone under the light of the millions of stars. She was thinking about the man she thought she apparently knew the more than anyone else. Yet no matter how hard she tried to look for hidden desire behind his actions, she just couldn't find any. First, it was Nicole, and now the sudden announcement for retirement. She was confused more than ever. She knew the people who had been blaming Arnold were going to get silenced by his actions. The best part? Arnold gave them exactly what they wanted, yet there were the ones who couldn't accept his decision. Why? Because they knew if in future another similar situation rose like a monster even deadlier than Tiamat, they would have next to no chance of making it alive. Not with how the warriors have been dealing with monsters until now. Besides, having Arnold around was like having a walking life insurance, like having a giant, green hulking monster as your bodyguard. But with him out of the picture, there was no way for them to reassure themselves for their safety. Arnold was something special, and she wasn't afraid to admit that. Soon after Arnold's announcement, all hell broke loose. As expected, it took the people a few minutes to realize what had just happened. By the time they came to their senses, Arnold had already walked off the stage and disappeared in thin air. Nathan's surprised face told them that even he didn't have any idea about his plan. All of them there, from the members of the family to the reporters, had facial expression resembling surprised Pikachu face. Shock can be good, can be bad. Yet it is always a signal that a change in the game is required. But Arnold changed the entire game with one statement. Now most of the nation, which had either silently supported him or tried to remain neutral, immediately turned against Arnold's haters. Soon the hate comments were drowned into words of encouragement. But words were not enough to express themselves, and with Arnold nowhere to be seen, it was way more difficult to calm everyone down. The thick-skinned reporters were still trying to blame him for not owning up to the standards of a national hero. Nathan wasn't going to let them say whatever they liked anymore. Not while they were busy doing that on his front porch. Nathan took to the stage and let it all out. He said how the ones Arnold saved were the ones to let him down the most, including him. "I am shocked by what he said," Nathan continued. "But I'm not surprised. Every man has a breaking point, and with what all of you have been saying about him on his face and behind his back was more than sufficient to force him to make this decision. I've seen how passionate he is about saving everyone he can, no matter the cost. And what did you do? You called him an opportunist, a coward, even a psychotic nuisance, and still believe he'll go through all that to endanger his life saving you tough-faced ungrateful pieces of shts." Everyone silently saw Nathan burn the haters down, and he was pissed. "Not once I heard you call him a hero before you pounced on him like a bunch of hyenas, and now that he left he suddenly became the nation's hero? Do you have no boundaries, no limits?" One of the reporters signaled the cameraman to cut off the feed. A couple of them followed his example. "Don't you dare!" Johnny roared from the back, and the camera crew instantly froze on their spot, afraid of even moving a finger. The country needed to know Arnold's side as well. It was the reason why Nathan had called him on the stage in the first place. Sadly, these people didn't even let him talk properly. While all of this was happening, Nathan continued making the nation realize its faults, but seeing that his words were falling on dead ears, he finally relented and officially ended the conference. It was then all hell broke loose over the internet. People were taking sides, blaming each other, yet most of the people refused to understand what their fault was in all of this mess. But they did realize if Arnold did what he said he would, then only God knows what they'll do if another dragon or something worse came out of a dungeon. But it didn't matter anymore, because Arnold had already left West America and went to the Alpha Base. He needed a place where he wasn't judged based on assumptions. As much as he didn't want to think about it, someone like him was supposed to be in the wasteland, not in some judgmental higher society. He needed to be around people who he could trust. Also, he needed to do something he had been wanting to do for a long time. Once he was there, he went to visit Amanda. The effect of coaxing blood could be over at any time now. Luckily, the cooldown of his blood bond skill had reset a while ago, so he didn't have much to worry about. He went inside her room. She quickly greeted him and went about explaining the progress at the base in detail. Once she was done, Arnold grappled her as she willingly let him do as he pleased. "Good, looks like she's still under the influence of the blood," Arnold thought. "At least it made my life a bit easier." But soon, the tantrum began, with her breath turning from quiet and regular to a panting gasp. Arnold's nails grew in size and turned blood red. His right hand turned pitch black, exactly like the way it had when he had used the ability on Alan. As usual, a warning flashed before his eyes. Warning: if for some reason the bomb isn't able to form, it might lead the target to lose all his sense and may or may not go berserk. If during this time the target harms someone else, the user of this skill would be penalized for the target's actions. Do you still want to continue? Yes or no? Just do it already. Arnold gritted his teeth as his nails penetrated through Amanda's soft skin, but not a drop of blood came out it. Amanda started struggling frantically. She sucked at the air like it had suddenly become thick and was now almost too difficult to draw into her lungs. In her attempts, she managed to grab his arms, but by then it was irreversible. The process had already begun. Her vision soon started to fade away. She felt like her strength was being taken away. Yet she kept struggling, until the pupils of her eyes could no longer be seen. Slowly the blackness on his hands was absorbed by Amanda, notifying Arnold that the process was a success. However, it took much longer than it did when he blooded Alan. After around 10 minutes, an notification popped up in front of his eyes. Bond formation success. Transformation complete. You've gained a new ally. Ally type: Blood Servant. Blood Servant, a unique type of ally, who would go to hell and beyond to fulfill their master's wishes till their last breath. This type of ally excels at following orders unconditionally. Once you give them an order to do something, they will do it, no matter the cost. These are most loyal among the other types of ally and are often called a necessity when fighting against strong enemies in ranged combat. Synergy effects. As you wish, Master. When attacking the same target, HP boosted by 10%, Agility AG boosted by 15%, Accuracy ACC, 10%. Gain more allies to unlock better synergy effects. United We Stand unlocks when you have blooded 2 or more beings. All blooded gain plus 5% mana, plus 3% strength STR, plus 5% defense def. Gain 2 more allies to unlock better synergy effects. You've gained your first loyal servant to aid you in your battles. EXP, plus 4,500. A servant, at last. He got off Amanda as she laid there, unconscious. He then went ahead to analyze the synergy effects. And they were better than he had expected. Mana, strength, HP, defense, agility, all of them had been boosted. Sadly, the effects of United We Stand would only activate when Alan was there and Arnold had left him behind in LA. He can find his way back, I think. He mumbled and left to stroll around the base. Chapter 237, A Messenger. Somewhere far away from the Alpha base, under the scorching sun, cracks grew deep in the barren, parched soil like a wizened old face, baked hard, no more hospitable to the delicate seeds than a scorched rock. The leafless tree gave company to the dusty weather. The earth grew wan and weird, unfertilized, dehumanized. It looked like nature had sided itself with the monsters. The once tall skyscrapers were now nothing more than a reminder of how civilization had once prospered on those same ground. A ground now ruled by the monsters. In the harsh weather, 2 human-like beings were walking behind a horde of monsters. As they walked, a trail of sand was left behind. They moved as if choreographed by the wind, in perfect time with one another. Goblins, ogres, and orcs all moving together, but something was off. They were different. They weren't alive and yet walking and running as if they were. Leading them was a man. The man whose birth name had been long forgotten. The man who felt betrayed by his soldiers. The man who was once known as the Brigadier General of the Alpha Base, and now he was a soulless servant of a noneless god. The 2 people following him and his army of monsters were his masters. His mistress, who gave him his supernatural powers of controlling the dead, while such was his master, who taught him techniques and tricks to help him in warfare, as well as gave him his bone axe to slay their enemies. Generally, they would only observe him after giving him a mission to complete. However, there was a stipulation attached to his missions. If he failed to do as they pleased, his life would be forfeited and his soul would rot in hell for 100 years. Way to give motivation, right? But these days, however, something had changed. His masters were participating more and more in his training and were focused on increasing his strength. At first, he was happy that his masters had given him a new name, Roz, and were putting in more effort into training him, but it soon turned out to be hell. He was pushed beyond his limits every day, forced to do an impossible task whenever they wished so. Every time he was pushed to the verge of dying before his mistress pulled him back into the world of the living. He was a necromancer, yet the only thing he was afraid of was death. But even if he was pulled away from death's grasp, he felt a part of him was left behind to die. But it felt good, a feeling he had never felt before. Soon he got addicted to the feeling and latched on to it whenever he could. He didn't care if he was forced to fight a death claw with his bare hands if he could get a mere second of the rush he craved for. Things were going in his favor. Yet for a few days, his masters have been tensed, and whenever he would ask about it, they'd just punish him more. He couldn't understand what was going on, but after getting punished so many times, he finally gave up and sealed his mouth shut. If his masters didn't want him to be involved in their affairs, then he wouldn't do it. After all, he didn't have a death wish. Even though he would get to feel a rush like never before. Just like always, they were busy having a private conversation. He has gotten a lot stronger than before. Sir Trasked, his companion, I gave up on my paladin when she died and helped you raise a new and stronger vassal. but I'm afraid to even with our powers combined, we might not be able to defeat him. Stop whining. Your voice is hurting my ears. Elle snapped back as she pulled her hoodie to cover half of her dead face. You used to be a god whom the mortals feared to death, and now look at you, whining like a little bitch. Is it true? Surt ignored her snide comment and kept whining into her ear. She came to Earth? You felt it when she arrived here, didn't you? Snapped back at him. She already had enough on her plate. She didn't want to babysit another crybaby. But Surt wasn't backing down. He kept asking her questions he knew answers to but wasn't ready to believe it. I did, Surt replied with a tense look on his face. And do you feel her presence now? Elle asked him another question. Not anymore. Then you know she's dead. End of discussion. You know it very well. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about Immortal One's paladin, the one who killed the goddess we all cower before. He, immortal, killed her. Something we could never even get close to. Surt roared in fury. What are you being so paranoid about? Elle finally lost it with him. She was just a demigod for Odin's sake. Just a demigod. She massacred our bravest and proudest fellow gods. Hell, she even managed to sever one of my arms, and you tell me to relax? Even in her weaker form, Tiamat was stronger than we are right now, and you think your vassal is anywhere near ready to take on the man who killed someone like her? It was Surt's turn to snap now. People who hate getting off on the brain chemicals of hate. They were addicts. They find groups to hate and encourage others to do the same, and Elle was one of such being. She had been actively trying to harm Shivu indirectly, as she never had the guts or the strength to face off against the Supreme Being on her own. If someone like her lover and Tiamat couldn't do anything to him, how was she supposed to defeat him? She thought going for his paladin would be an easier way to piss him off, but even that was proving to be a Herculean task now. That damned bastard was just too lucky, whereas she was not. Her knuckles turned white from clenching her fist too hard, as she gritted her teeth in efforts to remain silent. Her hunched form exuded an animosity that was like acid, burning and slicing everything. Holding a grudge required way too much effort. The effort, which Elle was willing to put in, yet the universe wasn't making it any easier on her. She knew her paladin was nowhere as strong as her enemy. She was running out of time. No matter how hard she pushed Roz, there was a limit to even what a paladin can take. She was afraid if she pushed him too far, he could die, and then she'd have to start all over again, giving Arnold more time to gain more powers, just like he did after killing Jake. At this rate that bastard would ascend, and he'll never have my revenge. Elle spat on the ground in fury. She had to stop him from becoming powerful, but she couldn't. It looked like Immortal One's paladin had limitless growth potential. The longer she waited, the stronger he became. What if we send the monsters to attack the place he dwells in once again? Surtra suggested her. Do you not remember what happened the last time? Elle snapped at him once again. Some time ago she managed to persuade the mountain trolls to attack the place known as Alpha Base, the place of Arnold's residence. Her plan was flawless. It was supposed to put an end to him and other infidel humans. She was hoping to hear some good news, but alas, her perfect plan turned out to be blunderous. Not only did the trolls and other monsters fail to eliminate him, but she also ended up providing him more fodder to gain strength. And now Surt wanted her to repeat the same mistake again. Then, how about we create trouble elsewhere? But make sure that he is the one who has to deal with it. Surt mumbled. That way we'll be able to delay his progress by a bit. She realized something from Surt's words. She didn't need to defeat him. She only needed to create trouble for him. And she knew the biggest troublemaker in the cosmos, her brother, Loki. Even though Loki was a higher god, everyone knew how much he loved his younger sister, even when the other higher gods ostracized him for it. Unlike Thor, her other brother, they had always shared a strong bond. Also, adding the fact that Loki too had a paladin somewhere on the wretched planet, was sure Loki could help her. There was one problem though. According to the rules, the higher gods weren't allowed to interfere or interact with the lesser gods or even the other higher gods participating in the same round of the games. This rule had been made to ensure fair play as well as the lesser god's safety. If a higher god went against this rule, it might end up in banishment, something she didn't want her brother to endure for her sake. However, She knew of a loophole in the rule. The rule didn't forbid the lesser gods from interacting with each other. All she needed to do was to contact a lesser god who wasn't participating in this round of the games and persuade them to act as her messenger and deliver her message to her brother. If she managed to pull it off, then Arnold was certainly done for. Thankfully, she knew where to find one such god. Yma, the goddess of giants and Loki's loyal follower. Author's note: a little info about Yma. Yma, also called Orgelma, in Norse mythology, the first being, a giant who was created from the drops of water that formed when the ice of Niflheim met the heat of Muspelheim. P.S. At CKNT Dan's Who, lol. I love that anime BTW. Chapter 238, Servant Mind Control has long been thought of as a form of magic, or a thing that may need a device or technology. It is none of those things. It was just an ability granted to a selected few. Normally people's brains naturally communicate with each other. A simple form of this was cohabitation, or one could compare it like one device contacting another. Some can use their output brain waves to talk to other brains, much as whales send signals long distance. And if that person is kind and benevolent, then that gift will only do good. Yet for those who want to control others, it has been weaponized. Sadly, it was mostly used to terrorize others. What Amanda used to do was not different from it. She abused her powers to get what she desired, no matter the means or the cost. If she could have the power, she wouldn't hesitate for a second to obtain it, until Arnold managed to outsmart and defeat her. Amanda didn't remember what happened after Arnold defeated her, but she vaguely remembered Arnold fed her something to her, and from the next moment she was as loyal to him as a puppy. She didn't want to do what Arnold ordered her to, but her body was no longer in her control. She felt like she was trapped inside her own body, as if she was in the passenger seat while someone else controlled her body. She waited and waited, hoping that one day she'd be back in the driver's seat and make Arnold pay for what he did to her. Days passed and slowly she was reclaiming her body bit by bit. She still couldn't refuse to Arnold if he asked her something. However, she was free to complete the requested task as she pleased. And unlike before, she no longer had the urge to complete the tasks as soon as possible. She knew it was only a matter of time before she was freed from slavery. But she had to wait patiently for that time to arrive. She couldn't allow herself to slip up now that she was so close to freedom. Yet all of her thoughts about revenge were shattered once Arnold entered into her chamber after his long absence. As soon as Arnold appeared in front of him, her body was back in control. She jumped out of her seat and kneeled before him like the obedient pet she was. No sleep-ups, she thought, but the next second Arnold grabbed her neck and lifted her in the air. She wanted to struggle, she wanted to attack him, but her body refused to harm him. Soon the things took a turn for worse. Arnold's arm turned black while the nails dug deeper into her skin. It was painful, yet her body refused to react. She couldn't even scream. All of a sudden, she regained control over her body. Now she could defend herself. She got defiant and began attacking Arnold with all her might. For some reason, she couldn't use her abilities. Still, she wasn't going to back down. Soon she started punching and scratching him, but the struggle lasted only for a few seconds. After that everything went black. She lost consciousness. Meanwhile, I can't do anything, for now, can I? Arnold sighed heavily, thinking about what to do next. In the far corner of the room was a bed currently occupied by Amanda. She was yet to regain consciousness after being bonded with him, and as he didn't have anything else to do, Arnold decided to stay and think about his next move. He made a big decision of retiring once the problem with Devon and the swamps had been handled, and was going to stay true to that. However, it wasn't the kind of retirement like everyone was thinking. When he said retire, he meant stop providing services to West America, continue fighting against the monsters in the wastelands. He was done with the people, yet he wasn't so cold-hearted as to leave it all behind. Actually, he was cold-hearted enough to not give a damn about them. Hell, he had even cut off his sister from his life, for whom he was ready to face everything nature could throw at him. If he could do that, then leaving millions of strangers to rot away wasn't a big deal for him. But now, since he was getting targeted by not only humans and monsters but by the gods too, he felt he needed to get stronger. And the only way he knew to do so was to level up and keep ascending, for which he needed exp which he could get by either killing monsters or by making weapons. However, the former was the way he preferred to obtain exp. Why? Because not only fighting against monsters gave him exp, they also provide him with resources that he required for creation purposes and increase his battle prowess while battling improved his battle intelligence. In short, fighting with monsters was a total win-win situation for him. Also, the monsters in the wastelands were stronger than the ones found in the cities, so he wouldn't lose out on XP even if he decided not to help them. Thus he had decided he would not let anyone get in his way and would only focus on defending the wastelands while gaining XP to level up and get stronger rather than helping the city dwellers who didn't appreciate their helper. In case someone like Tiamat appeared in the cities, they were on their own. He wouldn't interfere in their business even if they begged him to. But if someone he knew and cares about was in danger, then and only then, he would help them out. It was a pretty weird kind of retirement plan, but he was sure Nathan could make the necessary arrangements for him. But for now, he was stuck. The forge hadn't been completed yet, so he couldn't even focus on making and upgrading new gears, nor could he finish the Ascension quest. He wanted to leave the base and go for a hunt, but he couldn't leave the base unattended either. With Talos working with the automatons to complete the forge, he couldn't disturb him. He had left Alan back in LA, so he couldn't take his place either, and since Amanda was still out, he was the only one present there to take care of unwanted visitors. Thus he had to wait for Amanda to regain consciousness before he could go out. But it was taking too long. It had been hours and yet she hadn't regained consciousness. Arnold wasn't sure how much longer it was going to take, so all he could do was wait. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait much longer afterwards. Amanda soon woke up and once again went back to her knees. This time, however, Arnold could feel her sincerity behind that bow. Her eyes were fixated on the ground as Arnold walked up to her. "Good to have you back," Arnold mumbled as Amanda got to her feet, her eyes still fixed on the ground. "I apologize for all the trouble I've caused, Master," she said. "Don't worry about it." Arnold waved his hand. "I'm afraid I have to leave now. I hope you can take care of everything while I'm gone." "I won't disappoint you, Master." "Great. But try not to overwork yourself." Arnold smiled and left. He liked this new version of Amanda. It was like a switch flipped in her head, or maybe her brain got reprogrammed or something along those lines, and Arnold didn't mind any of it. He was happy as long as the results were good, and Amanda was a great warrior with excellent management skills. She was just like Talos, but not up to his level. Still, having someone like her was beneficial to him. "Let's see, I should get out to hunt. It's not like I have anything else to do either way." Arnold mumbled and headed towards the garage to pull out a Humvee and leave. But on his way there he realized something. It's a great opportunity to test out Sila's battle readiness. After all, she could play an important role in retaking the swamps. It'll be no better if I know what she's capable of. Thus, he headed towards the exit alone. He got under the hazmat suit and left, leaving behind a perplexed soldier. "Section Chief knows how to drive, right?" he thought as the gates closed behind Arnold. He ran endlessly before summoning Sila out. She didn't want anyone else to know about her, thus, he didn't summon her out while he was inside the base. The ground trembled as the dragon walked out of the endless void. Each step left a small crater behind. Sila's greenish jade scales shone brightly as she embraced the sun for the first time. She then stretched her wings to their limit. She looked majestic, like a queen. Well, technically she was the queen of dragons, as she could be considered the offspring of Vritra, the former queen whom Arnold had killed during the trial of the Guide Between the Worlds. "Wow!" Arnold couldn't restrain himself from blurting out. Sila looked at him and gave him a quick lick before laying in front of him. Up close she looked even larger than before, or maybe she was still growing. Arnold didn't have the answer yet, but having a pet dragon was pretty badass. "You want me to climb over?" Arnold asked, scratching the back of the dragon's head. To his surprise, Sila nodded. Sure, why not?" Arnold smiled and climbed over. They were ready to slay some monsters. Chapter 239, He Knows. Back at the swamps, The masked leader, Devon, was deeply focused on the news. Thoughts were racing up and down his mind. Even though he was disturbed, his demeanor was as calm as ever. He was planning his next moves just like Nathan was. Unless there was a mastermind hidden behind him, working from the shadows just like he had been doing this entire time. No one accurately knew about his location, not even the swamp-dwelling retards. Yet he had suspicions that the syndicate knew more than they were letting out. And Nathan's statement that monsters weren't the only ones the syndicate was focusing on made it obvious. They are onto me, I'm sure of it, he mumbled while the recorded video of the conference kept repeating itself. This plan of theirs isn't as sudden as they would like the others to believe. They have already planned it out. But when? They shouldn't have much information about the swamps, and after the massacre of the last time, they shouldn't even be considering to launch an attack on the swamp. Yet here we are. Alex, Devon's most loyal pupil, silently stood the while Devon kept mumbling to himself. He didn't know what to do. On one side they had a strong army of enhanced soldiers and lizardmen to back them up, and on the other side, the Nagas have grown hostile to them without any reason. They already had their hands full at the moment, and now they would have to prepare for yet another war. According to him, they could easily win, but a war nonetheless. Why was he so confident about winning? Because they knew the swamps inside out and had a strong ally in form of the lizardmen. Moreover, they had proper gears required to maneuver freely around the terrain, something he doubts the syndicate had despite their claims. The inhumans they had manufactured were top tier and the ace up their sleeve. Their opponent, however, didn't have the ways to get much information about the swamps, nor did they have strong allies who had evolved as apex predators by nature itself. Under no circumstances could he see them losing to an overconfident and ill-prepared army. No matter how many or how strong they were, once they enter the swamps, they were nothing more than sitting ducks. But he couldn't understand why was his leader so tensed about the situation. Who knows what goes through his mind? Understanding him is more difficult than befriending the monsters. Alex sighed and went back to watching the press conference for the 10th time. They are not going to attack just to eradicate the monsters, Devon said as he finally switched the screen off. It's just a convenient excuse for them to do something else. Like attack us? Alex chimed in. Devon silently nodded. It was the only reason he could come up with. Pardon me, sir, but don't you think it's all a bit absurd? Alex asked. I mean, I don't think they can obtain proper gears without stepping a foot in the swamps. Also, I doubt they have any information regarding our whereabouts. So even if they decide to attack us, the only thing they'll gain is another humiliating defeat. According to Alex, there was no way the syndicate could have known all about them hiding in the swamps, so they must genuinely want to kill off the monsters and then leave as they came. However, he wasn't a bright person either. He was smart and calculating, but only when it came to fighting. Otherwise, he was just a usual muscle-brained warrior. Thinking deeply wasn't his strong suit, and Devon would gladly call Alex out on his arrogance. Oh, so according to you, they would be willing to sacrifice hundreds of their own just to regain a piece of land which would take them years to rehabilitate to do anything on it? Devon sarcastically commented. Sure, they were foolish enough to do that before, but this time, it's different. The tramp isn't leading them anymore. This time they have proper leadership or advisors. Their every move has been thought of long and hard. They have the strength and maybe the ways to nullify our advantage over the swamps. More than that, they have 3 SS ranked warrior, and that's a whole another shit show. Alex looked perplexed. 3 SS ranked warriors? I think you're mistaken, sir. America only has 2 SS-ranked warriors apart from the ones you've artificially created. At this point, Devon couldn't make whether Alex was always this stupid or he was doing this to spite him. Or was he acting up once again? Ever since consuming high-tier beast crystals, Alex had been acting weird. His stupidity was getting almost unbearable. It was safe to say that the beast crystals had messed with his brain. Regardless of it, Devon was getting frustrated. Did you seriously think a low-ranker could have taken down a dragon all by himself? Also, doesn't that guy reminds you of someone? Devon replayed the recording where Arnold was addressing the nation. Alex's dormant brain cells were kicked into overdrive. Soon he got his answers. He is the same guy, Alex exclaimed, finally getting what Devon was trying to tell him. The one who killed Bob. There's no need to be happy about that, you idiot. Devon shook his head in frustration. One thing that was bothering him was Nathan's claim that they have successfully made gears that were effective against the swamp dwellers. He was thinking about it because he knew exactly what was needed to make those type of gears. Lizardmen, or their corpse at least. One would require lizardman hide, foot and a few other things to make useful gears. But lizardmen could only be found in the swamps and nowhere else. As far as Devon was aware, no human had stepped foot into the swamps for a while, unless there's no way it was them. Devon finally realized who was behind the recent massacre of the lizardmen. Initially, he thought maybe it was the doing of the Nagas. After all, the Nagas and the lizardmen have hated each other for a long time, so it was the only possible conclusion he could draw at the time, despite the lizardman claims that it was a human's doing. But now it all made sense. The syndicate must have arrived at the swamps in secret and killed the lizardman. After that, they took all the corpses they could while they left the rest there. However, there were a few issues with this theory of his. First, how did they even manage to enter the swamps undetected? He already had the swamps under surveillance, so it was next to impossible for anyone to sneak in. Second, even if they managed to invade the swamps and bypass the security, how did they even manage to fight hundreds of lizardmen simultaneously? Not that it was impossible. His soldiers could do it too, but only when they had special gears on them. Something he doubted the syndicate had. They were right under my nose and I didn't know. Devon's anger grew exponentially. He couldn't believe he was played by someone in his own game. Whoever the perpetrator is, he isn't normal. Could it be him? Devon had had his eyes on Arnold for a long time. At times he had tried to screw him over, thinking he was too weak to do anything to him. But looking at him now sent shivers down to his spine. He couldn't believe Arnold was the same gullible person he had wanted to destroy on more than one occasion. He had changed a lot, to say the least. He was no longer a pushover like before, and now Devon knew exactly what he was capable of. After all, he killed the monster named humanity's worst nightmare all by himself. If Arnold had figured it out that it was Devon who had been playing with him from the shadows and even tried kidnapping his sister, he couldn't even imagine to what extent Arnold will go to make him pay. It also solidified what Devon had been suspecting all along. They knew about him. They knew he was hiding in the swamps. That's why Arnold was so interested in coming to swamps before he retires. He wants to deal with me. He's coming after me. That's the only explanation to it. He's not here for the monsters but me. He refused to believe Arnold was the same man. The amount of growth he had had in such a short duration of time was abnormal. It was unheard of. How come an E-ranked warrior gained so much power to kill a king dragon all by himself? Nothing was making sense. Devon had always been able to look through his enemy's mind. It was a blessing and a weapon against his enemies. He always knew what his enemy would do even before the enemy could think about it themselves. But when he tried to do the same with Arnold, all he could see was despair. He was his natural enemy and he was coming for him. Devon turned around to face Hert's guards. "Assemble everyone. We have to prepare for war," he exclaimed and hurried out of the room. Chapter 240. Time to forge. With the setting sun came a sky of fire, as red as the sand below it. Dozens upon dozens of dead monsters laid there on the sand. After a day-long battle they were finally at peace. Not many moments ago, these creatures stood in defiance to a man and his pet, and now they were one with the dirt that was once below their feet. It was a sight to behold. The moment the master released his monstrosity of a pet upon the monsters, it was uncontrolled chaos. With a swing of its tail, the pet took out tens of monsters. Numerous more of them fell against the pet's sharp claws. Those left behind were consumed by the blue flames of hellfire. Still, to their credit, they didn't back down, nor do they flinched in the face of death. All the while the master wasn't even required to lift a finger or say a word to guide his pet. The pet was more than sufficient to take care of those wasteland-dwelling monsters on its own. After all, it was no ordinary pet. By the time the pet stopped, corpses were scattered all around like they were pieces of a giant puzzle. A puzzle made with blood. Once the job was done, the master allowed his pet to feed on the remains of the monsters. It was the pet's reward for being such a good girl and not giving its master any trouble. The master was glad he didn't have to do much. Still, the guns in his arms were twitching to kill someone, something, anything. But there was nothing left to kill. The entire monster lair had been emptied. The pet dragon had done a great job. Not a single living soul was around them. Thus the master had to put his guns away. For now, the dragon ate almost everything it could find. Orcs, goblins, direwolves, anything one could find in the wastelands had been feasted upon by the dragon. All the while, her master watched her in awe. The dragon's appetite amazed him. They had been hunting for an entire day, without any breaks, and not once was Arnold required to use any weapons or skills to help Scylla. She was unstoppable. It was rightful to call her the new queen of dragons. Maybe she was the strongest creature on the planet. He was glad that Scylla was docile from the beginning. Otherwise, it would have been a lot of trouble to get her under control, especially after he had seen how wild and vicious the dragon could be. Yet there was a side of her which amused him even more. Her playful side. She was more like an overgrown and overpowered dog than a mighty dragon. "You like the dead orc that much?" Arnold shook his head while opening a portal to his domain. "I'll make a ragdoll for you if you'd like, but please stop swinging around the poor headless fellow, will ya? It's quite disturbing." Scylla looked at her master and quickly gulped down the dead orc in one go, before licking the blood off her face. "I didn't think it would be so easy. Anyways, are you done for today, or do you wanna hunt some more?" Scylla shook her massive head. She already had her fill. Now she felt tired and just wanted to sleep. Arnold understood what Scylla wanted as the next moment she walked into the portal, and to the void. "Tired? Yeah. Me too." Arnold yawned and walked into the closing portal. After quickly stretching his back, Arnold thought he'd rest up inside his domain for a while and then head back towards the base. But when he got back, his plans took a turn for better. Talos and his company of automatons were eagerly waiting for Arnold's arrival. Arnold immediately knew what it was all about, yet he wanted to hear it from his trusted summon, fellow creationist, loyal advisor, general of his army, and friend, Talos. "What is it? Tell me," Arnold asked Talos, his eyes shining brighter than the brightest evening star. "It's done," Talos replied. "The Isle of Avalon is ready to once again breathe fire to the creationist's soul held within you." It doesn't sound as cool as I thought it would. "Anyways, the Forge awaits your return, Forge Master." Arnold couldn't help to laugh. Talos' introduction was a bit dramatic and cheesy, but he had done his job sooner than Arnold had expected, so it was all worth it in the end. The Forge was ready, and now nothing could stop him from ascending anymore. Nothing. "What are we waiting for then? Lead the way," Arnold exclaimed. The room to which Talos led his master was lit in a lamplight glow. Electric rays spread as petals upon the walls, illuminating the entire forge. It was all the magic of xenoic energy and Talos' efforts. The new forge was much bigger than the workshop Arnold had in the Alpha the base, and was better equipped too. The best thing about the new forge was that Arnold wouldn't need to waste his time trying to take out the materials inside the domain and forge them somewhere else. It simply wasted too much of his precious time. The vault containing the materials was right next to the new forge, and thus Arnold wouldn't be required to waste much time on gathering essential materials. Another reason why the forge was built inside his domain was the flow of time. Arnold could now forge at a much faster rate than before and had more time to do so. Moreover, it was his personal space, so he didn't need to worry about someone destroying it. Just like what Nicole did. It was unintentional, yet it caused him so much trouble. But not anymore. He could work for as long as he wanted without anyone disturbing him. All in all, it was the perfect place for him to focus on making a relic and finishing his ascension quest. After a quick tour of the forge, Arnold turned to have a chat with Talos. Arnold was about to disclose the next phase of his plan to him. Talos, you're in charge of everything for the time he'll be staying in the void. Arnold told him, the only one I can trust completely and have full confidence on. Take care of the zone while I work on creating a relic. I don't know how long it will take, but hopefully, it won't take long. Maybe a week or so inside the domain. Don't worry, Master. I'll take care of the things on the outside for as long as you want. Talos replied, thank you. And a few more things before you leave. Take as many summons as you'd like, but only focus on defending the base. No aggressive tactics. I don't want to cause unnecessary bloodshed. If someone or something comes close to the base without clearance, then deal with them as you please. But be careful. Try not to overdo it. Also, I've blooded Amanda. She's my servant now, so feel free to ask her for help if you need. Though I highly doubt you'd need her help. Arnold continued. Call Alan back to base. He needs to train. He's still weak. The battle with the wolves proved how neglectful I've been regarding his training. And at last but not the least, do not tell anyone about my whereabouts. And I mean, anyone. Understood, Master? I'll take care of it all. Talos quickly bowed before him and turned around to leave, but Arnold stopped him once again. I'm not done yet, Arnold said and pulled something out of his inventory. I thought you said that was the last but not the least thing, Master. Yeah, it was, but I thought it'd give you a little something. Arnold mumbled and handed something over to Talos. Talos curiously looked at what his master had given him. Soon the curiousness on his face was replaced by surprise. Well, technically his expression remained indifferent, but let's just say he was confused. After all, it was not every day Arnold gave his summons his personal weapons, especially the Vindicators. Why are you giving me the Vindicators, Master? Talos asked. Don't worry about it. Just keep them for now. Arnold shrugged his shoulders. I don't have much use of it in here, do I? I don't want them to gather dust or rust while I'm inside, so keep it and use it. I'll take it back when I'm done down here. Or maybe not. Depends on what I end up making while I'm here. I have too many materials and time. I'm sure I'll end up making something new for me. Don't get too attached to it though. I don't want you to cry if I take them back. Okay? I'm not capable of making tears, but I'll gladly accept your gift, Master. Talos bowed to him once again, but this time, he held it for longer, making sure that his master got to know he appreciated his gesture. Don't get all sentimental on me, T. Arnold awkwardly scratched his beard. Now off you trot. I need to start working. Chapter 241, Road to Ascension 1. On the day of the announcement to retake the swamps, Nathan and Arnold discussed and decided they would commence the attack after 30 days. Arnold had told him he had some prior issues that required his immediate attention. Nathan wanted to know what the said issues were. Arnold had his lips sealed. He wouldn't talk about it, so Nathan let it go. But now Arnold had been missing for over 3 days. Nathan could be patient and understanding, but the syndicate was a whole another story. And after the bombshell Arnold dropped on the people, many were thinking he might have already dropped out of the picture. Even within the syndicate, there were a few people who thought Arnold was being immature with his decision to retire early, and his disappearance gave them another opportunity to talk shit about him behind his back. According to them, he should just man up, accept his mistake and move forward. Most of them were the ones who lost their family members at the hands of that wretched dragon. While Nathan sympathized with them, he couldn't ignore the well-being of one of his family members either. Arnold had been through a lot as it was. He just requested them not to add more burden on him. Most of them backed down, but a few were adamant, but decided to keep their mouths shut. Arnold, I'm afraid your disappearance isn't doing you any good, Nathan thought as the 12 remaining heads of the syndicate kept talking among themselves. So you're telling me this plan revolves all around that soldier of yours? Madame Roosevelt, leader of the Roosevelt family, smirked. Oh, I couldn't feel any safer in the hands of someone who is nowhere to be found. I agree, a battle shouldn't be dependent on one man only, no matter who they are. Andrux joined in. Oh, shut up. You just don't want Arnold to lead the attack because he's Chinese. Nathan finally snapped. And as far as concerned, Madam Roosevelt, I'm sure the last time I remember, we were called warriors, not soldiers. Also, the man in question had saved all of your sorry lives including mine. If it wasn't for him, then we wouldn't be here planning our next move, but hiding somewhere underground waiting for the realization of defeat to dawn upon us. So even if you can't show him some respect in front of him, try not to trash talk behind his back. Androx opened his mouth to argue, but Nathan cut him off by waving his hand. Right now he had more authority than anyone else in the room. The reason? He was the commander of the army of warriors, and it was wartime. A time when his words were to be considered absolute until the courts decided otherwise. He was intentionally abusing his powers, and he didn't care if they could talk shit about their savior behind his back. He doubted they wouldn't do so behind his back either. Do I need to remind you who is the bloody sister of that man? I believe I don't. She had made an impression on you, hasn't she, Androx? Androx immediately clutched her hands and put them in the pockets of his tuxedo. Of course. He remembered what happened back then. His missing middle finger was kind enough to remind him about the angel of death, as most of them like to refer to Nicole. Androx always had a thing for beautiful women having powers, and Nicole more than qualified the criterion to become his consort. But rather than asking someone face to face, Androx had his fun with them in a different way. He would abuse his family's name and try to touch them at inappropriate places without their consent and get off of the despair on their faces. Nicole was supposed to be his next conquest, but he didn't know he was playing with fire. As usual, Androx requested a meeting with Nicole under the guise of making a new plan for the defense of LA. Nicole thought it was odd as she wasn't involved in matters regarding defense, but since the order was coming from one of the heads, she had to oblige to his request. Once she was there, all the defense plans were thrown aside and Androx got uncomfortably close to her, something Nicole didn't like at all. But it was only the beginning of his plans. He soon went ahead to grab her, but the next second he was on the ground bawling like a kid while grabbing his hand. Nicole had turned his middle finger into dust before kicking him in the testicles. With whatever strength he had left, he warned her he would make her life hell. Little did he knew, Nicole had already recorded everything and showed the recording to him. Sure, go ahead and destroy my life. He'd like to see how that'll work for you. That one line still kept Androx on a leash. Even Nathan knew about the recording, that's why he was being extra nasty to Androx. And Androx knew it very well. If the recording got leaked, it'll all be over for him. He would be excommunicated and thrown into prison, or worse, be sent away to serve as a soldier in the wastelands. Moreover, he was more upset about another thing. A Chinese had screwed him over. He had hated the Chinese ever since his ex-wife cheated on him with one, but this incident pushed that hate to new heights. So much so, that he was plotting of ways to divide the blacks and cause them to lose their authority and seat in the syndicate. However, it was all in his mind till now. Androx wasn't a fool to go to a full-fledged war with the most powerful family of the country, not after knowing they had not 2 but 3 SS-ranked warriors, as Arnold was now classified as one as well. He needed to do something else. But he was holding his horses for a while. His revenge will have to wait. Ahem. As much as I'd love to hear your banter, I think we have more important matters to discuss. Alicia, another one of the heads, spoke up. Nathan, me and my family trust you completely. But for the sake of keeping the peace, can you tell us where Arnold is? He's at the Alpha base in Zone 4. And before you ask it, yes, he is preparing for the war. Nathan replied, as much as some would like to think of him as a backstabber, I assure you he isn't like that. However, he too is human and did like if you respect some boundaries. Now if you're done asking irrelevant questions, shall we go ahead and plan the rest of the attack? Nathan lied to everyone, brilliantly so. Even he didn't know where Arnold was. The last time he tried to contact the base, he was told by Talos that Arnold wasn't there. He thought Talos would tell him about Arnold's whereabouts, but even he refused. But the heads didn't need to know that for them. Arnold was preparing for war while he was at the Alpha base. Everyone nodded in agreement and went back to planning. The gears Arnold had provided them was a blessing to his reputation. They now know He was a man of word and an excellent creationist. He had done his job. Now it was time for them to do theirs. It had been 10 days since Arnold walked inside the void. Although it might not seem like much, it was more than enough for Arnold to forge. However, he was wrong. The 1 week he thought to be enough to make a relic had passed long ago. He was now in his 2nd week inside the void, tirelessly working to finish the ascension quest as soon as he could, but the road wasn't as smooth as he thought. He remembered a saying in the modern world: a warrior is not built of ease but suffering, and that is why they chose to build themselves to ease the suffering of others and themselves. He, who not only was a warrior but also a creationist, understood it more than anyone else. When he first started forging with celestial silver, he didn't know much about it, but the first step to start forging was to change the metal's state and convert the solid cube into a molten state. There was a slight problem though. He didn't know what its melting point was. He kept raising the temperature of the forge in hopes it would melt soon, but the block of metal remained unchanged. It was a celestial material. Obviously, it won't melt under the earthly flames he had been using to forge so far. The first couple of days inside the void were wasted away because he couldn't figure out how to melt the metal. On the 3rd day, however, "I need to find something that burns anything." "That's it," Arnold exclaimed as a light bulb got switched on in his head. He did have a flame that could burn anything: hellfire. Even though Arnold could conjure hellfire, his flames didn't affect inorganic targets. But he wasn't the only one who could use hellfire. Scylla could help him out, and unlike him, her flames were absolute and didn't differentiate between organic and inorganic targets. He used Scylla's flames, and wouldn't you know it, the block soon started melting like an ice cube. But the process was slow. Very slow. While he was thinking of ways to further increase the temperature of hellfire, he discovered another thing. The beast crystals could be used to increase the temperature of the hellfire. So he tossed a shitload of high-tier beast crystals into the flame to hasten the process. Still, he ended up losing 5 more days to completely melt the metal cube. He thought he'd need a week to make a relic, but after wasting a week, all he managed was to melt the cube. 3 days later, things were looking better, yet he was falling behind his schedule. "It's going to a tough road ahead, isn't it?" Arnold sighed and started shaping up the molten metal. Chapter 242, Road to Ascension 2. The next day, inside the void, the ice in Arnold's hands started melting away, just enough for his fingers and palm to be wet and lessen the burning pain. There was a small cut on his wrist too. It didn't look much, but it was deep. The pain from such a small wound was quite unbearable. It all happened so suddenly that his hands almost got burned from the hellfire. But thanks to his devil's advocate's skill, no harm was done to him by the fire. Yet the wound on his left wrist was enough to knock some sense into him. "There's no way I can get through it that way," Arnold thought, after sealing of the wound with ice. The skin around the wound already felt as chilled as it would if you put your hands inside the freezer and leave it there for an hour. However, it didn't bother him much. He was used to the cold. The bleeding finally stopped as he opened and closed his hands to get rid of the cold and stick it back in his pocket to warm up. He stared at the little thing that caused such a mess, such a small piece of metal. Maybe 1/3 of a millimeter long, a metallic splinter. "I need to be more careful. If a splinter can cause such a mess, then God knows what'll happen if a bigger piece of it falls on my legs." Arnold shook his head and went back to work. He simply didn't have the time to clear his mess. He had separated the molten metal to make 3 bullets from it, but shaping them up was yet another Herculean task. He had to put all of his strength to make a small dent on the cold metal, and during one of these hammer strikes, a small part of the metal flew up and got stuck to his wrist. The next thing he felt was pain. His face got twisted with agony as the small part of celestial silver burned its way deeper into his arm. Blood came out of the wound like a fountain show. Thanks to Arnold's quick thinking, not much damage was done while the burning pain was eased by the ice. Damn these radiation burns. Resistance to radiation increased due to prolonged exposure to celestial radiation. Resistance increased by plus 0.5%. Current resistance, 0.5%. Warning: be careful. Exposure to radiation in large quantities might lead to health complications. It is recommended to limit contact with radioactive material to prevent unnecessary problems. Recommended limit: 600 grains 39 grams. I'm definitely exposed to way more than just 39 grams, Arnold mumbled as he looked around the forge to find himself surrounded with 3 bullets, each weighing around 43 grams or 660 grains. Author's note: the bullet grain or GR is the basic weight of the bullet. 1 grain is equal to 0.064 gram or 17,000th of a pound. The grain does not refer to the amount of gunpowder in each bullet. It is the weight of the projectile that fires from the barrel, aka the bullet. He quickly gathered the rest of the material and threw them back in his inventory. Radiation was not a fire that he could play with. Well, fire isn't a thing one should play with either for that matter. Anyways, it was better to be safe than sorry. At that moment the daily reminder of his emergency question went off. Emergency quest: deal with the devil. Introduction: the system signed a deal with the devil to keep you from dying. Although you managed to survive, there is a cost to pay. Only cosmic creatures are allowed to wield mythical affinities, and even then, only a few can use them without causing self-harm. You, however, tried to learn something that was beyond your limits, and hence you were on the verge of dying. The reconfigurations that were done to your body are what keeps you alive, but it's only temporary. Complete your ascension quest and live, but if not able to do so, you'll die. Task: complete the ascension quest and evolve into ascended being within 14 days, or else the reconfigurations applied to your body would be reversed and you will inevitably die. Progress: 01 ascension quest completed. Rewards for completion: live your life. Days remaining: 0514. 5 days remain. I can do this. Thankfully, the system is counting the actual number of days, not the days I've spent inside the void. When the system informed him that he had 5 days to complete the ascension quest, it meant 5 days of the outside world, not of the void. It was simply because Arnold had received the emergency quest while he was bedridden in the black estate. Essentially it meant he received the quest while he was in the outside world, thus the countdown of the quest had been calibrated according to the time of the real world. Hence when the system informed him he had 5 days to complete the quest, it meant Arnold had 15 days inside the void to complete it. Without his void, have been screwed monumentally and would most probably be 6 feet under the ground by now. But it was an essential lesson for him to learn: when you receive a quest, drop everything and complete it first. Especially the ones who had a penalty like death. Luck wouldn't always be by his to help him out. If he kept screwing up, he would go down the drain in no time. Enough thinking, time to work. He lightly slapped himself to retain his focus and once again started hammering the metal with all his might. 12 void days later, Arnold's unkempt, overgrown beard was drenched in sweat, just like the rest of his body. The nerves in his hands were popping out. His biceps had increased significantly as if he was running on drugs. His sleepless, bloodshot eyes were tearless. He hadn't slept in God knows how long, yet he didn't felt tired. Instead, he was elated. Adrenaline was rushing through his body like never before. Working on the bullets proved to be worse than anything. But now it was done. He had created a relic. He had finished the ascension quest. But before he could use the probe skill to look at his latest creation, his interface was lit up with multiple messages. He could barely keep up with them as they kept popping up before he could even close them. You've created a relic. EXP. Plus 50,000. First cosmic rank relic created. EXP. Plus 100,000. The first relic created. EXP. Plus 50,000. The first human to create a relic. EXP. Plus 70,000. You cannot level up. Excess EXP will be stored for future use. Current EXP. 1,184,596. You've achieved a new title. Name: Fudgemaster. This is a title exclusive to the human known as Times Arnold Ling Times, which he achieved after successfully creating the first cosmic relic in modern human history. Effects: when working with new material for the first time, A special knowledge related to the material is unlocked in the shop, which can be obtained for free. Gain 10% more EXP from forging. Free knowledge? I'll take it. But I haven't. He was cut off with the appearance of yet another message. Congratulations. You've successfully completed the Ascension quest. It might be painful, but everything comes at a price. Please remain calm during the process. It is recommended you go in your domain to prevent unnecessary complications. You'll be notified once the process is complete. Do not panic till the notification appears on your interface. The ascension will now begin. I'm having second thoughts about how. The void resounded with blood-curdling screams. His mouth, lungs, heart and soul were all being crushed simultaneously. He thought it was painful when the system intervened and saved his life after he forcefully learned the mythical nature affinity. Now he stood corrected. This was hell. The insides of his body were continuously being ripped apart and then sewn back together. Whenever he opened his mouth, a stream of blood and guts rushed out. His eyes, nose, ears were all bleeding profusely. The pain only grew more and more unbearable. He gritted his teeth together to muffle the screams but couldn't. The pain was too much. He fell on his knees, begging for the pain to stop, but there was no one to help him out. Alice, Bad Breath and a few others rushed into the forge after hearing his screams, but there was some kind of a force field around Arnold that separated him from the rest of them. Bad Breath tried to break through the force field, but couldn't. They could only stand there was watch Arnold puke his guts out and bleed in misery. Alice kept banging her hands on the force field to break it, but what could a mere healer do against a force field that not even Bad Breath could put a dent on? Arnold kept screaming in agony. Finally, after what seemed like a lifetime, the pain gradually reduced and the force field dissipated. Ascension complete. Checking vital signs. Complete. Checking for abnormalities. Complete. User's health is in perfect condition. The third human to ascend to a cosmic being. Please wait while the system converts gained EXP into levels. You've gained 100 levels. 400 attribute points have been added. 200 potential points have been added. Rank boosted to Cosmic B. The shop is now open with new items. The system is back online. Once again, congratulations. The road will only get worse from here on out. Be prepared. Arnold spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the interface with anger and disgust. FCK. He weakly mumbled before once again collapsing on the ground. Chapter 243. Advanced sniping knowledge. As soon as the force field dissipated, Arnold's summons rushed towards him, wanting to help him, but he waved them to stop and got up by himself. He then glanced down at himself. He smelled weird. He hadn't had a proper shower in days and now he was drenched in a mixture of his blood, sweat and guts. It was weird, but his body seemed like maybe puking his stomach out made him feel lightweight. I assure you, that's not the case. A weirdly electronic and masculine voice echoed in his head. A voice he was sure he had never heard, yet it felt like he had known this voice for ages. Systems armor? Arnold thought as a smile broke on his face. Although I'm a nameless entity, there's no denying that it is I. You've done well in my absence. Yeah? Did you get an update or something? I believe you can say that. Either way, let's check your status plate. There have been some changes. Oh right. Totally forgot about that. Arnold stretched his neck while a status plate popped up in front of his iris. Name, Arnoldling. Title, Crouching Figure, Extraordinary Figure, Perfectionist, Master Tamer, Killer of the Masses, God Killer, Fudgemaster. Level, 162. Rank, Cosmic B. Special Skill, Devil's Rage. Class, Cosmic Creationist. Subclasses, expand to view details. HP, 1,013,810,138. Mana, 2,083,720,837. EXP, 015000. Strength STR, 161 plus 65 due to the gears. Defense Def, 161 due to the gears. Stamina STA, 78. Intelligence INT, 241, Agility AG 91, Accuracy ACC 94, Evade DVD 78, Charisma CHA 86, Mystic Miss 155, Summons Details, Number of Elite Summons 830, Total Number of Summons 354, Expand to see Details, Abilities, Expand to see Details, Attribute Points remaining 404, Potential Points remaining 214, Excess EXP 000 stored EXP was converted into levels. You'll now have a choice to store gained EXP or use it to level up as usual. That's interesting, Arnold mumbled. I have a choice whether I want to level up or not. It'll be handy. Not to mention the points I got. The status only reflects the changes in your stats and not the physical changes. What do you mean? Arnold mumbled. He was feeling weird the entire time, but he didn't know the reason behind it. After all, he had puked his guts out and was standing in a pool of his blood. Yet he had never felt so elated, so lively. Let's just say, your body went through some changes. It's no longer the body of a human but a cosmic being. The insides of your body have been altered in a way for you to survive various hardships ahead of you. So, the saying I'm not a human anymore? Correct. Now what is referred to as a cosmic being? A being who's no longer bound to a mere planet. As you can feel, your body has been changed a lot. For the better. You can now do things that are impossible for others to do. Things like, you can breathe in space. Technically, you don't need to breathe in outer space. Your body will take care of itself. However, I recommend that you don't try to prove me wrong. It might lead to some complications. That's a lot to take in. Wait, what about? Don't worry. Your genitalia was left untouched. You can still mate and reproduce as much as you please. That's reassuring. He mumbled with an awkward smile on his face. Nino wouldn't be pleased if something went wrong with him in that department. But he had a more important matter to discuss now. Matters like why he was the third one to ascend and who were the other two. Unfortunately, Systems Armor refused to answer the latter question, stating, he wasn't allowed to disclose the information. The former part of Arnold's question, however, was something he could answer, and it was pretty much what was shown to him. Two humans had already completed their respective ascension quest before he did, and hence he was the third one. Even though Systems Armor refused to elaborate any further, Arnold could guess one of the two ascended individuals. It was someone who used to be pretty close to him. Someone very important. His sister, Nicole. This could explain her sudden awakening to the power she had now, and now that he knew exactly what kind of boost completing the Ascension quest can give, he was sure of it. However, he decided to use his probe skill to confirm his suspicions the next time he meets her. Nicole wasn't stronger than him despite her ascension. No. That wasn't the case. She was strong, and since she could probably one-shot Tiamat, she might even be stronger than him. He was just lucky that he was immune to her trump card of an ability. That's all. Still, he had no idea as to who the other individual could be. Heck, he wasn't even sure if they were on the same continent or not. All he knew was, there might be someone stronger than him out there. If his suspicions were true and that guy turned out to be stronger than him, he might need someone to handle them. Someone like Nicole. Looks like he'll have to hear her out after all. Well, he'll do that later. I think I was being harsh on her. Maybe it was too much. I should at least give her a chance to speak her mind out. That way she'll know she can still trust me. Then, we can take care of the other person. He mumbled before getting lost in his thoughts once again. Soon he snapped back into reality. He had created a relic, yet he hadn't made a weapon to fire the bullets. And by bullets, he remembered he had intended to see what were they exactly capable of doing, before making new weapons and gears. Name, God's Executioner. Type, highly compressed nuclear bullet. Rank, relic. Damage, 3,040,000 true damage. Requirements to use, above LVL 150, a cosmic being. Length, 50 mm. Weight, 43 grams. Ability, Poison Touch. Upon contact, unleashes the concentrated radiation equivalent to a dozen nuclear explosions within a fraction of a second. The radiation expands rapidly up to 5 kilometers radius, poisoning any living thing within the radius and doom them to slow and painful death if they, unfortunately, survive the first attack. Deals 10,002,300 physical damage a second for a minute. Additional effect. God's Nightmare, deals additional 20% damage to godly beings, demigods, lesser gods and higher gods. Additional effect. Hell's Gate, upon contact with the target, scorches everything within the radius of 200 meters. The temperature rises sharply and anything within this radius vaporizes. Lesser gods and higher gods are not affected by this ability. Remarks. An excellent weapon crafted by Earth's greatest fudgemaster. If there's something the gods fear, it's death, and this bullet is not only their worst nightmare but also the harbinger of their death. A perfect tool for an executioner who is willing to go beyond rules and regulations to achieve their goal. Arnold was speechless. He thought he was making a god-killing bullet, not a god-overkilling bullet. Talos was right. If Arnold hadn't used a small amount of celestial silver, he might as well have made a bullet strong enough to wipe out an entire continent. Just one bullet at bam. Entire civilizations could disappear without leaving a trace behind. The bullet was everything he had expected it to be. To be honest, it was beyond anything he had expected. It was just a handheld nuke. But now Arnold not only had to make a gun strong enough to utilize the bullet's abilities to the fullest, but he also needed a weapon to shoot from a distance, as being within 5 kilometers of the target was more or less like a suicidal move. Power and range. I think the choice is obvious. Arnold stroked his beard and opened the shop. Since I have the gunslinger subclass, there should be a knowledge related to. There it is. Advanced sniping knowledge. The advanced knowledge required by gunslingers to unlock sharpshooter branch of gunslinger subclass. Acquiring this knowledge also increases accuracy by 10% when using snipers, bows, and crossbow. Buying this knowledge also unlocks the ability Paralyzing Shot. Paralyzing Shot. Active ability, basic ability for sharpshooter branch. This ability paralyzes the target for 3 seconds and reduces their movement speed by 60% for the next minute. Rank A. Price 10 red beast crystals. The amount would be automatically deducted from your inventory after purchase. Would you like to make a purchase? Yes or number. This was exactly what he was looking for. Usually, the price would be a factor he would consider before buying something from the shop, but right now, he was pretty loaded with high-tier beast crystals. More like he had enough crystals to wildly go on a shopping spree, all thanks to his hunting trips in the swamps and the wastelands. Yes, Arnold smiled as the crystals disappeared from his inventory. Damn, I missed the shop so much. Request acknowledged. Learning, learning, learning. You've successfully acquired the knowledge Advanced Sniping Knowledge. You've unlocked new abilities. Paralyzing Shot. Active ability, basic ability for sharpshooter branch. This ability paralyzes the target for 3 seconds and reduces their movement speed by 60% for the next minute. Rank A. Cooldown 20 seconds. Congratulations. You've received a new subclass, Sharpshooter. Rewards. Accuracy ACC, +30. Arnold let out a deep sigh of relief as the message ended. He was about to close the interface when another message popped up. You have unclaimed rewards. Chapter 244, Newfound Strength. Would you like to claim the rewards? Yes or no? Yes. You've received a new class, Destroyer, a godly class that grants users a single ability, destruction. The more destruction you cause, the stronger you become. Unlike your other class and subclasses, this class is exclusive to you as proof of your alliance with the Immortal One. It is also an exclusive class that only Immortal One had. But now his strength is yours. Be careful not to abuse it, or the Immortal One might not be pleased. What a vague description. I don't even know what it does. Cause destruction to gain strength. Sounds easy to do at first, but the last statement kinda gives me bad vibes. Arnold mumbled and reread the entire thing, yet he remained confused. System's armor. Can you explain what is this? You'll get to know about it soon enough. Right now is not the time. Should expected that. Arnold shook his head and left the forge with his summons. He desperately needed a shower. Being drenched in one's own blood wasn't a great feeling. But before that, he remembered something else. Wasn't I supposed to get a mythical affinity too? Don't you already have one? Well, yeah, but I don't think that's how you spell thanks for saving my life, because I was stupid enough to do something I shouldn't have unnecessarily and endangered my life. Technically, you were the one who gave me the option to unlock nature affinity. I just answered when you asked yes or no. Arnold smirked. I won't be the only one getting roasted here, my dearest System's armor. Never mind. The reward only stated that you'll have a chance to unlock a mythical affinity. It wasn't a guarantee. The system had a point. Also, Arnold was grateful to the system although he never showed it. Not only he was grateful to it for saving his life again and again, but also for giving it a meaning, and whatnot, but he wasn't going to show it, or the system might end up roasting him again. Finally, with the death threat off his head, his mind was clearer than ever. Now he only had one goal in his mind. To show Devon how much he appreciated him messing around with him and his family. Arnold let his wet hair go wild and the hot droplets of water slowly rinsed the blood away. All the tensed thoughts were washed away along with the blood as well. After a while, he stepped out of the futuristic shower as a warm dry towel presented itself in front of him. Talos never cease to amaze me, Arnold mumbled while using the towel to dry himself. While Arnold generally used his creationist abilities to make weapons of war, Talos often used his knowledge to make others' lives easier, especially Arnold's. This newly installed shower was a prime example of his abilities. He was no ordinary robot, but more like a man with extraordinary talent. Arnold quickly warped the towel around his waist and stepped out, only to be greeted by the luscious succubus, Natasha, who was lustfully gawking at her master's wet body. I believe it's done, Arnold asked without paying any attention to her. Yes, master. She has been dealt with, Natasha replied before going back to gawking at him again. Arnold had asked her to deal with Mully's half-sister and she finally did it after tormenting her soul in the most sadistic ways. Something not even Arnold would want to hear despite his tough love attitude. But now, none of it mattered. She didn't know why, but Arnold seemed weirdly attractive to her. Whenever she was around him she felt like a lady rather than a monster, especially ever since he gave her the collar she wore around her neck. Arnold didn't know, but the magic of the beast collar had dissipated a long time ago. Despite knowing she was free to do as she pleased, Natasha felt a weird sense of accomplishment whenever she completed a task given to her by Arnold. She was a succubus, a creature known to control their target using the powers of seduction. Yet, she was the one being seduced by her uncaring master. Whenever she was around her master, she didn't want to harm him anymore. While she was under the spell of the collar, she noticed his good side. A side Arnold only showed to those who were special to him. Unknowingly, Natasha had become a part of that group too, and thus the way Arnold treated her had improved significantly. She felt he trusted her, and she would go to any lengths to preserve his trust in her. He had turned her into a woman and now she wanted to become his woman. But she knew it was just wishful thinking and nothing more. You did well, Nat. Thanks for helping me out. I owe you one. Well, technically I don't because I summon, but you get the gist, Nat. Natasha mumbled as she saw Arnold smiling at her through the mirror. You don't like it? I won't call you that if you don't want. He turned around to face her. I thought you'd like a nickname because others have it too. No, master, I like that name. She jumped up and down while Arnold shook his head and asked her to leave if there's nothing more. She did leave, but not before getting one last glance at him, slowly stripping his towel away. After the shower and a quick lunch, Arnold once again entered the forge. Only this time, Duke and few of the other golems were following him. Each of them had a different type of material in their arms. But they all had one thing in common. All of the materials were once a part of the dragon goddess, Tiamat. It was time to upgrade his gears and weapons for the upcoming battle. Not to mention, his cloak was torn to shreds during his fight with Tiamat. Also, His gloves were in rough shape from all the fights he had been in. Soon the forge was lit up once again, accompanied by the loud banging noise of his hammer. It took him another day to forge a completely new set of gears and weapons. Once it was over, Arnold placed the hammer back on the anvil and admired the products of his hard work. A new cloak, pair of new gloves, as well as the new addition to his arsenal, a sniper capable of killing a god. Cloak of absolute strength. A cloak made up of the hide of the dragon goddess, Tiamat, containing unparalleled abilities. Grade, Cosmic B. Defense Def, plus 206 Physical Strength STR, plus 50. Armor Type, Cloak. Weight, 0.40 kilograms. Additional effect, Titan's Blessing reflects 15% of damage received as physical damage to the attacker. Additional effect, Antidote. Upon donning the cloak, the user will gain total immunity from any poison of the universe. Additional effect, Dragon Goddess Blessing. Damage dealt to reptilian monsters permanently increases by 30%. Dragon's Hand, a glove made using the bones and hide of the Dragon Goddess, Tiamat. A specific trigger has been placed inside the gloves, which when pressed, pops out a vicious claw made of dragon's bones coated with poison. Grade, Cosmic C. Defense Def, plus 40 Physical Strength STR, plus 60. Armor Type, Glove. Weight, 0.15 kilograms. Additional effect, Dragon's Claw. When a target gets scratched by the claws of the glove, the target enters a poisoned state, making the target numb and limiting their visibility while making them lose 10% of their total health per minute. The duration can be extended by continually inflicting damage to the target. Additional effect, Dragon Goddess Blessing. Dragon Bone Sniper, a sniper carved off of the bones of the Dragon Goddess, Tiamat. Upon the creation of this sniper, it was further enhanced by its creator. This sniper is a true work of art, having skills and abilities that no one had ever seen before. A perfect weapon designed to kill low-ranking godly beings with precision and ease. Grade, Cosmic B. Strength STR, plus 350. Weapon Type, Gun. Weight, 13 kilograms. Range, 5 kilometers. Effectiveness decreases as distance increases. The weapon would be no longer effective if shot from a distance of more than 6 kilometers. Moreover, the damage dealt will be decreased. Additional effect, Bullseye. Every second bullet fired from the sniper will hit the target without fail. Headshotting the enemy will increase the range of your vision along with your perception. Additional effect, chain shot. Firing rate increases with every successful hit on a target. Each successful hit also increases the damage dealt to the next target by 0.2x for the next 3 seconds. Can be increased up to 2x, twice the base value. Additional effect, Preacher of Death. Killing enemies having a higher rank than that of the user will permanently increase the user's strength by 5%. If a high-ranking godly being is killed, then the strength will increase by 8%. Additional effect, Headhunter. Whenever a new type of enemy monster or god is killed, the user gains a soul. The soul is stored inside the sniper itself. Once the threshold value is reached, the sniper will evolve. With gears like these, he no longer had to worry about the measly lizards of the swamp. He was ready to walk out of his domain and face the lizards a final time. Chapter 245, Devil's Oath. Thanks for coming here on such short notice. Andrux smiled sinisterly as he welcomed the guest he had been waiting for so long. It's fine as long as you pay up. The man remained indifferent to Andrux's attempts to please him. Andrux was obviously licking his ass because he was the only one who could help him solve his little problem. But he wasn't going to anything about it. He just came to hear him out. Ha ha, you're as ambitious as ever, I see. Andrux let out the fakest laugh in the history of mankind. But upon seeing that his guest wasn't pleased by him, he quickly calmed himself down and invited the guest to sit down, while Andrux got a bottle of liquor which he only brought out on special occasions. It was a 21-years-old premium scotch, something his father gave him on his wedding day, the day he married the vile woman who ended up betraying his trust along with her marital vows. This is not time to think about that witch. I need to focus. Androx thought and poured the liquor in 2 glasses before handing one to the guest. Both of them merrily drank the liquid before talking about Androx's request. "Mr. Luke, please, the only person that can help me now." Androx's tongue was no longer in his control. "Just after 1 drink. That's why I'm here. But first, you need to tell me, what do you want me to do?" Luke replied while pouring himself another drink. "I want you to destroy that fucking black family." Androx yelled out loud. Luke was stunned. This idiot was going to get him killed. Destroy the most influential and strong family in America? Was this guy out of his mind? Luke had his suspicions that this idiot would ask something like that, and that's why he was fully prepared to decline Androx's request. He had flown over from Mexico just to decline his request in person and make a few bucks along the way. Androx was rich, very rich. No matter how much money Androx was willing to give him, nothing was more important to Luke than his life. "I'm sorry, Mr. Androx, but I'm afraid this is a job I can't accept, no matter how much you're willing to compensate me." Saying that, Luke got up to leave. Androx had a pained expression on his face. Words came out of Luke's mouth like daggers. Initially, Androx thought, since Luke had enmity with the blacks, be willing to help him out for money. But alas, he couldn't be more wrong. Luke didn't want to invoke the blacks' wrath on him again. Last time they were willing to leave him alive on one condition: not to ever come back to America. He had already violated the treaty by visiting him in America. Without Luke's help, his plan wouldn't even make it out of its first phase. He has to get Luke on board with the plan no matter what. Fortunately, he knew exactly which buttons he required to push. "Don't tell me, even after what they did, you're still scared of those filthy bastards?" Androx sniggered. He could still use his head despite being intoxicated. "What did you say?" Luke glared at Androx with murderous intent, yet Androx was unfazed by it. He knew now was the time to keep pushing. Remembering a saying of the old, "Hammer the iron while it's hot." "You tried to take revenge for your fallen brother, and what did you get? Humiliation. Furthermore, you were deported. Was it fair to you? I thought you were cunning, but looks like just another scaredy cat." Androx shook his head in disappointment while pouring another drink. "Your brother would be so disappointed in you. TSK, TSK, TSK. You got a death wish, you filth." Luke knocked the liquor out of Androx's hands and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him up. "No pot-bellied needle dick prick would dishonor my brother." Despite the dangerous aura Luke had been emanating, Androx kept smiling. He knew Luke would relent at any moment now. A little more, just a little bit more. Androx thought and smiled internally. "Him dishonoring your brother? Don't make me laugh. The one who couldn't avenge him, and yet him the dishonorable one? How deluded can you be, Luke?" "Stop, I'm telling you. If you want to remain alive, then stop." Luke's hands were shaking with rage. He didn't want to unearth his buried feelings. Yet he knew whatever Androx was saying was true. He had failed his brother. He had failed his brother's guildmates. He had failed himself. "I will not stop. El deserved a better end, and you know it," Androx bellowed, pushing Luke off him. "They killed El. No, they murdered him. Murdered hundreds in cold blood, and you say I'm dishonoring them and their memories? Listen to me, Luke. Fate is giving you another chance through me. Last time you weren't prepared. You didn't have anyone to back you up or support you. But this time, I'm here to help you. Together, we can take them down once and for all." "Just think, Luke. Think about hell." Luke finally broke down. The guilt he had been suppressing for years came rushing back. He went through a multitude of emotions: denial, sadness, hate, and then rage. He wasn't going to run anymore. He couldn't take revenge on the blacks alone, but with Androx backing him up, he could finally serve justice to the filthy blacks. "Tell me," Luke mumbled, "what's your plan?" Sometimes Androx's wit scared himself. He was definitely going to hell for what he was planning, but going through with his plan would make the rest of his days on Earth peaceful. Once the blacks were out of the picture, rule over America. But before all that, he needed to ensure that Luke's allegiance was with him. "Oh, I will do that, Luke. But first, Andrix pulled out a small knife from his back. The knife was beautifully ornamented. Its golden handle was studded with a giant ruby, while some ancient scriptures were written all over the blade. Luke could tell exactly what the knife was. Devil's knife. He thought it was a special magical knife and was said to have been originated from Egypt. Amenhotep I had this knife forged to ensure that his court stayed loyal to him. He made them take the Devil's Oath, which was also known as the Blood Oath. While taking the oath, both parties had to cut their palms with the knife and shake hands while swearing loyalty to each other or a common goal. Failing to fulfill the oath meant certain death. Once both the parties had taken the oath, their lives were bounded with each other until their goal was met. The look on Luke's face told Andrix that he knew about the legend. He could no longer trick him into slavery. Still, he could use him to get rid of the blacks nonetheless. "I assume you know what I'm trying to do," Andrix mumbled. "Going against the blacks is suicidal and I don't want either of us to snap under the pressure and snitch. I hope you understand." Luke nodded and took the knife from Andrix. He knew what he had to do. It was the only way to avenge El, to gain allies and strike hard. Without a moment's hesitation, Luke stabbed his hand and blood gushed out of the wound. The knife absorbed the blood. Soon the ruby on the handle started glowing like the evening star. Andrix took the knife next and did the same thing. The ruby started glowing again. The next step was to forge the pact. Andrix extended his bloodied hand to Luke, who graciously shook it. At that moment, the ruby started glowing for the last time as both Andrix and Luke simultaneously mumbled something. "May my blood flow through yours," Andrix muttered. "And mine and yours," Luke completed the phrase. "Till we destroy the demons, who have been tormenting us for so long. Turn the days dark, and fire to ice. Till we fulfill the oath, under devil's guise." The next moment, the ruby inside the knife cracked. A blood oath had been formed. A new disaster waited for the blacks. One they'll never recover from. Back at Nina's apartment, Arnold pushed aside the curtains and the sun, kissed the most beautiful women he had known in his life. Nina was still asleep and Arnold didn't blame her for it. Last night was pretty wild, especially after he told her he wanted to talk to Nicole and sort things out. After spending days inside his domain, Arnold had an urge to meet Nina. That's why he was back at her place as soon as he was done working. Arnold pulled a chair and sat right next to her, admiring her beauty. She was the best thing that ever happened to him, ever. Yet he always ended up unintentionally hurting her. Initially, Arnold only wanted to meet with Nicole to confirm what he knew and ask a few things while hearing her out. But after seeing how happy Nina was with his decision, he made his decision to seriously try and work things through. His sister made a mistake and as her brother, he should try to get her side of the story as well. "What are you doing, Arnold? Come lay with me for a while," Nina muttered as she pulled him in her arms and planted a kiss on his lips. Arnold gladly reciprocated and kissed her back. "You know, I've been thinking," Arnold mumbled as they broke the kiss. "Thinking what?" she mumbled sheepishly. "How a jackass like me ended with someone like you." "Ah, just a pleasant distraction. Nothing more," she replied playfully. "Oh yeah?" Arnold asked and lifted her in arms. "MMHMM." Nina nodded and kissed him once again. At that moment someone was knocking at the door. Chapter 246. "I forgive you. Did you invite someone over?" Arnold looked at Nina, who was still in his arms. Nina shook her head and smiled. "I don't remember. Why don't you check who it is while I get dressed?" Arnold looked at her. He knew she was planning something. The look on her face gave her away. But if she wanted to play along with her. He dropped her on the bed and threw a bathing robe over her. Then he jumped out of the bed and opened the door. "Oh, you sly devil," Arnold thought after he saw Nicole standing in there. Nicole was shocked to see a shirtless Arnold standing there too. But the shock soon dissipated and she turned around to leave. She was confused as to why Nina would call her when Arnold was over. Didn't she remember Arnold didn't want to see her? Now he'll get even more pissed at her than he initially was. Various thoughts kept running through her mind as she walked away. But as she was about to enter the elevator, something happened. Nicole, don't you wanna come in?" Arnold asked her. She turned around to see Arnold standing the while scratching his overgrown hair. She tried to calm herself down but couldn't. Her eyes welled up. Waterworks happened and all it took was Arnold to say her name. She rushed over to him wanting to hug him, but then Donna said something. "Be careful. He has ascended to the level of a cosmic being. He's ranked above you. Stuck at C and he's at cosmic rank B. Remain vigilant around him for now. Although I can't sense any bad intention towards you, you never know what he could be thinking." Donna's words were clear, but Nicole didn't give a crap. She knew the man in front of him wasn't the one everyone else knew, but the brother who had previously refused to acknowledge her after she lost her cool and attacked him. Yet now, he had called her by her name for the first time in ages. She wasn't going to stop because her stupid personality wanted her to. She hugged him with tremendous force, knocking Arnold over. Still, she didn't let go. She held him tightly, thinking she was having a dream and Arnold would disappear any moment. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," she kept mumbling while Arnold looked at her, crying a river on his chest. At that moment a message popped up in front of him. Power signature of another paladin detected. Initializing contact protocol. ... Connection established. Paladin of the Mischievous One doesn't seem to have any ill will towards you. The system will continue monitoring the situation for now. So she was a paladin all along. Arnold smiled weakly, as she wept on his chest. He knew the trials and tribulations of being a paladin, and knowing that his sister too went through something similar, turned his heart back to loving her. But not unconditionally like he used to. That love was gone, but he could still develop a new relationship with his sister. Nina stayed next to her bed, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. Finally, the two people she cared about the most were back together. Still, she knew it would take some time for them to make up for the lost time, but Arnold not pushing Nicole away or shouting at her was a good start. Last night when Arnold visited her, she insisted on him to get a shower, and while he was inside the shower, she called Nicole and asked her to come over the next morning. At that moment she thought she was playing with fire, but after seeing their reaction, she knew she made the right choice. Arnold gently patted Nicole's head. They both had caused each other pain, but at the end of the day, he was her big brother. He needed to understand that family makes mistakes. He needed to learn and forgive Nicole, and she needed to do the same thing. It's what their parents would have wanted. Nicole continued to cry while Arnold hugged her tightly. SHH, SHH. It's all good, little one. I'm not going anywhere and I'm at fault too. So how about we sit down first and then talk about it? Huh? The floor might not be as comfortable as you think. Nicole nodded in reply and wiped the tears off her face and ignored his bad joke. Yet she didn't let go of him. With his current strength, Arnold could easily throw her off him, but he didn't. Arnold helplessly looked at Nina, who came rushing and slowly managed to pull Nicole off him along with his help. Yet the moment he was up, Nicole tightly hugged his arm while they sat down. She was still afraid that it was all happening in her head and Arnold would soon disappear into thin air. They sat down on the sofa while Nina brought them some coffee to drink. Nicole thought she was adept at hiding her broken feelings, yet when she was shown the hope of reconciliation, she started bawling like a baby. She wasn't like this, or at least she thought she wasn't, when in reality she was still a teenage girl at her core. The same girl whom Arnold had left to go to Brazil. With the coffee in their bowels, they started talking. But first Arnold needed to hear his sister out. Nina sat on his left side, while Nicole tightly hung onto his right, still refusing to let it go. Arnold just smiled and told her to talk. He also told her he needed to hear how she truly felt. No matter how harsh it was, he needed her to be 100% truthful. That was his only condition. Nicole readily agreed and started her tale. She started talking about how Arnold left her alone. He practically abandoned her for a year. She thought Arnold was tired of taking care of her and that's why he left. Why else would her brother leave her with a bunch of strangers? The blacks were kind people, but still to her they weren't more than strangers to her. She now know why he had to leave, but back then, she couldn't help but blame herself because of it. Then she recalled how wrong she was for not responding to his messages, as she hated him. For a year, Arnold kept sending her texts and emails. He kept calling her but she didn't respond. And then one day, it all stopped. She thought Arnold had finally given up trying to maintain a relationship with her. She was angry that Arnold had stopped texting her. Although she never responded, she still read his texts. But now that the messages weren't coming in, she got upset, not knowing that he was stuck inside a trans-dimensional portal. After a week, Nicholas called Johnny to deliver the worst news of Nicole's life. He told Johnny that Arnold got stuck inside a trans-dimensional portal and was most probably dead. Nicole overheard the conversation between Johnny, Nathaniel and Nathan, and that's when she swore to eradicate the monsters off this planet. All for him. But then the tragedy struck at them, and they lost a large part of America to the monsters. But one day, Arnold reappeared. She was ecstatic to meet him. But Donna interrupted her, telling her that paladins often end up killing each other. She now knew it was all lies, but back then, she didn't want to harm her brother. That's why she stayed away. Fast forward to the day Nina and Nicole visited him at the Alpha base. As fate would have it, she ended up assuming that Arnold wanted to hurt her, and that's why she attacked him. She emphasized on the fact that she didn't want to kill him as Arnold thought, but she only wanted to disable him. She said she wasn't trying to justify what she did because she knew what she didn't was wrong and she wasn't thinking straight. But by the time it dawned upon her, it was already too late. She had done something she couldn't undo. That's why she hastily left the base and came back to the estate. On my way back, I kept telling myself I was a good person, Nicole mumbled, once again on the verge of tears. I kept telling myself everything will be alright. I kept reminding myself that I am a good person, I do good things, I have a heart full of love, and the world is full of good people out there. People like my brother who would forgive me for my mistakes. Nicole continued, however, all of my hopes were destroyed when you were found unconscious at the base. 2. Nicole grabbed his arms and broke down once again. She couldn't continue anymore. By now Nina was on the verge of tears too. Everyone was silent. Finally, after what seemed like a lifetime, Arnold sighed heavily and pulled Nicole closer to his chest. It takes two hands to clap, not one. I'm equally responsible for this mess, he said and kissed Nicole's forehead. Do you remember what Dad used to tell us about regret? Nicole shook her head. She was quite young when they lost their parents, so she didn't remember much about them. Arnold smiled. He used to say, regret is a learning tool. We let it educate us so that we can move on into a better future. Regretful, and so am I. I failed myself, and you too. But we can rebuild our relationship. After all, two of the strongest warriors in America can't always keep bickering, can they? So, does it mean? Nicole finally had a tinge of happiness on her face. I forgive you, Nicole. I can't stay angry at you forever now, can I? Both Nina and Nicole were happiest that they had been in a while. But little did they know, reconciliation wasn't the only goal Arnold had. He needed her to trust him and be at his side, for he still didn't know who the other ascended person was, and he might need her help sooner or later. Chapter 247, Time to Strike One. The three of them slowly broke the hug off. But Arnold wasn't done yet. After Nicole mentioned the transdimensional portal, he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten a long time back. He excused himself from the ladies and walked into the washroom. Then he immediately called Talos, who was taking care of the base in Arnold's absence. The communicator rang once before Talos picked it up. Yes, Master? He asked. Talos, do you still have the file which I told you to take while we were stuck inside the dimensional portal? Arnold asked. He didn't specify what he was asking for, as it would rule the surprise for Nicole. After all, he told Talos to save it because she liked the sky and shiny things. Are you referring to the photographs, Master? I've kept them safe on the local server. Talos confirmed once again, but kept his voice low because Arnold was kind of whispering to him as well. Yup, that's what I'm talking about, Arnold replied while he made a man bun out of his overgrown hairs. I need to cut short soon. I've sent you the images, Master. You should receive them at any moment now. Would there be anything else? Number. Nothing else for now. It's all good. Arnold smiled as the pictures flashed upon his communicator. As Arnold looked at the photos, forgotten memories came rushing back to him. He remembered how he had burned the entire forest down, and after the sun went down he had expected the jungle to get covered in pitch black darkness, but instead, two luminous blue full moons took over the sky and lit up the surface. The beauty of that place was astonishing. If this doesn't please her, I don't know what will. Arnold thought as he stepped out of the washroom and headed back to the ladies. He sneaked up behind them and projected the images in front of them. The sneaking didn't work though. Nicole could feel him sneaking up, thanks to Donna, who thought Arnold was going to attack them, while Nina was as perceptive as ever. Still, the outworldly images managed to surprise them. It looks so beautiful, they mumbled while Arnold smiled at them. It was true. The scene was majestic. It's not every day one got to see not one but two different moons in a starry sky. Where did you? Nicole mumbled. I was stuck inside a dimensional portal, remember? Arnold winked at her. Since modern devices don't function inside transdimensional portals, I told Talos to take a photograph of the sky because I knew how much you liked it. He then explained to her that he wanted to send her the image as soon as he got out of the portal, but things happened and he ended up forgetting about it till now. Even now I only remembered about it because of you, as the one who kind of reminded me about it. Silence shrouded the room as the three of them were stargazing at dawn. So, do you like it? Arnold asked her. I wanna live there. She smiled back, as her eyes reflected the image of the moons. A couple of hours later, Arnold and Nina were on their way to the syndicate headquarters. The heads wanted them to attend the meeting as Arnold and Nina were the only ones who were sent to explore the swamps. And now that the forces have been gathered and the expedition was about to begin, they needed intel which the two of them had. By the way, Nina asked while driving the car, what was this paladin thing Nicole and you were talking about? Huh? Arnold was hoping that Nina would have forgotten about it since she didn't ask any questions about it while Nicole was over her apartment. But he was wrong. She had heard it all and now she wanted to know more. But Arnold couldn't possibly tell her about it. Not because he didn't trust her but because knowing about paladins might put her in danger. He was afraid that if the fact got leaked that she knew not one but two paladins, her life would be in danger as the other paladins might attack her to obtain some information about them. Although Nina was fairly strong, he doubted she'd be able to defeat a paladin on her own, nor could he keep her near him all the time. The best he could do was to appoint a few of his summons to be her bodyguard. But then again, doing so would also arouse suspicion. In the end, Arnold decided the little Nina knew about the paladins, gods and whatnot, the safer she would be. Earth to Mr. Creationist. Hello. Nina snapped her fingers. Where are you lost, mister? Although I'm beautiful, I doubt you'd get lost in it now after being inside me. Barbaric woman, you know that? Arnold replied. Says the one who keeps beheading his enemies the first chance he gets. She sniggered. So you wanna tell about the magical word? About the paladins I mean. It's nothing important. Just a nickname we used to call each other. That's the best you could come up with? You disappointed me, human. And here I was thinking after investing so many points to increase your intelligence, you'd have gained at least a bit. Well, never mind that. I think you're immune to intelligence itself. Oh, shut it. Like you could've done any better. Arnold snapped back at the system while half-heartedly wishing for the system to never come online. Oh really? She gave him a look that pierced through his body. Yeah. Look, if you don't want to tell me then don't. But at least try to come up with better lies next time. I think this is the part where I say, I told you so. Shut up please, Systems Armor. Arnold shook his head and replied, look, Nina, I don't want to hide anything from you. But I can tell you about it. Not now, but I promise. I'll tell you about everything soon. Till then, just do me a favor and forget about it. Could you do that for me? Nina looked at him. It was the first time Arnold was refusing to tell her about something she directly asked about. But she also knew that Arnold wouldn't lie to her about anything, until and unless it was to protect her. Thus she relented and dropped the topic. After all, He wasn't the only one who knew about these paladins, whatever they were. Nicole too knew about it, and Nina knew. If she asked her nicely enough, Nicole would tell her all she could. At the syndicate headquarters, the 12 heads of the syndicate were patiently waiting for Arnold and Nina to arrive. "So Nathan, why didn't you told us about your plans to send a couple of soldiers to gather information about the swamps?" Andrux asked for the third time. "We had to be discreet for the success of the mission." Nathan gave him the same answer once again. "You do know that by unilaterally deciding to do something which could potentially compromise the safety of the nation, you have broken innumerable laws, right?" Andrux pressed on while the other heads silently observed the two argue. "I did what I did for the welfare of the nation. And since we already knew that there were spies within this very same hall, working against us, I only did what I thought was the best thing to do," Nathan calmly replied, hinting at the incident with the White family. Andrux slammed his hands on the table and stood up, glaring at Nathan with fury. "Trying to say there's a traitor between us?" "I'm only pointing out the possibility," Nathan replied, staring at the nuisance of one of the 12 leaders. At this point one of the other members, Madame Roosevelt, intervened between them. "Sir Nathan, with all due respect, those are some serious allegations throwing around at every one of us." Nathan averted his gaze from the ape-like man known as Andrux, and focused on the beautiful Lady Roosevelt. She wasn't much tall, just 54 inches, but her beauty could outshine even much younger ladies. She didn't look like it, but she was approximately of the same age as Nathaniel. So she was pretty aged, yet she looked as if she was in her mid-30s. "I'm not throwing any allegations, Madame Roosevelt. I'm simply pointing at the obvious." Nathan crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Because the recent attack on LA and my family was staged by one of the people present inside the room." All of the heads who had been previously silent were now filled with rage. How dare Nathan say something like that without proof? "Are you trying to say one of us wants the death of this nation?" Andrux yelled over everyone else. "Who said the wolves were here to destroy our country?" Nathan smiled as everyone immediately went silent. It was true. The wolves never wanted to attack and destroy the entire nation. They were there only to end the Black family. This much was clear after rigorous interrogation of the captives. They never wanted to unleash something like Tiamat on the nation. They only wanted to destroy the Blacks. And when they weren't able to do it, they released that monstrosity over Los Angeles to get back at them. They said someone within this country helped them stage the attack, and to the best of my knowledge, only the ones inside this room are capable of doing something like that. The only question is who? Andrix was about to say something, but just then the doors were flung open and Arnold walked into the room along with Nina. Upon seeing them, everyone got silent once again. All of them were well aware of Arnold's anger and didn't want to accidentally piss him off. They were the leaders of this country, the roots binding the broken country together, but in front of Arnold, they were nothing more than a dried-up tree, waiting to fall over. Chapter 248, Time to Strike 2. Everyone sealed their mouth shut as soon as Arnold entered the room. If Nathan had warned them about one thing, it was to not piss Arnold off under any circumstances. And if they did, not Nathan or the Blacks would be responsible for the outcome. This was Nathan's move to keep everyone under check. As if all 12 of them were to lead an army into the swamp, they would end up crashing on each other's commands. The troops would get confused and history would repeat itself. That was the goal of this meeting. They not only wanted information, but they were also there to crown a leader who would lead the army to the swamps. Once the leader was appointed, the rest 11 were expected to unquestionably follow the leader's orders. But if the appointed leader can't do their job well, they could call for another meeting at any time. However, there had to be at least 8 of the heads against the leader to use that power. This was to ensure that the appointed leader does not abuse their power over others. You can say this was a leash to keep the appointed leader in check. By having Arnold, namely the strongest warrior in American history, at his side, Nathan had more or less solidified his position as the leader of the syndicate. He doubted anyone would even dare to challenge him for a seat. He wasn't planning this because he wanted to rule over the rest, but he was doing so to save his family. Right now, everyone at the table was a potential enemy of him. After all, one of them helped the wolves to try and take them down. He was just being cautious, and rightfully so. He couldn't afford to be stabbed in the back while fighting against monsters as vicious as lizardmen. "Why is everyone so gloomy?" Arnold whispered into Nina's ears. "You really are clueless, aren't you?" Nina sniggered. "You can single-handedly destroy any one of their families if you wish. Of course, they'd be cautious in your presence." Arnold, who wasn't used to being feared by humans, couldn't help but smile awkwardly. These were the type of people who treated people having low social status as him like crap. And now they were afraid of him, too scared to talk in his presence. He kinda liked it. He knew he shouldn't, but he did. "Now that everyone is here, let's begin, shall we?" Nathan snapped his fingers, and the table in front of them lit up with hologram of a map hovering above the surface of the table. Arnold gave it a look and immediately realized what it was. A map of the swamps. The same map he had Talos make when Nathan requested Arnold to get him one. In front of you is a map of the swamps that Arnold had generously made for our goal of eradication of the swamp dwellers. Nathan looked at Arnold before continuing. "Let's hear it from Arnold about the dangers of the swamps which we don't know of." Everyone's attention immediately shifted from Nathan to Arnold, who immediately went off explaining to them about the situation up to the best of his knowledge. "This is the part of the swamps which I consider to be the safest. Although most of the swamps are ruled over by lizardmen, the Nagas too have some territory in the swamps, and this," Arnold pointed at the small area, "is more or less no man's land. You'll rarely find any monsters, lizardmen or Naga here. Thus it's the safest place for us to land and camp before launching the final attack. The Nagas so far seem to be peaceful creatures, as through my multiple visits, they were nowhere to be found. Never once did they attack me, but we have to be wary of them. No one can predict their behavior. They are monsters after all. Thus I recommend we to set up camps here." "What about the lizardmen? How strong are they?" Madame Roosevelt asked. "I think the weakest among them would be approximately ranked at C or B. Not lower." "Any weaknesses we should be aware of?" she asked again. "When their skin is as tough as it gets, so we have to aim for their soft spot, eyes and crotch. We'll need weapons like heavy axes to do more damage to them, because the usual weapons don't work well against them. Their skin can easily deflect bullets if not shot from close range." Arnold explained it to them as if they were kindergarten students and he was the black hole of knowledge. Moreover, they seem to have a societal hierarchy among them. The ones on the lower end can't wield weapons and don't have armor on. They lack the intelligence to use weapons and hence depend on their claws and skins to fend off against the enemies. Everyone started murmuring at this point. Monsters having a hierarchy? That's just absurd. They believed all monsters were brainless beings driven by their lust to kill, but what Arnold was saying completely shattered their beliefs. Andrux took it as an opportunity to swing ahead at Nathan. "Oh, come on. Just because we haven't been able to research about the swamp's dwellers, doesn't mean your family member can feed us whatever crap he wants." A couple of leaders nodded their heads in agreement, but most of them remained indifferent and were a bit annoyed at the interruption. Andrix thought Arnold would get pissed, but to his surprise, he was smiling as nothing happened. "I can't think of any reason why would you think that I'm lying," Arnold said. "You are going to be at the swamps with me, so it's my job to tell you whatever I know for the sake of your safety. After all, if something was to happen to you or anyone else during the assault, it would only increase my burden. And no matter how strong I am, even I won't be able to take care of it all by myself. Still, if you think you can't trust me, please feel free to get out. This is not a playground. The moment you set foot into that hellhole, you'll realize what I'm trying to say." Arnold continued. "Trust is the most important thing. If any one of you thinks you can't trust me, please walk out now, or you might be endangering yourself and your family in the swamps." Everyone stared at each other while Nina and Nathan couldn't help but smile. Arnold was asserting dominance there, and by the look on everyone's faces, it was obvious that the message had been delivered loud and clear. "I agree with the young lad." A man dressed in a green suit smiled. It took Arnold a second to recognize who the person was. It was Marina Tempest, one of Nathan's closest friends. "I do too," Madame Roosevelt replied. "Andrux, I think we should let the man complete what he is saying before jumping to conclusions. Shall we? Andrix and his couple of supporters were soon hushed by the others, and Arnold continued. As I was saying, there seemed to be some kind of hierarchy within the lizardmen. As we move up the hierarchy, the deadlier they become. I don't think anyone below A or S rank can deal with the ones on the upper level, so we would have to be careful around them. But that's not all. Nature itself would be against us. You do know that the trees inside the swamp are alive and don't hesitate to kill anything that comes close to them. The leaders nodded their heads in unison. How could they forget? After all, during the first attempt to take back the swamps, they fell hard on their ass because of the trees. The trees they thought would help them by covering their tracks and shelter them were the ones who took the most lives. Good. I don't need to explain about them. Also, as far as I can recall, you were having a hard time fighting against the mermen too, right? Arnold smiled as he asked them. It was true. The mermen were merciless to whoever had the audacity to enter their territory. Sadly, their territory pretty much included every drop of water in the swamps. The syndicate lost quite a few men at their hands too. Well, you don't have to be afraid of them anymore. Arnold smiled, looking at their tensed faces. I've got them covered. With his abilities, he could simply freeze a fair bit of the swamps to exclude the mermen's involvement in the battle, while his nature affinity would give him the power to control any tree within the range of a kilometer to him. Thus, as long as the soldiers were around him, the mutated trees nor the mermen would be able to harm them. The heads didn't know about this, so they were worried but didn't question Arnold about it. But it didn't stop them from whispering among themselves. Now the most important thing, Arnold said as he raised his hand to get everyone's attention. Everyone looked at what Arnold wanted to say next. Vegans and vegetarians will not be allowed to participate in the assault. What? Everyone simultaneously blurted out. What kind of twisted logic is that? Even Nathan and Nina had a similar reaction. Calm down and listen to me first, Arnold yelled over everyone's voice. The reason I said that was because the only edible thing the swamps can provide us are the monsters that we'll kill. Anything else is poisonous. The berries, grass, hell, even the consuming the water is dangerous. We can bring our own food. Can't we? Someone asked. You can, but I doubt it'll last for more than a couple of days. The food you take would end up getting soiled sooner than you think. Arnold replied. Monsters would be our only replenishable source of fresh food. That's why I'm asking for only non-vegetarians to participate in the attack. If the environment is as humid as you say, then how will we cook monster meat? Andrix regretted asking that question as soon as he blurted the words out. Everyone looked at him with a disappointed look on their face. He was supposed to be a leader of one of the 12 elite families, and yet he couldn't even deduce such a simple thing on his own. But Arnold summarized everyone's view while with a snap of his fingers created fire and said, really? Chapter 249. Time to strike 3. To say that Andrix was embarrassed after Arnold produced flames by his fingers would be an understatement. As a result, he made his presence scarce during the rest of the meeting. It was a blessing in disguise as, without his continuous bickering, the rest of the meeting went smoothly. Now it was time to select the one who lead the forces into the swamps. Arnold was sure Nathan would be the crowd favorite. To ensure that there wasn't any pressure on the council members and also that Arnold wouldn't try to influence them, they all decided to vote for the leader while maintaining anonymity. Arnold and Nina weren't allowed to vote as each family could cast only one vote. However, Nathan, Nina, and Arnold were all shocked when the results were disclosed. Nathan wasn't the one who was selected by the council to lead the force. It was Arnold. All of them voted for him except Nathan and maybe Andrix, who had voted in favor of Marino, as no one could vote for themselves. Arnold wasn't even in the race. He was there to ensure Nathan was selected by the council to do the right thing, and yet they all voted for him. Arnold couldn't express how he was feeling at the time, so he just blurted out, "Can you guys even do this? I mean, I wasn't supposed to even be considered as a candidate, so it should be wrong, right? Who do you think decided the rules here?" kid. Marino smiled. Indeed, the council could do as they pleased, but this was a bit extreme. Why would they even think about him making him the leader? Had they lost it? It felt as if Marino had read his mind, because as soon as the thought about getting selected crossed Arnold's head, as he told Arnold exactly why he was picked to lead the forces into the swamp. Among the people present inside this room, the one who has the most knowledge about the swamps, Marino explained, you have experience of leading troops to battle and managing them efficiently, as you've been doing so as a part of your role as section chief. The third reason, the strongest men alive as of now. And lastly, you leading the forces into battle would be a massive morale boost for the soldiers as well as the citizens. Something we desperately need right now. The other members of the council nodded their heads in response to them. Arnold was the most capable and qualified person for the role. Thus they ignored the minor detail that he wasn't a candidate. While Nathan was more than capable of leading them too, he lacked the charm, appeal and individuality that Arnold had. All of them knew about Nathan because he was associated with the blacks. Arnold, on the other hand, despite being a member of the same family, was individualistic. He had achieved a lot of things on his own. One could have argued to appoint Nicole the leader instead of Arnold. After all, she too was a powerful individual. But she was still young, nor did she have enough experience to lead the forces to battle. And as far as Johnny was concerned, it was clear that both Nicole and Arnold were stronger than America's first SS-ranked warrior, so he didn't even pop up in most of their minds. They needed a leader whom the soldiers could look up to, feel safe, and have an urge to follow the man on their own. Considering these factors, it was clear that Arnold was more suited for the job than anyone else. Thus he got the position. Arnold could understand what they were trying to do, and he appreciated the gesture. He wanted to thank them for trusting him with such a huge responsibility, but he couldn't. That thankfulness, that emotion that he was feeling, wasn't something that he could express in words, for there were not enough words invented to translate how he was feeling at that moment. The meeting quickly concluded afterwards. However, not all was well. Arnold couldn't help but notice that Nathan was feeling a bit down. It didn't require a nuclear scientist to see through Nathan's fake smile or the reason behind it. He didn't get to be the leader, thus he was upset. Arnold thought it was childish. As long as one of the family members got to hold the position, it was a win for the family, but it seemed like Nathan didn't think about it like that. Also, Nathan hadn't even congratulated him for getting selected. Either way, Arnold decided to be the bigger man and cast any misunderstanding aside before it got bigger. He wanted to nip the bud while he could. Hey, Nina pulled Arnold aside. Don't you think Nathan is behaving weirdly? I thought he'd be happy that you were selected, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Even you noticed that, huh? Arnold mumbled and kissed her forehead. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. He slowly approached Nathan and waited till he got free before striking up a conversation. Hey, Arnold smiled at him. I guess your plan worked. What plan? Nathan looked at him confused. Oh come on. You planned all of this, didn't you? You wanted me to be the leader and that's why you called in favors from the rest of the council members, right? I just wanted to thank you for doing something like that for me. And even if you didn't do it, none of it would have been possible without the family's standing in the society, which all happened because of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Arnold gave a quick pat on Nathan's shoulder. In Arnold's eyes, Nathan just wanted some credit, which Arnold just gave to him. But Nathan soon realized what a brat he was being by not congratulating the one he referred to as his brother. Arnold was a better choice for the task and he knew it as well. Despite that, he was behaving like a child. All of a sudden Nathan burst out laughing. Arnold soon joined in, and in no time all the eyes were fixed on the two of them laughing hysterically. Thanks for knocking some sense into your bratty brother, and congratulations on achieving the leader's position, Nathan said, and he wiped a tear from the corner of his eyes before shaking Arnold's hands. No need to thank anyone. As your brother, it's my job to be on your side forever. As your champion, regardless of if you fucked up or not. To be there to guard you and fend off the scavengers, set you back on your feet and facing the right direction with a knapsack and good footwear. And maybe sometimes smack some sense into you using those footwears. Arnold smiled. That's what we are for one another. And also, you are appreciated more than words can express. Everything clear between us now? More than clear. That's good to hear. Now if you don't mind, I'll be heading back. I think I should start making plans about the assault. Arnold mumbled. Could you tell everyone to assemble the force according to what I've said earlier and be ready in 3 days? I'll be back by then to share my plans. Leave that to me. You go and get yourself prepared. We'll handle the rest. Nathan responded while Nina and Arnold headed back to Nina's apartment. Arnold called Nicole and told her to be there. He was planning to travel back to the Alpha base and continue planning his next moves along with Talos, Nina and Nicole. They were going to play major roles in the upcoming battle. Meanwhile in Naga territory of the swamps, my queen, a Naga messenger bowed before Alaya, the queen of Nagas. Grok has sent his approval to your peace treaty. Haha, I knew that spineless lizard will agree to Her Highness' terms. Kira, Alaya's right-hand Naga exclaimed with excitement. The Nagas and Lizardmen had been at war ever since the swamps came into existence. Back when Alaya's mother was the queen, the Nagas were the overlords of the swamps. Even the mighty mermen were reluctant to fight with the Nagas. Their victory against the Lizardmen was assured. But then the tides of the battle changed for the worst. The Lizardmen, who were used to fighting bare-handed, now had weapons which the Nagas had never seen before. With these new weapons and armors, they overwhelmed the Nagas, despite their small numbers. The Nagas had no counter for their weapons. Nagas only used magic and weapons that the swamps could provide them with. Weapons like spears, stone sword, stone axes and knives. But the weapons Lizardmen had were way too modern. Unlike anything the Nagas had seen. Even today the only proper weapons the Nagas had were stolen away from the few Lizardmen elite that they managed to kill now and then. Needless to say, Nagas brutally lost the battle. Alaya's mother was blamed for their incompetence and burned to death by heretics. They tried to do the same with Alaya but couldn't bring themselves to kill a child. Strike 1. The heretic thought they could tame an orphaned Alaya and taught her everything, from combat to politics. Strike 2. Once she was trained, she was crowned as the new queen, giving her the power to do as she pleased. Strike 3. The first order she gave after ascending the throne was to burn the heretics alive, just like they burned her mother. Ever since that day, whoever stood against her was eliminated without mercy. Only Kira was allowed to criticize her as they were like sisters. Later it was discovered that a few humans were working with the Lizardmen and providing them with weapons in exchange for protection. Alaya raised her hand, signaling everyone to calm down. The messenger wasn't done yet. What else did he say? Alaya asked as the messenger went back on his knees. She knew Grok wouldn't agree to the treaty so easily. The messenger's voice started cracking up. He said he'll agree to the terms as long as the queen agrees to be his. I can't say what he next. What did he say? The messenger was shaken to his core. The queen's anger was legendary. But he was stuck between rock and a hard place. No matter what he says, he'll die. In the end, he decided to tell Alaya the truth. That way maybe just maybe his queen wouldn't kill him. He said he'll abide by the terms if the queen agrees to be his personal prostitute. The next second a loud whip-like sound was heard in the courtroom, as the messenger's head fell off his shoulders. Prepare for battle. Alaya roared and left the room. Chapter 250, Cardinal Sin. 3 days later, in Los Angeles, California. It was raining and Arnold loved the rain. Everything about the rain. The whispering hum as sheets of precipitation plummeted to the water-forsaken ground. The often unanticipated flashes of lightning or the rolls of ominous thunder. He loved it all. The rain was falling steadily without let-up since before he woke up. Outside the summer flowers and leaves dropped under the weight of the water droplets. He had spent so much time inside the void lately that he'd almost forgotten this feeling. The cool freshness in the breeze. But it wasn't the breeze coming from outside, but by the fan in the apartment. Arnold stirred behind his closed eyelids, his mind ceasing dream mode to bring him back to reality. At first, he was slightly confused. He heard the fan rotating at full speed, yet he knew he didn't turn it on before bed. Instead of confusion, A slow smile crept over his face as he turned around. Nina was sleeping like a baby in his arms, smiling peacefully in her dreams. He brushed a strand of hair off her face and tucked it behind her ear, all while smiling himself. They arrived back late last night. It took Arnold lesser time than he thought he'd need to settle the important matters in the base and make a plan. He needed to make sure the residents under his refuge were safe while he took care of things in the swamp. Various defense mechanisms had been installed across all of the 3 bases in Zone 4. Sentry guns were the primary defense, but Arnold also made around 200 automatons along with the soldiers to defend the zone in his absence. After the affairs were settled, he set out to make plans with Talos, Nina and Nicole. Well, he only needed Talos for the purpose, but since Nina and Nicole were to play important roles in the assault, Arnold decided it would be better if Talos explained them the plan by himself. The planning etc. took a day and a half, and the rest of the day Arnold spent in the domain making a new weapon. He gave the Vindicator to Talos and he never intended to take it back from him. Also, he had god-tier materials in his vault. It'd be a waste not to forge a new weapon with them. It took him the rest of the day to make something similar to the Vindicators but only more powerful. Arnold was even biased to claim that this new weapon of his was his greatest creation ever after Talos. Of course, what was the result of hours of labor? This? A divine handgun carved off of the bones of the dragon goddess, Tiamat. Upon the creation of this handgun, it was further enhanced by its creator. This handgun is a true work of art, having skills and abilities that no one had ever seen before. A perfect weapon designed to kill any being with ease. Grade, Cosmic A. Strength STR, plus 200. Weapon type, dual handguns. Weight, 1.3 kilograms. Range, 100 meters. User's accuracy can increase the range up to 500 meters. Additional effect, Gunfu. Since these dual handguns were forged from the hand bones of Dragon Goddess, they are robust and it's impossible to break them using any means known to the mortals. Thus these guns are not only effective in fighting mid-range battles, they can also be used as excellent weapons for close combat. Strength increases by 5% when indulged in close combat. Additional effect, Expel. Firing the bullet has 1 in 3 chance of knocking the enemy's weapon out of their hand. Once the weapon is knocked out of their hands, the target goes into a state of confusion for 2 seconds. Dealing damage to the enemy while they are confused would deal additional damage of 2% of their max HP. Destroy class sync abilities unlocked. Additional effect, Karma. When facing off against enemies deemed evil by the system, the user gains the ability to one-shot the target. The only condition being that the target must be at least 10 levels above the user. The ability is useless if the target is 20 levels above the user. Killing the target would give the user one of the following: random increase in stats, random increase in attributes, forging material box, hidden rewards. Additional effect, Will of a Paladin. Killing something would fill the destroy gauge. Once full, the destroy class would upgrade and a new feature would unlock, body modifications. Not only did the gun itself have awesome abilities, for some reason it unlocked something called destroy class sync abilities. To be honest, Arnold couldn't make the head and the tail of the abilities, but he knew, if the system marked someone to be evil, he needed to kill them. The rewards were too hard to pass on. Then there was the second ability, Will of the Paladin. He didn't know what kind of body modifications the system was talking about, but Arnold was hopeful they were something his need to fight the godly enemies that were already onto him. All thanks to Tiamat. On the positive side, the more godly enemies he had to face and kill, the more XP and materials he'd get for making even stronger weapons and gears. Hell, he could even equip his summons and eventually make a god-killing army. He liked the sound of it. But he had an issue that required his immediate attention. An issue appeared as soon as he created the new handguns. Even now the issue was right in front of his eyes. Please name your new creation. He had no idea what should he name the guns. He wanted to give them a name that strike fear in the hearts of the enemy. A name more badass than the Vindicator. He thought and thought, but nothing came to his mind. May I suggest a name? Sure. Nothing can be weirder than the names I've been thinking of. since the handguns could be considered to be a device for punishing the sinners. "Would you like to name it?" the priest. "Thanks for proving me wrong that nothing could be weirder than the names I was thinking." Arnold waved his hand around in disapproval. "We aren't living in the 80s anymore. Moreover, priests don't punish anyone. They forgive them. I need something modern." "Wait, sin. I can do something with that word. How about Cardinal's sin?" System's armor remained silent. There was no point arguing with the user anymore. Once he wants to do something, he'll do it regardless of how absurd or illogical it might be. Certainly, the name Arnold suggested didn't belong to the 80s. It belonged to 1500s. All those points invest to increase his intelligence. Wasted. Confirmed. Cardinal's sin blueprint added in the database. Arnold nodded, clearly proud of himself. Now that his woes were taken care of, he needed to head out to the syndicate headquarters along with Nina. Today was the day they move out to the swamps and tomorrow they'll commence their attack. He woke Nina up with a kiss as she mumbled, "I could get used to waking up like this." "I won't mind if you do." Arnold smiled and headed towards the shower. 20 minutes later, they were all set to head out to the HQ. To say that Arnold was surprised by what he saw would be an understatement. More than 10,000 warriors had been assembled outside the headquarters. These were all the people who met Arnold's criteria. They all were above rank C, all were professionals and could defend themselves against stronger foes. And last but not the least, none of them were vegans or vegetarians. He was glad that so many people were trusted his leadership. But it would be a pain in the ass to transport so many people at once. But he was positive he could pull it off. There were a lot of familiar faces there: Nicole, Johnny, Colt, Azariah and many more. Everyone was already in gears Arnold provided to the syndicate. The ground trembled as the army of 10,000 simultaneously performed a salute to welcome their leader, Arnold Ling. The sheer size of this army was enough to make any enemy tremble in fear. Yet they were all afraid of one person, their leader himself. The news channels had already portrayed Arnold in a bad light, and it was enough for the soldiers to be cautious around him, much to Arnold's dismay. At a glance Arnold knew, the army lacked unity, but despite their differences, they do share the same goal: to crush the enemy. Enjoy doing it while it lasts and make it out alive of the hellhole known as the swamp. But the common goal wasn't enough to ensure discipline within the army itself. He had only been there for a few minutes and there were quite a few ominous looks on him, especially from Mandrix and his family members. He needed to do something to establish authority over them, and it didn't take long for him to do so.